Hi gamers, hold on. Let me do my nested audio. Give me a minute. Where the fuck am I? Hold on. There we go. All right, now you can hear me. Hi everyone.
Hi. Hello.
Hello. Double.
Big black text.
It looks like a censor bar.
It
So yeah, as the message says, we're waiting for Tommy because he's off doing something real quick. So it's gonna be like 15-20 minutes. So
yeah, so we're chilling. We're chilling right now. We're just chatting.
It's the Atlas and Fen show for a hot minute.
Yeah.
Here, look at my beautiful opening screen here.
I'm in love with it. I'm insane about it. It's beautiful.
When I found this template on Canva, I was like, this couldn't be more perfect for it.
Actually excellent.
It's so good. Chat,
you should probably screen share the template too. Or screen share the thingy in Discord.
I should, yeah.
The PowerPoint. There we go.
Yeah.
That's the word.
Yeah.
I've been asleep mostly today, guys. Hi, how's it going?
While we're just fucking around till Tommy gets here, do you wanna introduce yourself again to chat? I feel like everyone knows you, but
I was gonna say, you should probably know me by now, but yeah. I guess I haven't been streaming lately because I've been dead to the world. Hi everybody, my name is Fenneltime, variety streamer, VTuber, little guy extraordinaire, they, them pronouns, and I stream literally whatever. My schedule right now, because my work outside of streaming is I travel pet sit, so I have not been home for really more than a week, if I'm lucky, at a time, for like 4 months. So haha, I just stream when I can, and lately the answer has been I can't. But I'm here, and I think I have a stream on Monday too. So
you think?
I think as long as Marisol doesn't cancel on me, I should have another vocal lesson.
Hi Jag. Hi.
Oh my God, Jagathan!
Oh my gosh, Jagathan.
There he is. That's my little guy.
Oh, and Sean too. Wow. Oh wow.
Jonathan, I wonder what you're doing here.
Long time no chat.
Hey Sean, I wonder what you're doing here. Oh, I should have said quiet on the set, specifically Sean. Hey Sean, quiet on the set. Don't go slamming any doors when you piss.
Yeah, Sean, you wanna be on our little podcast for a minute?
Sean, you wanna come say hi for a sec? You wanna come say hi to the people? Yeah, you can come say hi.
Come say hi. We won't bite.
Yeah, come say hi. We're gonna talk about Sailor Moon for a while.
Oh my God, I can't wait to hear about Sailor Moon.
Yeah,
Man, I wonder how that other voice is coming out of my face. That's crazy.
Dude, that is crazy. Oh my God, why'd you swallow me?
You guys just share a body.
Yeah, we just share one body. Who would have guessed?
It was my turn with the hand.
Oh, chat, check it out. I got a new chat widget. Isn't it cute?
We love new chat widgets.
I need to edit the CSS code a little bit because the spacing's a little funky on there, but just ignore that.
It's so cute though. It's so nice.
I know. The credits for it are in my panels down below. Oh, I also added I rearranged some shit down below on Twitch.
I noticed. It looks so nice.
I added some new stuff. So yeah, yippee.
Oh my God, I'm in your credits.
Yes, of course you are.
Crazy. That's crazy. I'm there. That's me. That's my name for the TBHs. Whoa.
Wow.
Wow. Wait, I can send it in chat because I'm sub to you. Everyone sub to Atlas Galatea right now, and then you can have this.
Hey guys, guess
you
what?
Can have what
Also, and if you saw my tweet, you can now use these 2 emotes if you're just a follower.
Yeah.
Yippee!
Yippee!
But I'll eventually add more follower emotes, but those 2, I was like, I think the people need these ones, so.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially the Pog one.
I do like the Pog, honestly. I've been already wanting to redo it because my little fucking brain. I'm like, oh, I should have added a little bit of cheek bump. Just a little, maybe. Just a little. So you weren't completely an orb.
No, it's okay. I love orb.
Being an artist is hell, guys. I don't recommend it.
You just stare at everything and you're like, oh, no.
You get a commission, you do the commission, you're like, this is fine. You wait, like, you send it into the person that commissioned it, and they're like, oh, I love this. You wait, like, 2 days, and you're like, wait, actually? Never mind. I don't like this. Why did I send it to you? It's over. Jowarida.
Jowarida, it's Jover, dude.
It's Jover.
Oh,
Being an artist is hell.
oh, we got some Sean fans in the chat. We got some Jag fans in the chat.
Pretty sure Sean has more fans than I do at this rate. Sean's like the special guest that'll just turn up. Everyone loses their shit. And then everyone like dunks on me because Sean's there.
Sean, do you wanna keep Fen awake during this stream?
Oh my god, Sean can be in charge of the air horn. I'm pretty sure everyone is like everyone ends up a Sean.
You are Sean, you are.
When I ends up a Sean fan, it's payback for how much I bully Sean in real life, just
Yeah.
unrelentingly.
You just blast Paralive and review music to them all the fucking time. Against
More
their
than
will.
I'm fucking destroying them constantly. I am a cruel individual.
Sean, what's your favorite song from Review? At this point, do you know the names yet?
Yeah, Sean, what's your favorite review song?
Sean, I want to hear you cover Master Music.
Yeah, Sean, can you come over here and do a quick Master Music cover? Real quick, live on stream.
Stay away from me.
Shame.
They're just so bullyable. They make it so easy.
Didn't you trap them in your basement earlier or something? Didn't I see a tweet about that or something?
Yeah. They've been in my basement the last 24 hours. Which is where I am now, so, you know, at least now they're not lonely.
You're keeping them in company, at least.
Probably much to their dismay, but...
Oh, not even food. Oh, you're such a cruel host.
Water. There's a bathroom. Go stick your head in the fucking toilet, you clown.
See, I was gonna say go drink from the bathtub, but you went a step further.
The fucking toilet like the dog you are. Jesus Christ.
Anyways, guys, how are we all doing today?
How are you guys?
Yeah.
How's it going? Who did we have here? We had F. We had Lita.
We got
There's Jagathan.
Jagathan and Sean.
Yeah, we know how Sean's
Hog.
doing.
Sean's withering away.
Yeah. Withering to dust.
Oh my gosh, we got Fennel_time in the chat.
Who the fuck is that?
I don't know. Freak.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. Definitely.
You're doing fine. You're doing good. Hog.
Hell yeah. We love to hear it. We love to hear doing good, doing fine. How are you doing, Atlas?
I am very good. I'm sleepy, but I'm very good, and this shit's gonna push me through the next few hours.
I'm so fucking ready. I'm like buckled in and ready. I'm buckling in. I'm sat down.
This shit's been a part of my life for almost 30 years. So
when I told my mom that we were doing Sailor Moon tonight for Brainrot, she's like, "Oh, I could probably talk for like 3-4 hours about Sailor Moon," and I'm like, "Would you, Mom?
Get
Really?"
your mom on here. Once you
Mom was
pass
a
out,
Sailor
get your
Moon
mom on
fan.
here.
It's my mom's bedtime.
Oh, but Sailor Moon.
I know, but it's past my mom's bedtime. She has to go to bed.
Just give her the VOD after I upload it, and she can listen to it secondhand.
I actually forgot my mom's a Sailor Moon fan, straight up. Like, I straight up forgot. Haha, oops.
See, Sean, you need to, like, dump cold water on Fen if they start to doze off.
The sound that would escape me at cold water waking me up. Hi, Ramses.
Hello,
Welcome.
welcome in. Welcome. Sail or moon? Tough choice.
Tough choices.
I know. For people just coming in, we will start the presentation in a bit. We're waiting for Tommy. Tommy is running a quick errand, and then he will be here. So,
Yeah. Tommy had a surprise errand.
we're freestyling it.
Yeah.
You hosted a podcast about it. Oh, Ramses, you'll have to tell me all about this. Oh.
Eyes popping out. I'm looking. My little boba eyes are rolling out towards you.
Perceiving.
Slurp these up. I'm looking.
But yeah, I hope you guys really appreciate the effort I put into this shit. I spent like a solid 8 or 9 hours the other day just kind of like lost in the sauce making this. Aside for like 3 other slides in this, the vast majority of this was done in 1 day. Because
it was so funny.
I have mental illness, and at the forefront is Sailor Moon. So.
You fully entered a trance. I remember when we decided that this was going to happen, and then you disappeared for like 8 or 9 hours, and then you came back and was like, I think I finished the power.
And you and Tommy were like, bro.
I mean, you're so real for it. You're like so fucking real. I get it, but oh my god.
What can I say? This shit changed my life course as a child, so
You're so real. Sometimes media does irreparable things to your brain chemistry and changes you as an individual.
Yeah. Oh. So good.
Yeah. I'm a noob to Sailor Moon. I never got into it as a kid. I was a Tokyo Mew Mew truther.
Oh, you're so real. You're so fucking real.
Yeah, my little animal loving ass was like, oh, Tokyo Mew Mew.
That's so real. Have you watched the reboot anime yet?
I haven't. I keep meaning to and then just not doing it because I'm terrified about what it's gonna do to me.
Yeah. My partner and I watched like the first few episodes of it, like when it was first coming out, and then we kind of forgot about it. I'll eventually go back to it, but we kind of forgot about it. Now we're like completely behind. But yeah, I sat you down for a few episodes of Crystal.
Yeah.
Which we need to still get back to, but we'll probably resume once we can drag Tommy to watch it. But
yes, for sure. Absolutely.
Holds him at gunpoint.
Yeah. He's not even here, but we're threatening him.
Yeah.
Behind his back.
He'll just have to hear this later when he watches the VOD.
Yeah, maybe he has us running in the car right now. If so, hi, Tommy.
Hi, Tommy. Hi, Tommy.
We see you driving, Tommy.
Yeah. You're finally listening to us on the drive. Wow.
Do you hear us? We think that you should be watching Sailor Moon Crystal with us.
I know he's on Twitter. He's retweeting my tweets. he retweeted and liked my going live tweet and then a different tweet, I think, too. So I was like, okay, cool.
Oh, maybe he is here lurking silently.
Yeah.
Hey, Tommy, you should watch Sailor Moon Crystal. Smile, wink.
He's gonna jump scare us in the call. We're just gonna be so like deep into something, and then he's just gonna suddenly jump scare us.
Yeah, for sure.
Ugh.
What were other magical girl animes of the era? Did you watch like other ones?
Absolutely.
Were you Precure watcher?
Absolutely. I still kind of am. I'm very behind on shit, but oh man.
I was never a Precure watcher, but I was like Ajimoto Doremi.
Oh yes, me too.
Yeah. and Tokyo Mew Mew.
Yeah.
Cardcaptor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, what's it fucking called? Kaito Jian by Arina Tanemura. I'm failing myself. What other shit do I like from back then? Big magical girl fan. Yes.
Yeah. That's kind of magical girl. It feels like it.
Yeah.
It felt like it always.
Yeah. Cardcaptor Sakura. Yeah.
Cardcaptor Sakura always.
Princess Tutu.
Yeah! I love Tutu!
Yeah, Magical Doremi. Oh, I love that shit. Except
Right.
I need to Saint Tail too. Yes. Oh my god. What a classic.
Oh my god, Saint Tail.
Magical Doremi, I specifically watched the fucking 4Kids dub of it. And that I need to right my wrongs and watch the Japanese dub eventually.
Me too, actually. Oh my god, hey. Put two little fingers together. Another thing we can watch together.
Yeah.
I think I still have the entire opening to the original Magical, to the 4Kids Doremi, like memorized. Like,
You're
I
so
think I
valid.
could recite it word for word still.
Yeah. Oh my god,
It
you know,
haunts
no.
me.
You know what? Also, I could easily do a PowerPoint on Mermaid Melody.
Mermaid Melody! Oh my fucking god.
That shit.
Ooh.
You know me. You can imagine how much like Magical Girl plus like singing premise like
Yeah.
irrevocably like altered my DNA as a child. So.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure.
Oh, it's so good. It's got a sequel out now, which I need to look into more.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah, Lucia and Kaito's like daughter or whatever now.
Oh wow. Oh my god, Shugo Chara.
Oh yes.
Were you a Shugo Chara watcher?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Good. I literally
I-
googled Magical Girl anime and I'm just scrolling the list.
I should do that too. Hold on.
Miracle Nanoa.
Oh, of course. Yes. I have.
Mhm,
Have
mhm.
I ever shown you my figure I have of Fate and Nanoha?
No?
Oh, remind me after stream. I'm gonna set a reminder. I'll take a picture of it later. Hold
Eyes
on.
emoji. Okay.
It's so cute. Okay, there we go. I set a reminder. There we go. If I don't set reminders for things, I'll never remember them.
Yo, same.
Let's see. Oh, Udakata. That's a memory. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh god. Sasami. Oh, Sasami too. What a series. That shit was interesting. Do you know what? Do you know what Sasami Magical Girls Club is?
No, I don't.
So it's this incredibly like wild offshoot from Tenchi Muyo, of all things.
Okay.
It features a character that's basically what's her fucking name? The green haired girly I'm blanking on her name, but yeah.
Yeah.
Not green hair, red hair, I mean this I'll send it in chat, hold on. Where's Discord? Oh, that's not Discord. This.
Oh my god,
this
Creamy
bitch.
Mommy.
Oh, Creamy Mommy too. Yeah.
I've seen them before.
This song has some banger, this anime has some banger songs in it though. I gotta send it to you later. They're very cute. They also have like English covers of it that are kind of little shit, but like they're cute.
Okay. Creamy Mommy and Minky Momo. OGs.
Oh my god, yes.
Classic. I think I've only seen like a couple episodes of each.
Yeah.
But I know they're out there. I know the lore. I know the
Yeah.
history.
Oh, of course, Utena. Of
yeah.
course. Pre-tier. Oh god, that's a throwback too. Oh wow. Damn.
Trying to think of like the funny little brightly colored like kids magical girls I used to watch. I was a Ray Earth watcher.
Yeah, same.
Remember that.
It's not Magical Girl, but that just like triggered a memory in me. Did you ever see any of A Little Snow Fairy Sugar?
No, I don't think
Oh
so.
my God,
It sounds
look how
familiar.
cute this is. Hold on. This shit was like very like that's a gritty image, but that's fine. We'll work with it.
You
Hold
little
on.
two pixels.
Thank you. So
Oh wait, I think I got hand me down an art book from this.
Cute. So this is a early glimpse into what I'll talk about later in the actual PowerPoint. But as a kid, I watched like the majority of the 90s Sailor Moon anime through both like YouTube 3 parts, you know, whatever, you know, but also Toonami, but also DVDs from the library, and on those DVDs I saw previews for other shit, you know, like they used to do in the back in the day or whatever, as like bonus features or whatever, and like Sakura Wars, Little Snow Fairy Sugar, so much like anime or whatever that like was very like had a grasp on me as a child was because of like that stuff. So I always get like nice nostalgia when I like see like Sakura Wars or like Snow Fairy Sugar or whatever. I'm like, oh, my childhood.
yeah, it's like all of those pre-run ads that used to get on like kids VHSs, and you'd be like, oh, I remember this ad. I remember Zoo Plates.
God. Do you have memories of the fucking, now I'm thinking of infomercials, but like, do you have memories of that fucking like cake pan, half circle cake pan ice cream thing or whatever? I always thought that shit was like so cool, like as a kid, and then I grew up and I'm like, that's okay, I guess. So like, whatever. But I was violently reminded of it the other day at work, actually, because one of my coworkers has put up a little cutesy like ice cream display of books, like cookbooks and stuff or whatever, like recipe books, that kind of shit or whatever. And fucking one of them, it's not like the actual like products like book or anything, but it's just basically that. It's like, it's a cookbook of like the weird half dome like ice cream cake thing or whatever. Oh, and I was just like, oh, jump scare. Oh.
Oh my god. 90s, 2000s jump scare.
Oh my god, Jag, I have that in my kitchen right now. I'm not kidding. I love those. We make cornbread with it though.
Oh my god, that would be so fucking good though.
It's
I get it.
really good. I don't usually prefer edges on brownies, but on cornbread, that's totally good for me. I love it.
I'm definitely edges on brownies.
Oh. You know what I could fuck up right now too? Also, like the brookies from Domino's. That I don't know why that just reminded me of that, but
no, you're real. I get it. I understand.
Oh.
You're so real.
Oh.
Oh, sounds good. Rookies.
I love food that can kill me.
Oh my god, same. Shakes hand. That's crazy.
I know. What else was it? I was gonna say something. Back on cornbread. That's nothing. But back on cornbread for a hot second. You know who has the fucking best cornbread on the planet? Famous Dave's.
Oh, that's not. Is that on East Coast? I don't
know if it is.
This.
It might just be a West Coast thing. It's a barbecue place, but they have the best goddamn cornbread I've ever had in my life.
Oh shit, they are East Coast. There's a couple of them.
You need to go there just for the. You need to go there just for the fucking cornbread. Like the rest of the food's fine, but like, oh, the cornbread's so fucking good. It's like big cornbread muffins, and they're like infused with like the best honey on the planet. Oh, it's so fucking good.
I see.
I have a fun Famous Dave story actually. I went once when I was like maybe like 14 or 15 or whatever, like with my mom for lunch one day, and it was like one of the first few times I had ever went to one. And I looked on the menu and I'm like, oh my god, they got mac and cheese here. Oh yay! Like I go a little bit cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs when I see mac and cheese. It's like one of my favorite foods. So I was just like, oh yes, I gotta see how good this is. And like me and my stupor of being so excited about mac and cheese, I fucking did not read the fine print on the menu that it said it was jalapeno mac and cheese.
Oh no!
And my white ass can't handle spicy foods, so I got it. I took one bite, and my mom says I look like I was haunted. I guess I just looked like the fucking soul was drained out of me. I was just like, what? I like put my spoon down, and I was like, my mac and cheese.
You died for a second.
I was like, oh no, this is spicy. And Mom's like, oh no, oh no. She was like, do you want me to see if we can like reorder this? And I was just like too disappointed. I was like, no, it's fine. I don't want to bother the poor waiter about this because I can't fucking read.
Yeah. Oh no, this mac and cheese has hands.
Yeah, that shit was spicy as hell too. Like, that's not even just speaking from the point of view of me being just like so fucking weak to spice, but like it was like bad. Like, my mom loves spice and she tried and she's like, oh good god, like
Yeah. Oh my god, oh no.
So every time I think of Famous Dave's, I think of that and I think of the cornbread muffins. So it's like a really happy like thought and then just like a real sad thought.
That's so funny though. That's so freaking funny. Oh my god. I have a story that's kind of like that, but way more stupid and like way more bougie. Oh, hello.
Hello, sir. Hi. Okay, I can get rid of the
We
message
should
now.
steal the
There we
room
go.
time. It's fuck my fucking.
Hold on, let me rearrange the
Yeah,
food.
story.
Wait, what?
Keep telling your story. We're talking about food. We're talking about food that's haunted us.
Okay, here. This is gonna be another fennel privilege moment. I'm very sorry. So
What?
I was at a 5-star Michelin restaurant. I ordered some salmon, and I was like, I wasn't feeling anything crazy because it was more of a place known for their burgers, and I'm not a burger eater, but my dad really wanted to go to the restaurant, and I'm like, I'm not gonna pass up really good food. I'm not gonna say no to really good
burger
food.
restaurant?
Yeah. So I went and I got salmon instead, and when I got my salmon, it was like, here's the thing. I love salt, as I am someone who needs sodium. Quite literally, medically, I need the sodium to live. My doctors say eat more sodium if you want to not die, and I say yes, you're so right. And so I got the salmon, and I take a bite, and it's literally like briny, salty. Like, I'm talking crunching
like you just
in my
been to
mouth.
like a fucking like Himalayan salt lamp.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on?" And it's like, I take a bite of it, and I'm like, "This isn't right." And so here I am in this bougie ass restaurant where there's like a dress code and shit. And I have to look at the waiter because my parents try it and they're like, that tastes fine. And I'm like, you're insane. What are you talking about? I'm a
That's what I
salt
thought too,
person.
Jag.
I'm a salt person, so I'm like, there's no way this is actually this has to be a joke. You have to be kidding. But they were so I was like 15 and I had to look at this waiter who was dressed like, impeccably, and I had to say, I'm so sorry. Can I need to, this is really salty. And he's like, really salty? I'm like, yeah, it's really salty. He's like, do you want less? I can make it without salt. And I'm like, without salt is not this. And like, literally when it came back to me, when they made me a new one because that's what they fucking do. And the whole time I was like, head in my hands. No salt this time. It was completely unsalted, and I'm like, oh no.
But everyone else was like, oh, this is normal.
Yeah, but I'm like, this never happened. I'm
You're
a
being
salmon eater.
gaslit.
I felt like I was being gaslit. I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean? You're crazy. But it came back without salt, and then it tasted like nothing. And I'm like, I was like, I can't do this again. I can't do this again. I can't
what
do
you
this
do
again. I'm just
What
gonna
you do is
eat it.
You mix the two. You mix the two pieces
No.
of salmon.
What they do is they take the plate that you didn't
shit.
eat back.
Did they have
take
at
it
least
back.
like salt and pepper at the table? Like you could have like.
No, because you're
Oh
not supposed
no!
to season it yourself. You're at a Michelin restaurant. It's supposed to just
Can't be
good.
like the peasants out here doing their own work.
It's supposed to just be good. Because usually they take it back, because at like really nice restaurants too, sometimes they'll straight up take a little bite of it and be like, what the fuck is wrong with it? So I have a feel, I don't know what was happening. Maybe I was insane. But I swear to God, like it was like crunching in my mouth salty. Like crystallized salty. And I'm like, I can't. What is going on? What is going on? I feel crazy.
Evil part of me wants to believe that it was completely normal.
Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I'm the crazy one. Maybe I'm just gonna be fucking Jokerified because I went to a Michelin restaurant and it was bad. Maybe I'm the fucking Joker out here. We live in a society. Everyone else is fucking sheeple. This salmon is bad. I'm the only normal one.
Anyways, Tommy, do you want to quickly introduce yourself to the people? Fen already did. Yeah? Are you eating? Did you bring enough to share with the class?
Yeah, what are you eating? Hand it over.
I got a quarter pounder and Popeye's fries.
Oh,
that are
hell
left
yeah.
Oh, damn.
Oh,
Damn, this intro's sick.
it's all you need to know about Tommy.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Tommy. I live in your walls.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's so.
I know where everyone lives here, including you, chat.
Yo, congrats,
I know where you
guess.
live.
Congrats, or I'm so sorry. It depends.
Pog. Got anything else to share with
Hell
the
yeah.
class before I go insane for the next 6 hours?
Regarding food that traumatized me, I mean, back in my hometown. Finding me, yeah, Ramses. I already know where you live. I've been to your house before. Have you ever noticed that your chip bag's empty? That was me.
Oh wow. Yeah, I see this little creature on my screen. That's what's going into your house.
Just scuttling in. It's the SpongeBob walking sound, the little tinkling sound.
Yeah, regarding food that traumatized me, I mean, they were like, okay, so my hometown has really fucking good bussin' ass shish kebabs. I don't know what to call them in English. I'm just calling it it's not shish kebabs,
Yeah.
but like, I don't know what to call it in English.
Stuff fried on stick. We love it.
Yeah, shit cooked on a stick, bro. Shit cooked on a stick, that shit is mad bussin'. I loved it as a child. I came back like the second time, it was like literally right next to my house. There were 2 Russian men making shish kebabs. I'm like, fuck it, whatever. It was like the day before we were gonna go home.
Yeah.
My cousin and I ordered like 30 of them.
Fuck.
Are you feeding
And
an
we're
army?
No, we're feeding just us.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, my cousin and I are built different. So we're like 30 of them, only for us, and we ate them all. The next day, I was hit with the food sickness.
Oh no.
No.
I got food poisoning for like a week straight.
Oh no.
You made a fool's move.
And you know what? The thing is, it's not because I ate too much, because like that's normal. That's like normal intake, and I would like eat all that throughout the day, and be like, I'm fine. This time,
Yeah.
it just, I don't know. Probably because it was like right next to like a gravel road, and like probably a lot of rock dust got into the meat, and we just didn't notice because it was like in the middle of the night.
Uh-huh.
Christ.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure our food was like covered in
dirt.
dust. It was like, because it was like it was like right outside my home. It was like the house where I used to live in, and the road there is super fucking dusty. Like you
Hell
drive
yeah.
by and it's just a cloud of dust. And these two,
Christ.
and these two
It's
dudes
just
are just
seasoning.
cooking. Yeah, just cooking it up next to that road. So
Hell yeah.
Ahaha.
Oh my god.
Tommy, I'll give you a
Anyway.
quick recap of my haunted food moment, since you missed it. But long story short, have you ever been to a famous Dave's barbecue place? They apparently have it on the west or the east coast. We learned about that just now.
there's a couple in Baltimore. Not many, like 3.
I've definitely heard of the place before. I've never actually been.
Quick nice thing about it, they have the best cornbread on the fucking planet, at least to me. They're fucking bussin'. But the thing that haunts me every time I think about it was when I was like 13 or 14, like when I like was first like going there ever. I like went there one day to lunch with my mom, and I was like, ooh, they got mac and cheese. Like I was very excited because my ass really loves mac and cheese. And I was like, I gotta see how good it is. And I got it. And you know how I'm illiterate? So I didn't notice on the menu that in the fine print beside the mac and cheese it said jalapeno. So I got the food in front of me.
Are you that bad with like spicy food?
Yeah, my ass is too white, so I'm really bad at spice. But I got it and I took a big bite, and then as my mom put it, it looked like I was haunted. Because then I just put my spoon down and looked so fucking disappointed. Because I was like, oh, my mac and cheese. Oh no.
It's been tainted.
I was like, why is it spicy? And my mom, for context, loves spice. And even she, when she took a bite, was like, oh, this is spicy. What'd they do to this? So, now every time I think of Famous Dave's, I think of how good their cornbread is, but also how much that shit betrayed me as a kid. So
I think it was just a skill diff.
yeah, it's definitely a skill diff.
You got skill diff by the mac and cheese. Mac and cheese got hands.
Okay, anyways, the real reason we're here today.
Aw.
I'm so ready.
I'm so excited. Okay, so I worked so fucking hard on this. 37 slides in this bad boy. Half of what Tommy's stream was. But oh, okay. Let me have a sip of water. Hold on. Ooh. Okay. So here, wait. Let me go ahead. No, okay, sure, yes. Okay, here, so I have some disclaimers and some things to say real quick. Okay, chat, turn away if you don't want spoilers for like a 30-year-old series.
Wait, is this for original Sailor Moon?
This is for fucking everything. It's for the entire franchise, baby. I will be referring to shit with their like Japanese terms and names and shit. You'll see in like the next slide what I'm talking about, but I'm not gonna be using the dub name for things. the original deep dub name for things, if you know what I'm talking about. You will in a minute if not. But I'm also gonna mostly be referring to things in the plot from the manga / Crystal. But if it's important enough, I will say otherwise if it's referring to something from like the 90s anime, because there's some like continuity differences.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Are you going to be covering the 90s live action show?
Oh, absolutely, yes. I
Yeah.
have a slide for it.
We're in deep. We're in deep.
I have a slide for fucking everything you want. Also, see next slide. This shit means a lot to me. This shit altered my brain chemistry as a child. And you'll see in a minute more of that. Forewarning, I'm gonna sound like a fucking maniac tonight. More than I normally do. So yeah, anyways.
It's okay.
Oh, here,
everyone should
this
be
one.
used to it by now.
So here's some quick terms. Since I know that Senshi means just soldier. However, I will be saying like Sailor Senshi because that's just like the terminology I've heard like online my entire life and like shit or whatever. That's just like what comes out of my mouth. So if you just hear that, it's just basically soldier, guardian, scout, whatever the fuck you want to call it. This will make more sense later, but the Ginzui show is a silver crystal. I just always fucking say the Ginzui show. Saramu is just it's short for Sailor Moon musicals, so I just say Saramu. Yeah. Okay. That's just like the shorthand for it. And then if I say PGSM, that's the live action. So okay. Yippee! Why am I so insane about this shit, you ask? So Atlas story time. So, picture me at 5 years old, a ripe age of like 5 years old. I'm turning on Toonami and I see this shit on my television. I'm like, ooh, Zooey Mama, look at these cool girls. They're so cool. Oh my gosh, I want to be like them. Some kids play house when they're little. Some kids pretend to be animals and play around or whatever. I pretended on the playground to be Sailor Moon characters. This is 100% like my first like anime I ever watched. Like, I didn't know it was called anime for many years still, but like this was like the OG. And also like around the same time was like Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! And this was like, I feel like the case for like a lot of people like growing up with like Toonami and stuff. They usually had Sailor Moon like as one of the first ones. Yeah, you baby. But I religiously watched this shit. It was like my first ever fucking like brain worms I ever had for anything. I still have it all these years, all these decades later. To get a little bit sad and sentimental, as I have mentioned before, I was a very lonely kid, and I was I went through many bad things growing up, and long story short, Sailor Moon I kind of credit for like keeping me going like through the years. Like
that's so fire though.
Let's just say you're talking me today because the Sailor Moon kept me from having a bad time. So I owe I owe Sailor Moon to helping me out through like many like hard times in life. So
oh yeah.
There's so much to it that you'll learn a lot about tonight that like is just so fucking like special to me. So but yeah, I have reread the manga a billion times throughout my life. I have rewatched the 90s anime more times than I can count, which is fucking impressive because of how long it is, but like that's just the brain rot. That's what it does to a motherfucker.
How long is it again?
The original 90s anime was 200 episodes long, 3 movies, and a whole bunch of specials.
Lord.
The manga is 60 chapters long, and Crystal is 39 episodes plus 4 movies, which yeah, the extra chapters that don't line up with those 39 are like side stories that hasn't been adapted for Crystal and probably won't ever be, but that's whatever. Let me see what the next slide is. I don't fucking remember. Oh, that, okay. Yeah, I'll do my fun little fast facts here for a second before I get into like this actual
the
page.
dotted lines.
You'll see that in a minute. So Sailor Moon was made by Takeuchi Naoko, who is the wife of Togashi Yoshihiro, who is the creator of Hunter x Hunter. She actually helps make Hunter x Hunter because of how chronically ill Togashi is. So she is still pumping out works even today. So
wait, what's she working on now?
Hunter x Hunter. That's about it.
Oh, wait.
That's literally it. She had other little side series that didn't make it as big as this, but mainly now she just works on supervising the creation of Crystal, supervising some stuff with the musicals as just like, you know, just getting her approval basically. Yeah, and just like overseeing like little parts of the franchise basically. But aside from that, she just works on Hunter x Hunter with her hubby.
Yeah.
I think it's very sweet. Naoko created this in well, this ran from 1991 to 1997 for the manga. The 90s anime ran from 1992 to 1997. And Crystal ran from 2014 to 2023. Like, it literally just finished a few weeks ago. Because of, and I will go into it in a bit, of how fucking long the production of Crystal fucking went.
I remember when they announced it. It was for ages. Oh my god.
Yeah, I was a senior in high school.
Oh damn.
You can only imagine what little old high school me hearing that fucking announcement of that coming out was like. Anyways, so Naoko created Sailor Moon because she wanted she kind of like envisioned having the kinds of friends that Sailor Moon has in the series. Like, she wanted that for herself and like just kind of like put herself in like Sailor Moon's views. Like, she wanted a series of like that kind of love because she like wanted that like growing up and that kind of stuff. She got a lot of influence to make it also from like manga clubs in school, astronomy, if you can fucking imagine. She even went to the Kennedy Space Center to get like actual fucking like scientific details for shit. Like, she went in deep with this, and that's impressive.
I can relate. Get it, girl.
She also was very big into fashion, especially like Western fashion, and I don't have like too many examples in my slideshow. I'm a failure on that part, but she took direct references from a lot of like runway outfits for like some different art that she's done over the years for the series, and it's super fucking cool. I'll find some images later and like post them or something. But yeah, she goes in deep with her research.
Hell yeah.
So technically, Sailor Moon was not the start of this. It started with the blueprint, the prequel, kind of, Sailor V here on the left. Sailor V was a 2-volume, for lack of a better word, prequel or beta kind of like plot to Sailor Moon. It features my girly Minako here, being kind of like a vigilante in the streets kind of thing, and she's fighting bonkers people. Naoko wanted initially to have an anime for Sailor V, which we still have never gotten, sadly. Maybe someday, I can dream, but funny enough, when she had finished, when she was wrapping up the manga for Sailor V, Toei Animation came to her and was like, hey, this shit's bussin'. Do you want to make a very expanded series for this? And Naoko was like, wait a minute. And like the gears started turning, and that's how she kind of came up with Sailor Moon. And she was like, well, Super Sentai shows are very popular. I want fucking friendship like this. Look at all this like inspiration. The visions came to her, and she's like, we're gonna work on this.
It's all clicking.
It's all clicking. So she's like, abso-fucking-lutely. But there's downsides that come with that, because when she started writing Sailor Moon, at the same time, there were like all right, chop chop, let's get the anime out. Let's start getting the anime on TV. And she's like, well, whoa, Nelly, I don't have the plot fleshed out super well yet. So the reason that the 90s anime is so goddamn long is because more than half of it is filler. More than half of it is just monster of the day shit that's like not canon to the manga. They expand on so much shit, and like there's pros and cons with that, which I'll get into later, but like there's so much to the 90s anime that like is different than the manga. But sadly, that's because now poor Naoko was rushed to hell and back to get this shit going, you know, like so there's so
yeah.
So, before I start getting to the lines here, so from left to right, well, I guess from top, I guess. So it's like Sailor V, and then there was the manga. There's the 90s anime. There's Crystal, which is a reboot of the manga, but like done right, like done right to a T almost. I'll get to why I say almost in a minute, but it's just one small detail that makes me kind of angry, but you'll see why.
Okay.
Also, there is the musicals, which you'll hear all about later. And then there's the live action series, Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon. So, yeah, so.
What's the diagonal?
So the diagonal line. This one at the top on the right here, this is the animation for the first 2 seasons of Crystal. And then the bottom is for season 3 and beyond.
Yeah.
I will,
Wait, why are they disconnected?
I don't know a good place to put it, so I guess I'll explain now. So the first, I'll explain the fun times with Crystal real quick. So the first 2 seasons of Crystal look very different in animation style compared to the rest of Crystal. Because they had a different animation company between these two, obviously you can tell, at least from these images. Fen, you can attest to how it looks because you've watched a few episodes of Crystal with me. It sure is fucking something.
It's a little rough. There's some frames in there.
It's a little fucking rough looking.
Oh yikes! Yeah.
The budget sure was something for it, and enough fans, because you can only imagine that people really like Sailor Moon. Oh, Zero, holy shit, that Zero, hold that thought. I will bring that up in a hot minute, actually. I forgot about that. Holy shit. Oh, remind me in a minute. Okay, so anyway, Crystal. So the first 2 seasons, everyone was like, what the hell is this? This looks like shit. You know, like the
first 2 seasons look like shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
The first 2 seasons are the hottest garbage. I'll show you shit later from it, but holy hell. It is something. And not even the Blu-ray release can fix that. Like, I'm sorry. No offense to the animators, but you have this like major of a influential franchise and you fumbled that bag so fucking hard that
what studio was it?
It was Toei Animation, but like done by a different person running the show, basically. So after by the time season 2 was finishing, everyone and their mother was like, hey Toei, you need to answer for this. Why does this look so fucking bad? And they're like, oh, oopsie, ha ha ha. And they kind of had a mini hiatus for a few years before working on season 3. And they're like, hey guys, guess what? Season 3's coming out and it looks beautiful now. So
they did like a Final Fantasy 14 thing.
Yeah.
They pulled an FF14.
Yeah. They pulled in people that worked on Pretty Cure to animate the rest of the series, basically, and it looks 1,000% better. It's so like I see what they were. I can envision what they're going for with this shit for season 1 in the art style as well. They were trying to like emulate like the stylized look of the manga, you know, kind of more compared to like the 90s anime had a lot of different like animators going for it, but it had a pretty cohesive look. But it was kind of like this shit's very like specific looking to the anime versus like trying to emulate what's going on here. And you'll see more later, but like it in the best way I can describe it, the first two oh, thank you, F. I just saw that. Hi, hold on one sec. Stretch
take your
time.
sippies,
No,
take your
no
stretches.
shrimping, no
Yeah, no shrimping.
No shrimp time.
In the best way I can put it, the first 2 seasons of Crystal, coming from someone who like knows the series to like down to the very fucking detail and like this shit's my lifeblood, this shit didn't feel like it had the heart put into it that the rest of the franchise did before it, you know? So I was just like, it just feels so stilted and weird.
Yeah.
When season 3 came out, it felt like a breath of fresh air. Like it felt like there was love put into it again. So yeah, that's my fun little side tangent about why I hate the first 2 seasons of Crystal. So okay, so the connecting lines here, Sailor V connects to like the start of Sailor Moon. Obviously now you know. The manga and Crystal are connected here. This tiny little line here at the top of both of the musicals and the live action, just kind of I put that there. Ooh, excuse me. Ugh, I had to clear my throat. I put that there to just be like, they're kind of almost in a way self-contained, and I'll get to that later. What I mean by that, but plot-wise, they're almost kind of self-contained into their own universes, kind of. Even though they obviously take from the rest of the normal plot, but like you'll see what I mean. And then there's a through line also though with the musicals and like obviously everything else through here though, because it obviously draws like the heaviest like inspiration from the rest of that for that. Okay, what's my next slide? All right, so I'm gonna go. This slideshow is so image heavy. My PC's gonna be chugging, but like, so I have a section here where I'm just gonna explain like the main players here. So like when I explain the plot, because I'm gonna pull what you did, Tommy, and just kind of like go through the fucking plot of the franchise, basically. I will give you guys a quick synopsis on each of the characters so you know what the fuck I'm talking about. I also decided to add all of the manga images for things because I just think they're really pretty and I wanted it to all be the same
Manga's
aesthetic.
so pretty.
It is. So all through down here are like different outfits and like forms that like the characters have had, like civilian form, first, second, third, fourth. This one right here is actually a beta design that was in an art book that Naoko had put out of like the original like sketch she had done of like the main 5 girls, and you'll see the others in a minute, but I just really think the beta designs are really cool. Obviously I love like what ended up, but like I think these are neat.
Yeah.
And then here's her princess and queen forms too. So, but I'll get to that. So, the girly of all time, Sailor Moon. This is like my most favorite form of hers. This is her super form from the 4th arc, specifically. But we will get to that. So Tsukino Usagi is her civilian name. She also goes by Princess Serenity and eventually Neo Queen Serenity. She is the biggest klutz on the planet. She also is constantly eating, much like me.
God,
so
that's so
real.
Mood real.
Munch crunch.
She is infamously like awful in school. Real. But on the flip side, she is like, if you have her in your life, your shit's gonna be changed forever, and like your life's gonna turn around. She is like the best friend a person could ever fucking ask for. She is just like kind beyond all words. And I'll get into that more once we talk more of other characters, and I can talk of more like specific examples. But she just, like it says here, she sees like the good in people, even if they're fucking like the worst people in the universe. She still can like find a way to get through to them and like connect with them, and I think that can be special. Some people don't fucking deserve it, and there's like certain people that she doesn't like give that kindness to, but we'll get to that later. Her catchphrase is, "In the name of the moon, I'll punish you." So in the musicals, they have like these, like, at least in the 90s musicals, which you'll understand what I mean in a minute. But in the first run of musicals, they kind of each of the main characters had like a cute little moniker they say that's like nowhere else in the series. It's just for the musicals, but it's like a secondary catchphrase basically. Sailor Moon's is "Real Justice, Sailor Moon," and it's just kind of like a sign-off kind of thing or whatever. And Sailor Moon's like main thing is she kind of has like healing powers. If you've ever seen anything from Sailor Moon, you probably know that she like heals the monster of the day back into like a nice person again, or she like saves the world with love, kind of thing. She also has a bunch of different items, like she uses in earlier series arcs and seasons. She uses her tiara as like a boomerang. She gets I actually don't have any pictures of her like magical staffs and wands and stuff she uses. That's a failure on my part again, but
it's all good. This is a lot. There's so much going on, Atlas.
She has, for like each of her forms, she has like a different wand or scepter or staff that she uses. She also has a transformation pen that she uses that can like disguise herself, which is kind of not really a disguise. It's just giving her new clothes. It's nothing, like, doesn't change the rest of her look. But yeah. Trying to think of anything else. I think that's about it. We'll get into more once I talk about like the actual plot. But yeah, so that's Usagi. That's the girly of all time.
Usagi heart emoji.
All right, next, Mercury, my girly.
Oh, study.
Yeah. The smart
Ew.
girl. The smart girl.
We love baby genius.
This is Mizuno Ami. She is Sailor Mercury, also known as Princess Mercury. She is the highest IQ person fucking ever. She wants to be a doctor when she grows up, just like her dad. And even in the 90s anime, there was like a tiny little like episode where she's like, all right guys, I think I've learned enough. I'm over here, I'm gonna go study abroad. And there was like a whole little like drama thing of like, you can't leave? What? And it was weird. But then she's like, you know what? You're right. I'll wait. She just stays. I think it's funny. And I'll explain it more later, but she also got this cute little special, mostly to herself in the 90s anime, where she experiences love for the first time, like a crush, and it's very interesting. Yeah.
Shit.
She has I don't think you can see it in any of these images. No, you don't. But she has a little like compact that she carries that's kind of like almost like a flip phone keyboard, like kind of like
Oh hell yeah.
palm size laptop basically, that like she can use to like analyze things. It's very cute.
Yeah.
It's very cute. Her catchphrase is "douse yourself in water and repent."
She really says go take a cold shower.
Yeah.
She really said, "Please take a shower."
Her musical moniker is Genius of the Veil, Sailor Mercury, and obviously she has water powers. If you can't figure it out based on like her
everything about
her everything. Here is her beta design, which I think is very cute. Her civilian, her first, her second, her third form, and then her princess form right here too, which I think is very pretty. Yeah, and then this is just a little cute insert thing from one of the chapters of the manga.
She's just very cute. I like Mercury a lot.
Yeah, she's very sweet. All right. So, I didn't explain. Fuck, I forgot to explain. So, Moon, Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, and Venus are known as the inner senshi. So like the inner ring of the solar system, basically. So I'll refer to them as like the inners. And then the rest of the planets, they're known as the outer senshi. So I'll refer to them as like outers. It's funny, I know. Okay, so Mars is my favorite of the inner senshi. I love this girly with all my heart. She's so pog. Her name is Hino Rei. She is also known as Princess Mars. In her daily life, she is a shrine maiden. And this is this shrine is ran by her grandpa, whom she loves dearly. Because her dad is a politician who's never fucking around. So she's like very lonely. Like her grandpa's also just like getting old, so it's like hard to connect to him and shit. So like she is a fucking lonely ass girl because also people think she's a fucking freak and like bully her and have just made her so jaded that she just doesn't want to talk to people until she meets Sailor Moon. And Sailor Moon's like,
you can't get rid of her.
I'm making you touch grass. I'm gonna change your life. And like broke the cold icy shell that like she had built around herself, and she like was like, you know what? People like me. These people like me. I'm gonna say fuck it to everybody else. You know. So I think she's so pumped. She's so fucking cool. You, girl. She's so fucking cool. She has prophecies and visions that she like of things to come, and that like helps people out in the series a lot, because at the beginning of like an arc you'll see her and she's like praying at her altar thing in the shrine. She's like, "Retro Raggy, something's coming," basically. She also has 2 pet crows. Here they are, Phobos and Deimos, which are named after 2
human forms.
Yep, but I'll explain that in a little while. But they are like her guardians, basically, and like watch over her and stuff. And you don't see this human form until much later, so you mostly just see them as the crows. But they're named after the moons of Mars. She goes to a all-girls private school, so she doesn't go to school with most of the cast. But she still hangs out with them regularly, obviously. Her catchphrase is, "In the name of Mars, I will chastise you." Her musical moniker is Passion Flame Sailor Mars, and obviously she has fire powers. And also just basically like exorcism powers too. Like she has a random exorcism power, which kind of is like she uses as like a precursor before like sometimes before Sailor Moon like officially heals something, you know?
It comes with the shrine maidenness, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. She's also an incredibly good archer. She's in the archery club at school. A lot of her attacks involve like archery and stuff. It's very, very cool.
She's so cool. I love her.
She's so fucking
She's
hog.
so cool.
Here's her beta design right here, which I think is like my second favorite out of all of them. They also this one also kind of like almost matches like what ended up being like her design anyways. Yeah, and then here's her princess form. Here's the girly. Here's my girly, my sweet daughter. They're all my daughters. my sweet girl. I I remember how loud you were screaming during her episode, Fen.
What?
So,
I love her.
So this is Sailor Jupiter. She's also known as Kuno Makoto, and Princess Jupiter. If there could be like a in the dictionary an entry for wifey material, this is her. She does gardening, she does cooking, she does like housewifey shit. She is so fucking cute about it. But despite that, she's also incredibly fucking scary to most people when you first meet her, because she's incredibly strong, incredibly tall. She's like one of the tallest in the cast.
She'll make you the cutest little breakfast, but then also drop kick you.
Yeah.
I was about to say, and kill you.
Yeah. Yeah, look how
like
fucking cute she is. She will not hesitate to beat your shit in. She transferred to Usagi and Ami's school after a fight got her expelled from her last one.
Oh hell yeah.
There's also it's mostly shown in like the 90s anime, but there's like a few mentions of it through Crystal and the manga and stuff. But there's like a running gag where she'll be like, oh, he reminds me of my old boyfriend, or whatever. Like if she sees just some random dude and she'll get all dreamy about it. And it's very funny.
She's hung the hell up.
And everyone's like, Makoto, stop. But she also lives by herself because her parents are fucking dead. They died in a plane crash.
Well.
So she had to be wifey material to her own self, just to survive. So
Yeah.
she lives in this fancy like high-rise apartment.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't
She
know how
had
she
a
afforded.
success condo.
She must have gotten some money in a will or something. Cause God, how did she
Yeah.
afford it? But
Yeah.
Life insurance crazy popping
yeah.
up.
Oh shit.
So her catchphrase is, "I'll fill you with regret and leave you numb."
Insane.
And her moniker in the musicals is Hurricane Shout, Sailor Jupiter. She has such interesting fucking powers because like she like is mostly electricity based, but like the other half is like plant things, but also there's like some wind things going on in there. She's a weird enigma. I just consider her like the electric one.
Avatar.
Yeah, she's the Avatar for real. But yeah. I think out of like the beta designs, I think I like hers the most. It's very cutesy and
It's
unique.
really cute.
Yeah, like it's a very big departure from what it ended up being, but like it's cute. But yeah, and then there's her princess form right there too. All right, here's the girly. All right, guess what?
Ivy.
Guess what?
News.
She's Sailor V.
Oh.
So this is Sailor Venus, aka Sailor V, aka Aino Minako, Princess Venus. So Naoko worked it in that in her past life, before officially becoming a Sailor Senshi, she was like in like a dormant state basically as Sailor V. So she was technically like the original first like sailor before everyone else's powers like reawakened. So she has a cat named Artemis, which he's right there. Ignore Luna for a minute. Oh, I didn't say it earlier, but Luna is Sailor Moon's cat. She goes to a different school than the others as well. And on that she is in the volleyball team. She loves volleyball. She also is an idol in like her side thing too as well. Well, I should say like she dreams of being an idol. She tries to be an idol.
Good for her.
She's a jack of all trades with fucking everything. Considering that she is
for real.
Girls got dreams and ambitions.
Yeah. She's such a girl boss. She given that she is named after like the Roman god of love, she is obsessed with love.
Oh yeah.
In the in dreams of it. However, this is spoilers for Sailor V. At the end of the Sailor V manga, the main villain that ends up coming along basically like cursed her to never find love. So
Damn.
it kind of fucks her up. And you like still see bits of that in Sailor Moon, like carryover of that kind of, because like she never really gets a boyfriend or like any like lover or whatever. She like it's such so many gay. It's she there's so
That's
many.
So fucked up.
I know. There's so many gags where like in like the filler episodes of the 90s where like she'll just be so fucking depressed that she can't like fawn over people like the others, and it's just like, oh, if you know kind of thing, you know. It's just it's so fucked up. But yeah, anyways, she still remains like super positive though. She's like kind of like the Genki girl of the cast. I'll explain more in a minute what the Silver Millennium is, but in the Silver Millennium, she was the body double of Princess Serenity, aka Sailor Moon, because they look so similar. She, in times of war, they would just swap places to protect Sailor Moon. So
War?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah,
worry.
war.
We'll get there. Don't worry
The
about
war.
it. In about 5-10 slides, we'll get to it.
The war, Tommy, you know the war? The war that happened, the war?
What?
The war?
There be war and shit?
The war, yeah.
So her catchphrase is, I'll punish you with the power of love. Her musical moniker is Grace My Heart, Sailor Venus, and she has like love powers. I don't know. She has like just
What does
like
that mean? And what does that really? What does that mean?
The best way I can describe is like it's adjacent to Sailor Moon's, but like doesn't heal. But like it's just like she shoots hearts at people. That's the best way I can describe it.
Yeah, I get it, girl.
Like it's just like
people.
energy attacks with love, basically.
Huh.
He shoots pink bullets.
No,
Not good
that's
enough for me, I guess.
Chibiusa. Anyways, her beta design is just Sailor V, so I didn't include obviously that there, but and then here's her princess form.
Give people heart attacks.
Alrighty. Here's my mom
Gives you low blood
Pluto.
pressure.
Here's my mom Pluto. She
Pluto.
does exist. She is a planet in my heart still.
Damn.
Whatever
I was about to
science
say.
says. So
I was about to say, damn.
male Setsuna, aka Princess Pluto, aka the Keeper of Time and Space.
Crony?
She guards the door of time and space, which we've discovered in the second arc. She kind of is like solitary there, and she has to stay there to make sure time shenanigans don't happen. But I'll explain in a minute what happens with that one. But on Earth, in like her civilian life, which spoiler alert, she leaves her door, her door of time. Wow. She is a scientist. And she is just super smart, and she's quite literally a mom. We'll get to that in a bit.
Huh?
We'll get to that. Like I said here, she breaks her own rules a lot and leaves her door and like lets things happen, but we'll get to that.
That's fucked up.
And she dies a lot, but we'll get to
What?
that as well. Everyone dies. I should preface that everyone fucking dies at some point, at least once.
Pulling some fucking homestuck shit, just dying and
yeah.
coming back over and over
Everyone
again.
dies a
Goddamn,
bunch.
pulled together.
Despite what you think you know about Sailor Moon, it's incredibly fucking dark.
Oh yeah, it's fucked up. It's actually
fucked
super
up.
fucked up.
I included this quote here because I've always thought about this quote, and it's just super like, I don't know, it makes me emotional. But she said to Chibiusa, who you'll see in a little bit, holding you close and giving you kisses aren't the only symbols of love. Watching over someone from afar is a kind of love too. And like once you like hear more in the plot of like the shit will click. But that shit like, I don't know, it makes me so emotional. Her catchphrase is, "I'm the keeper of time and space." That's special. Yeah.
So are
sure.
they.
Yeah. Whatever. her musical moniker is Hades Impact. So, fun fact, in like mythology, Pluto and Saturn are swapped for like what their like stories are for like what happens in Sailor Moon, basically. Of like Saturn is like kind of like more of like the time kind of person, and Pluto is like the hell person in mythology, you know? So for some fucking reason they're swapped in Sailor Moon. So that's why it's interesting that like she gets like the moniker of Hades Impact. You know, like you'd think Saturn would get that. But yeah, she has time / like kind of underworld powers. She has some insane fucking attacks. Like they go hard. I'll show you some clips later, but like holy hell. She also is the creator of the Luna P Ball, which I'll explain in a minute once we get to Chibiusa.
Yeah,
It's a little
that marketable plush.
it's like a little bouncy ball kind of thing, but like it's like a robot too that she speaks through to talk to people.
She speaks through?
Yeah, she uses it like a walkie-talkie basically. You'll see. I'll explain it. She also is the holder of one of the 3 talismans, the Garnet Orb. And I will explain once we get to Arc 3 what the talismans do. Since she was not one of the original 5, she doesn't have a beta design, sadly. But here's her other outfits and stuff. She's aside from Mercury, she's the only one that doesn't have shoulder pads in her beta or her original design. That's a fun little detail that people don't notice. And then here's her princess form, which is like goth queen, go off, you know?
Yeah.
I love her.
I'll go into it more, but she's also one of the only like dark-skinned like characters in the series. I have some things to say about that later. You'll see what I mean.
Oh boy.
I have some thoughts about that. You'll see. So all right. Here is my fucking girly. Here is the girlfriend of my wife.
My wife's girlfriend.
This is Sailor Uranus, aka Tenno Haruka, aka Princess Uranus. She is canonically gender fluid. She legit is like just straight up is like boy, girl, who cares? You know, like whatever. I
love you, Haruka.
She's the reason I realized I'm trans. I didn't realize that till much later, and things clicked in my brain. I was like, that's where I got it from.
It suddenly makes sense.
Wow. Here's her like different like presentations, like in her civilian form. She could go ultra femme, or she could go like that's a boy, you know, like and that's like a running gag through the series too, especially in the 90s anime for like a real hot long time. The inner senshi didn't know that Haruka was a girl, and like and then they had gay panic over her when they realized she was a girl, and it's like, oh wow, sweats. His first working. Oh no, is it? Oh no, it looked like it worked. Welcome in, Grimo. Hello.
Hello, Grimo. Welcome.
Where was I? She's a race car driver. She loves fast cars. She's always fucking driving this shit.
She loves to Tokyo Drift.
But she also like really values like the freedom of like just kind of like moving fast through life, and like in a way it also like helps her like avoid her problems. Oh, thank you for the follow, Grimo. Thank you. It helps her avoid her problems. That gets like more in depth in like the 90s anime than in the rest of the series. But when we get to that portion, I'll explain some stuff. She is Michiru, aka Neptune's partner. In a hot minute, I'll explain some fun fiascos with that one. Smiles.
Also, you gotta hydrate. You gotta hold care package.
Oh man, I'm so in deep I didn't even pay attention. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, just letting you know.
Thank you. You're saving me. Thank you for the redeems. Thank you. Let me do a little stretch too. She kissed Sailor Moon once. That was a fun thing. It's basically just to mess with Usagi. It wasn't super great, and Usagi got mad at her, and then she apologized though. But like, her catchphrase is, "I'm the guardian of the heavens." Now her musical moniker is Rushing Wind. It's that's a choice. That's a choice. Okay. And she has wind and earth powers. Yeah, that's a real choice on their part, but whatever.
It's fine.
We just ignore it. It's fine. She is the holder of one of the 3 talismans, the space sword. Yeah. You can see it kind of better here in color in this image, more than this one. But it also can get extremely long. It's cut off in this image, but like it can grow to be extremely long. Anyways, big dick energy. It's fine.
Yeah.
All right. So Neptune.
What the fuck is this?
That's my wife Neptune.
You're so real. You're so real for this.
I'm so gay for this son of a bitch. You have no idea. She is so fucking neat. I would do anything for my girlie so much. Oh, I love her.
You're so real.
This is Neptune, aka Kyle Michiru, aka Princess Neptune. She's known for just being like the most insanely elegant person on the planet. But she's also just like she can also be really like playful and snarky and like tease people too. Her and Uranus team up a lot to like bully people, but like in a fun way. And you see that a lot in like the 90s anime because he had a lot of time for filler. They would like tag team to bully like Usagi and Tuxedo Mask. Like Neptune would go after Tuxedo Mask, and obviously Uranus would go after Sailor Moon. She's still like messing with them. It's very funny. She is a violinist and a painter. She like also includes she even has violin like stuff like in her attacks sometimes too. It's very cool.
I love her drowning this cello.
I know, I love it. This is great art. This is great art. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, that's that. You can definitely still play it for sure. Definitely is not gonna ruin it.
Waterlogged.
That wood, yeah, one that
I
wood
also
gets
love that
fucking
the
moldy.
chair is like tilted. Like what's going on there? Anyways, much like Sailor Uranus, these two are like fucking powerhouses, and they will not hesitate to kill you. Like genuinely, they do not give a shit at all. Like they have a duty that they will see through, and if you get in their way, they will kill. And I'll get into that more later.
Oh shit.
Her catchphrase is, "I'm the guardian of the deep sea," and her musical moniker is "My Deep Sea, Sailor Neptune." That's creative, thanks guys. But and she has like ocean powers, which is kind of slightly different than Mercury's water powers. It's more of like tsunami powers versus like a water gun, you know? Like I don't know. That's the best way I can describe it. She and Uranus go to a different school. They go to a private academy. Here's her sick ass uniform. And then here's her princess form. And obviously, since she's in the outer senshi, she doesn't have a beta design. But yeah. And look how cute she is in her like. She ends up. I'll say it later again. But she ends up. She and Uranus end up going to the high school that the rest of the girlies go to by the end of the series. So she gets to wear the cute school uniform that they do. They are Uranus and Neptune are 16 at the start of the series. The inner senshi are all like 14 at the start. These two are 16 at the start. So they're a bit older than them. What can I fucking say? I think she's so fucking neat.
She's so cute.
I want her. If I had to die, I'd let her kill me.
Yeah. It would be an honor.
Yeah. So I included this next slide because I'm gay. I just had to. I just had to include that. I think they're really neat.
Cousins.
The cousins. So
oh
now,
my god,
I can talk about this. This is a great segue. So in the 90s dub, along with many other cardinal sins that they committed with making that dub. Thank you, Viz, for redoing the dub in the modern day. Thank God. But in the original dub, for a preface, if you don't know, they were very much following like the code of conduct back in the day of like, don't mention gay people, don't mention evil things, don't mention violence, which is so fucking hard for a series like this. So shit was chopped up like you're on fucking Hell's Kitchen. It's bad. And you'll see more examples later, I'll point out as we get to them. But these two, when they came into the series, the 90s English dub was like, can't have this one. They're cousins now. And it's that makes it worse. That makes it worse. That makes it worse. I don't have many images here from the 90s anime aside from like this one or in this one, but there's many scenes where they're like just about to kiss or they've never actually kissed in canon before, and I think that's a crime, but that's a story for another day. I can air my grievances about that later, but there's a you can tell that they like holding each other. There's many of that in the 90s anime. I don't think cousins should be holding each other like that. That's a little something. But anyways, the wrongs were righted eventually. It's fine now, but
I just find the cousins excuse really funny because it's not the only time it's ever been used, not even just in Sailor Moon, but in general for anime of this era.
Yeah.
The cousin card?
The cousins, the cousins card is not an uncommon card.
I'm looking at the top left corner. I'm looking at the top left image. I'm like, hey, yo, you ever caress your cousin's cheek like that?
But yeah, I just these two images are from the first opening or the first ending song of season 3 of Crystal, and I have a fun story. When season 3 was like being promoted as coming out soon, they dropped the first opening and ending of it as like a little teaser for people since we waited so fucking long for season 3, and they're like, here, have this, and like dropped it randomly like one night or whatever. And I happened to be at SakuraCon when this happened, so like I'm in the room with my friends or whatever, we're just vibing, we're having a great time. I look at my phone and I'm like, oh, YouTube notification from the Sailor Moon channel, oh wow. And I click on it and I see the thumbnail for this. I literally see this.
Oh, that's the thumbnail?
This was the thumbnail for it. And I fucking shit my pants. I was like, ain't no way. I like shut everyone up in the room because I was like, I need to fucking hear this. Oh, no. Oh yeah, that 2-0 in many of the dubs.
Oh yeah, cousins are usually like cousins is usually
Yeah.
the anti-gay
Why, bro?
localization in a
It's
lot of
weird.
Why,
places,
bro?
which is
Just say,
so
I don't
fucking
know,
weird.
like, do the historical thing. They're
Besties?
roommates.
Yeah, they're roommates.
Besties?
That would have worked better. But like,
It would have been way less
Why,
horrifying.
why cousins? Oh, they
I
were the
don't know.
best of
I guess they
friends.
thought like, oh fuck the gay people, but like incest is fine, you know? Like I don't know. I don't know. People are wild, man.
Sweet home.
anyways, so this fucking song, I swear I've linked it to you guys before at some point, but I'll re-link it later. But this shit is like a love ballad between these two, and I quite genuinely just like in the same way that Fen cries about Miku, I had that about this, and the people in the room with me were like, are you fucking okay? Like, I was like, no, I'm not. Oh, holy shit. Like, we've never gotten something like so full of like affection of like this. Like, you see this shit or whatever, and like this, you know, but like the way they did the MV for this song, good lord. And the lyrics, like, it like references like how, and it's called Eternal Eternity. That shit goes hard. They like just it's a song basically like talking about how like no matter how far apart they go in the universe from each other, no matter what like trials come their way, they're always gonna find their way back to each other. They're never gonna be apart. It's like, oh damn, yeah, those are cousins, all right. Like that's real. I say that to my cousins all the time. Yes. Yeah, you ever just like you know, sway in the wind naked with your cousin? Like that's real. You ever just like, you know, you ever almost kiss your cousin like this? Yeah, that's normal. Anyway.
I know.
But yeah, anyways, yeah, that's my fun times with them.
Crazy about them.
In the fun little aside, in the 90s anime filler episode one time, those two and some other characters in different pairings went into like a couples competition to like see who was like the fanciest couple basically, and they won. They won overall.
Oh yeah,
obviously.
obviously.
Two cousins.
Obviously.
Yeah, the two cousins.
Yeah, the two cousins.
Only the best couple.
Yeah. They even make a fucking aside in the in the fucking like dialogue. They're like, oh my gosh, they're entering as cousins basically, and it's like they still won, and it's like, guys, no, they were not. It's so bizarre. Anyways, they're fashion icons. I love their fashion throughout the series. This is just like some of my favorite outfits that they have worn. For example, I know it goes so hard. Here's some other outfits that go hard. We love a Titio queen.
Gender.
It's great.
So gender.
Here's them being cute,
God.
riding a bike in the like final chapter of the manga. It's very cute. But yeah, anyways, that's them.
Love them.
So here's my daughter. Here's my tragic daughter.
I thought the character intros were over after all that.
I just had an intermission to be gay. So there's plenty more.
My Saturn.
So here's Sailor Saturn, aka Tomoe Hotaru, aka Princess Saturn, aka Mistress Nine, aka the Messiah of Silence.
Titles.
Looks a lot.
You'll understand in a bit. Don't worry. She is chronically ill. She when she was like born, she got hurt in a lab accident that killed her mom and really fucked up her dad. Here's an example of some burn wounds on her body.
Somebody have glass bones and paper skins.
Yeah. She also I don't think I included in here. She has like cybernetics. She's basically a cyborg.
She's a cyborg.
This bitch goes hard. I love my daughter. She's the bestie of Chibiusa, who you'll meet in a minute. But here's this little pink baby. Oh
my god, they're so Kuromi and
my melody.
No.
Yeah. if the titles don't give it away, she's like the sign of like the apocalypse, kind of. Oops. People are terribly vicious to her in school. Like, she is constantly bullied. She just like is a recluse because of it until she meets Chibiusa. Yeah. And the other Senshi, the other inner Senshi, I should say. The outer Senshi are a different story, but we'll get to that. Her catchphrase is, I am the emissary of the abyss.
Well,
and
That's girly.
her moniker is very simple with destruction. Sailor Saturn
Destruction.
gets the point across. Really great. She has the sickest fucking weapon like in the entire series. It's called the Silence Glaive, and it's basically a scythe. It's super pog. She also has the coolest fucking like first form. My arrow won't point
dripped.
correctly. She's dripped the hell out. She's dripped the hell out. You'll see a full body image in a minute.
Yeah, I like the petal sleeves.
She, believe it or not, you would think that Neptune would be my first, but Sailor Saturn was my first Sailor Moon cosplay I ever did. I did this outfit, which I think I've shown you guys.
Maybe, I think so.
Long ass time ago. But yeah, she has death and rebirth powers, which we will get to later.
Holy shit.
she is God mode. Like, we'll get to it, but the rest of the outer Senshi don't like her, but we'll get to that in a minute. Her power kills. Yeah. Her power, destruction.
Her power, kill. My
Alrighty.
super powers, I
And
can
now-
kill you.
And now here's Sailor Chibi-Moon.
Chibiusa.
Here's Chibiusa. Tsukino Chibiusa, if you notice, she has the same last
Oh my
name.
gosh, she got the blicky.
Yeah, she has a fake gun. It's a fake gun. Sorry to
Oh, it's a
spoil.
fake gun?
Sorry to spoil it, but it's a fake gun just to threaten people with.
Okay.
We love a
She
toddler
She
carrying
pulls it
around a
out
gun,
a lot,
though.
Let's
She
say,
literally.
oh my God, bro.
I'll explain this particular scene in a minute once we get to it. But I'll explain in a minute why, if you don't know, why she has the same last name as Usagi. She's also known as a small lady. Don't worry about why she's called Black Lady. Don't worry about it.
I know about Black Lady.
Don't worry about it yet. She came from the future, which we will also get to in a minute. At the beginning of the series, she is the biggest fucking brat on the planet. Like, she's infamous among people that know Sailor Moon of being like, oh, that's the little son of a bitch. She's the little shit, you know. But she grows out of it. People like don't like to talk about it, but she like grows up a lot. She gets a lot more mature. much like Usagi, where she grows out of being like a little crybaby little like bitch into like a strong like mature adult. But her dream is like just like I want to get to adulthood. I want to be like my cool older friends, basically. And that's a big plot point that'll come later as well. She's the bestie of Hotaru. And she also has another best friend, Momo, right down here.
Hey, Momo.
She's very sweet. Shut down reboot powers, basically. But yeah, she works hard to make her mom proud. She just immensely loves her mom. When her powers develop, the gun becomes real. Yeah. Her final eternal form here is like gun.
It's just
She
gun.
earns the power of gun.
Forget her like magic wands and shit. She just has a gun.
Honestly, I think it's good.
Yeah.
I think she's allowed.
Yeah. Her catchphrase is, "In the name of the future moon, I will punish you." And she basically has Sailor Moon powers. Oh wow, I wonder why. Oh wow, I wonder why.
Oh,
From the
that makes
future,
sense.
well, now.
I wonder why.
Yeah,
Lines?
I think I'm starting. I think I get it now.
She does not have a beta design, but here's her cute little princess design. It's very frilly and cute.
She's so cute. She's
Yeah.
adorable. She's so small.
Okay, so good
I
news.
want
We're
to punt her.
you and many
Especially
other
the
people.
black uniform. black uniform version. I want to just
She's very
kick her across the football field.
I would see that PNG spin
Yeah,
violently
this
into
is
the
her.
distance.
This is her when you first meet her. This is her in later arcs when she's
Oh,
older,
shit.
when she
Yeah.
ages. So good news. I think we have 2 character slides left before we actually get to the plot.
Oh damn.
Oh shit! I wasn't even thinking about that.
all right.
Oh my god, here
What?
All right.
Okay, what is bro's deal, bro? I don't get
All right,
I've never watched Sailor Moon in my life, but I'm like, what is up? Who the fuck are you?
So all right. So Fen knows I have a lot of heated thoughts about this fucking dude. I have a lot of if there was a character I hated in Sailor Moon the most, this would be the second place guy.
Second place.
You'll meet the first place person later.
him in the way that he's really stupid and a problem all the time.
Yes, he
and
is.
I
So-
find it funny.
Yeah, he is. This whole slide is just me being like, "Go fuck yourself, Mamoru." But so he's known as Tuxedo Mask, aka Chiba Mamoru, aka Prince Endymion and King Endymion. He's Sailor Moon's partner. Fuck you.
What's
Go
the
fuck
beef?
off.
What's the beef?
You'll find
Massive
out.
fucking pain in the ass.
Let me say the nice things about him first, and then I'll get to why I hate this motherfucker. So he's the ruler of Earth and a place called Elysion. He's a high school student. He is like 16, 17 when we first meet him. So I'll talk later about how much I hate that age gap between Usagi
Yeah.
and him. That's he's got negative riz, so fucking true, Zero.
He does have negative riz.
He's also majorly smart though, like a big brain though. I'll give him that.
He's cute with glasses. I'll give him that much.
He's very cute with glasses. When he puts on the glasses, he doesn't look as fucking stupid. But this motherfucker walks around in get-ups like this in his civilian life, like right here. This is like what you first meet him in. This fucking weirdo, this fucking child.
I don't trust people that go to school in suits. I know a few.
Looks that used to be me.
Oh my god!
You're the exception. You're the exception. It's
I
fine.
used to go to my
You
my
used
my
to go to
classes in
school
three-piece
dressed like fucking
suits.
tuxedo mask.
I used to wear three-piece tweed suits.
Oh my god.
3-piece?
You went
Yeah.
hard.
God
And
damn.
and
Did you have shoulder pads? I just need to know. Do you have shoulder pads?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Holy hell!
You're so real.
I've gone in bar
probably
gowns,
looked,
too.
You probably looked cooler than him though by a mile.
It's a low bar.
So I put here that he's a fucking asshole loser, because like when you first Atlas Taylor moment comes out, yeah, this is real. So this motherfucker,
right.
when you first meet him, he is such a fucking asshole to Usagi, who just bumps into him and he immediately just goes off on her like, you stupid piece of shit, like watch where you're going, basically. And she's like, oh, what did I do? Oh, and then like, as Fen said, and I also say later on the screen down here, he's like the femme fatale of the fucking series. He causes so many fucking problems for the rest of the cast and the plot.
He's
This
actually
motherfucker
useless.
is so useless. I'm sure you've seen the gif of him being like, all right, I'm headed out. And Usagi's like, you did nothing. That's him. That's just him. That's just him the entire fucking series. This motherfucker does nothing except like come in, he'll say some inspirational shit to Sailor Moon to be like, oh, you can power through this battle, and say some corny fucking line, and then he just dips out. And it's just like, what's the damn point? Sometimes he'll throw a sharp rose that, like, I don't know, pokes a person, you know, but like, all right, you have your girlfriend do the rest of the work for you.
He's either useless or like actually actively a problem.
Yeah.
It's great.
Main plot point,
never
he can't
does
communicate.
something
That too, Sean. This motherfucker is so elusive. He just like never tells people shit until it becomes vitally important in like the heat of the moment or whatever. He doesn't like for like up until like right before the fucking episode that like you stopped off on Fen. It took him half of the first season to be like, all right, so like I have important things I need to tell you guys. Like,
Yeah, it's he's actually so fucking stupid.
this motherfucker.
Kind of
he's a-
captivates me though. It's a
this
wild ride
motherfucker.
every time. It's
God,
the train
so,
wreck.
So, he also is an orphan. His parents died when he was young, and he was injured in like a car accident. But he like lost his memories and shit. But like then he gets it back, and he's just fucking a weird chuny about it though. Finn knows what I'm talking about. But like this little fucking weirdo. I have so many like hang-ups about this man, which you'll hear more as we get to the actual plot. I have so much more to say, but he's technically considered Sailor Earth because there's no actual like Sailor Earth, which I think is a cop-out, but like whatever.
Yeah.
He also just has like his powers are like he can jump real high, he can kick, he can have a fire blast, and that's really fucking weird, and throw roses like fucking daggers. And then every now and then he just whips out a healing power. It's weird. I don't know. But yeah, he's important, so we have to keep talking about him. He's also he's
straight guy.
No, he's not fully. I'll explain in a minute when we get to it.
It's heterosexuality, not even the token straight guy. He's just there for the heterosexual romance.
Yeah, it's debatable that he's hetero, but we'll get to it. But yeah, anyways, this month I'm done. There's a lot of dudes in this. So okay, that's enough about this fucker. So
Waits for my favorite dudes.
all right,
kicking my little legs.
this is the last like character slide for a hot
Yeah,
minute.
I
I have more later, but that'll come at like towards the end. So here's the cats. Here's Luna. Here's Artemis, and then their daughter Diana, the little gray baby. I just really love these images of these two, specifically Artemis. He looks like a little scrunkly guy. I think it's funny. I hadn't seen these images in years, and I started losing my shit when I saw them when I was making this PowerPoint. So I had to include it. I'll explain the fairy thing in a second, and also why they're humans. But, Luna is technically Usagi's cat. She's kind of like the mom, kind of. She's always like nagging on the girls to be like, you guys gotta get your shit together, especially Usagi. Like, come on, chop chop. But she means really well. She loves the girlies, especially Usagi. Artemis has been around since Sailor V, basically, and is Minako's cat. He's a little dumb. He's kind of a dummy, but like he's kind of I wouldn't say he's a himbo, but he's like a half a degree away from that. Like he's
pretty.
He's just very cute and pretty. I mean, look at him. And then there's Diana, their daughter, who technically belongs to like both Pluto and Chibiusa. But she's just a little baby. She's just very cute. I don't know.
Small.
She's just tiny.
I want to punt it too.
No!
Creature.
They're technically aliens who come from the planet Mao.
Oh, they're aliens?
Yeah, there's a lot of aliens in this. Yeah, this is just the start of it. These are their like humanoid forms. I'll talk about it in a minute, but or in a little bit, but Luna here gets like her own movie essentially in the 90s anime, and it goes hard as hell. It's really good. But yeah, that's the cats. All right, now what's my next slide? All right, we're talking about the plot finally.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about the plot. I have.
Who's that Rorschach test looking ass motherfucker? Look at that guy.
Well, we'll get there in a minute. Okay.
The gay people.
Yeah, the gay people. I'll get
My
to that in a
voice.
minute. We'll get to that in a minute too. Okay, so this is one of the few times I include shit from the anime on these slides. But anyways, so first arc is the Dark Kingdom arc. So it's just your basic like rapid fire meet the main 5 girls, basically the inner senshi, basically, and get them together. Usagi meets Luna, and then just like one by one, Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, and then Venus, and then obviously along the way, Tuxedo Mask, unfortunately. Unfortunately. They have to like, their original goal is they're like, we need to find, Luna is like, we need to find the Moon Princess. That's like our destiny. We need to find her and like protect her and stuff. Now you're thinking, why? Now I know you're thinking, wow, I wonder who could be the Moon Princess.
Smile.
Don't ask me why they are so fucking head empty about it for the first half of the series, or not series, the first half of the first arc, but like, they don't realize for a while, like, oh, I could only wonder why Sailor Moon is here, you know?
Smile.
So, let me go here for a minute. Tuxedo Mask is a little fucking weird, mysterious chuny. He is just like, I am also searching for the Moon Princess, but like in a weird, like, almost evil energy to it, like that they don't understand, but like, even you know what I'm talking about, kinda. Not really evil, but like
energy. He's like
just
ominous.
Like, he's ominous about it. He's like, this is my destiny. I have visions of this girl in my head, and it's just like, do you not know who's standing in front of you?
Mod?
Bro, do you not see who's standing in front of you? Like, hello?
Does not know his own partner.
Yeah. Eventually we meet Venus and Artemis, who are like, because they're like, oh, the final person we're missing from this group must be the Moon Princess. But then they're like, wait a minute. Whoa, wait a minute. You're not the Moon Princess. Who are you? And Artemis and Venus are like, ha ha ha. Joke's on you. I'm Venus. You know, they don't know their own astronomy, I guess.
No one taught them astronomy. Feels bad, man.
But at first these two were like, yep, I'm the Moon Princess, haha. Before Usagi like comes to actually just fucking like open her third eye and fucking realize that she's the Moon Princess, you know. But they like were like kind of doing it in a way to wait to she obviously knows that Sailor Moon is the Moon Princess. She's so smart, and so is Artemis, obviously. Who would have thought? But these two waited a hot minute before being like, yeah, no shit, dipshits, like, you know, just to wait for them to like mature for a hot minute and like really like get their powers together and shit or whatever. Anyways, so wow, no shit, she's the Moon Princess, and she has the silver crystal, the Gunzisho, which is a like powerful artifact that like gives like Sailor Moon her powers basically, but like is like like special like fancy royalty like magic artifact kind of thing or whatever. They learn from Venus and Artemis, who are in the know because they have unlocked their past memories, is everyone has been reincarnated into the present day. They are not from this time originally. They are from the Silver Millennium from hundreds of years ago that lived on the moon. As like,
they live on the moon?
Yeah. They these four were her inner court that protected her, and obviously Venus was like her body doubled kind of thing or whatever. Like they had a whole big thing. This is her mom, Queen Serenity. This isn't her mom in her civilian life now. She has her own family that's very sweet. But this is her
mom.
Yeah, human family, human brother. This is her mom, Queen Serenity. She ended up because I guess I should explain that part. The Earth was attacking the moon because they were corrupted by an evil force. Italia, right here, the Rorschach test looking motherfucker right here, who in turn corrupted the big baddie of this season, Queen Beryl, who in turn corrupted the soldiers the Shiteno, the 4 heavenly kings, these motherfuckers, which I'll talk about in a minute, and they led a attack on the moon and just basically the solar system in general, kind of, but mostly the moon, because if you remember, I said that Tuxedo Mask is like the prince and king of Earth, ruler of Earth. Beryl kind of had the hots for Mamoru back then. Sorry, Endymion, that was his original name. And when she realized, like, oh no, he has the hots for the moon girly, she got pissed, and she's like, no, can't have, like, taps head, can't have that love if she's dead. So she leads her army to go attack the moon, and it gets a little too funky crazy, and people start dying, and before that officially happens to, like, the inner like the Senshi or whatever, mom here is like, that's not happening, and used all of her power basically to and like sacrificed herself to protect all of their souls and like let them be reincarnated in like present day kind of thing, like be reborn in a new life away from this drama.
Yeah.
You know, which we will come back to we'll come back to that war in 2 arcs here where I discuss some other shit with it. But yeah, these motherfuckers right here, the 4 generals, the 4 heavenly kings, whatever you want to fucking call them, they're Queen Beryl's lapdogs, but we also find out they were originally Endymion's like inner court. They were his boys. And they're a little bit low-key, all kind of gay for him in a way, but specifically, 2 of these people, if you can look on the bottom left corner of your screen, in the 90s anime have a little something going on, but I'll talk about that in a sec. From left to right.
Good for them. Good for them.
I have a lot of feelings about them.
I do too. Short blonde hair boy is Jadeite. Long brown hair is Nephrite. Zoisite is the long haired ponytail baby boy, and then long haired dude is Kunzite. They each kind of like lead an attack to try and like kill Sailor Moon in like present day because they're also back, you know, but obviously like corrupted now and evil and stuff. And Zoisite almost kills Sailor Moon before Venus shows up. It was interesting.
Yeah.
That's a doozy of an episode, and chapter. But a fun little side thing for these 2. Oh, thank you, Ev. Thank you.
Ev is hitting us with it again.
Oh yeah.
So a fun little thing that's really just 90s anime only, sadly, but like it's a fun little like part that I like of the continuity differences. Zoisite and Kutsite are gay. They are so fucking romantic. Like, I should have included more images, but Fen knows what I'm talking about, and some people in the chat know what I'm talking about.
Think about the moment, the last moment.
My God, like they are the definition of love. My God, that's good for them.
Good for them.
Good for them.
Evil and in love.
Good for them. These bitches gay. They die though, but then they're fine. They turn into spirits. All of them die, but like they turn into spirits for like Endymion later. That's me skipping ahead in the plot a little, but like
I think about their line together a lot.
In the 90s anime, the 4 just die straight up. They don't come back, which is kind of sad.
Damn.
But in the manga and Crystal and like other stuff, they're just like they're back. It's fine. Anyways, so they're like, Raro Reggie, now that we know what's going on, we need to go fight Beryl. Like, we need to take care of this. This isn't good. You know, we can't have a repeat, you know, of what happened. Because now we don't got Mom. But then they're like, oh, no, just kidding. Let's go to the moon. And then they get teleported to the moon. And the
like
spirit
straight up, like
just straight up.
Physically?
Yeah, they just like teleport there basically, kind of from their like headquarters.
Sure.
The spirit of of her mom is still there, kind of lingering, because she's like, I know that some shit's getting stirred up again. Oh, I'm rising from the grave. I need to say something to my daughter.
Oh, she's dead?
Yeah, she sacrificed herself.
Yeah.
And she's like, hey, girlies, I'm gonna give you a little pep talk and tell you, like, how to defeat Beryl or whatever. I should also say at this point, whoops-a-daisy, Beryl got a hold of Tuxedo Mask and kind of corrupted him again, and he's kind of bad now.
Is that why he's an asshole?
No, that's not why.
He's an asshole on his own. He's
now just kind of like a stoic, like numb kind of motherfucker now, like that he's like corrupted and bad.
He's the quiet kid.
He's the quiet, seething, angry kid. Soulless eyes motherfucker kind of thing going on. But anyways, so they're like, whoa, let's go fight Beryl now. And like mom like teleports them to like the lair basically. Ruh-roh, Raggy, the inner senshi all die. And now it's just Sailor Moon against Beryl and corrupted Prince Endymion.
But like when you say die, what does die? Whoa.
What do you think die means?
I don't know. Like it's just this is like Pokemon. They fainted. Oh no! Or like...
No, it's not like that. We'll get to it. I'll don't worry. Just hold your thought. So they're like, oh no, and Usagi's like, I don't think that's neat. What do I do? But then she like looks within herself and is like, no, I have the power of friendship with me. I will like power through this basically, and like kind of almost kills Endymion too. Like, but then he like gets healed because he's like, oh, that's right, we're lovers. That's right, I remember now. Oh wow, like, and then he is saved, and then like the spirit of the inner senshi kind of like come around to like help them basically, to like help her in the final fight against Beryl. But then whoa, it's actually technically a final fight against Metalia, who's like the actual big bad, but she wins, and then everyone is like revived. But yeah.
How?
Magic?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. But
Huh?
they're just revived. Yep. Match reset. Yeah,
match reset.
exactly.
He's just chilling.
They're just like, you know what? I think you get a second chance, basically.
Who? Huh? Okay.
Don't even worry about it. You're gonna also be like that for many points of the rest of this plot. It's, but
cool.
we just roll with it. It's fine.
Alright, cool.
I should also mention, I've gone off to offend and many of the others who are in chat right now when we were watching Crystal. So there is a very, very strange subplot, and I should have been, I didn't want to include the picture in this, but I should have for context. But in Crystal, this is my one peeve with the plot of Crystal, which I said was like almost all of the correct points from the manga except for like one. This is the one point that it's different. So for some reason, when they were doing the episodes for the first season of Crystal, they're like, we're gonna get spicy with this. We're gonna switch it up a little bit.
Okay.
The Shitano are gonna be kind of in a weird little like side plot with the inner senshi, like Jadeite and Mars, and Nephrite and Jupiter, and Zoisite and Mercury, and Kunzite and Venus. And that is all because it's based off of one single manga page spread that was a throwaway art thing that Naoko did, and I don't know why she kind of like went along with this when she was helping like oversee season 1 of this.
For the chaos.
They were like, yes, we were also kind of lovers back then too, huh, guys? And it was a weird little thing they referenced in Crystal, because there's like images of them like all holding each other, and it's very fucking weird. I don't enjoy this whatsoever. It's very weird. But and that's not just me being like, ew, hetero. It's just like considering their characters, and also like what I know from the series, and also from like shit from the 90s anime. It
just feels weird.
All swirling around in my brain. I'm like, this is weird. No, thank you. No. This is wrong. This is very wrong. Especially since we were told shit's gonna be a 1-to-1 comparison to the manga. This shit didn't happen in the actual plot. That's just art from a fucking random page. Like, that's not canon to the plot. So like,
It's just an art spread.
yeah. So people were like, that's weird when so that's another like hang up people had about the first season and like first 2 seasons, you know, that they also were like, don't do that again. You know, so don't deviate from the plot, please. But yeah, I love the boys though. They're just like goofy, like even though they're evil for like most of the time you do know them, you know, in this arc, like they're just goofy. Like especially in the 90s anime, they had so many just like silly goofy episodes. Like Zoisei gets chased by a sea of rats through a sewer. It's something. It's something. I don't know.
Rat army.
It's just so silly. Oh, this.
Sewerage.
I'll find the clip and show you later. It's so fucking funny. But so another fun one. So you know how there was the cousins thing in with Uranus and Neptune? So with this one,
More
it's not
cousins?
no. It wasn't cousins for this one. They turned Zoisite into a girl. They had a girl voice. They just made his character into a girl.
Oh my god, they said trans.
yeah. So it was so fucking bizarre. Fun fact: when I was little, before I realized, oh, Zoisite's a boy, you know, because I didn't know any better. Obviously, I knew better for Uranus and Neptune when we got to them, but like by the time I had got around to watching the Japanese and like, you know, learning that shit or whatever. Oh, hello, Matt, the boxing champ from We Won. Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you for the hydrate.
Yeah.
It's going good.
Let's go hydrate.
It's going good. Drown. Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Anyways, so I didn't know better, and I was like, the way that like, no, this is no like offense to like the voice actress, obviously, and like the direction they gave for her to like voice Zoisite and like perform as him, you know, but like the way that they like recharacterize Zoisite made me fucking hate Zoisite before like I knew better of like what Zoisite actually is like or whatever, because I was like, this is just some like bitchy lady who's like, I don't know, is weird, you know, but like somehow it's different, like the way that he is portrayed in the actual like rest of the like franchise of like he's not a bitch, like he's not like this weird thing they changed him into for like just the sake of I don't know, like he's a lot more like subdued and like just kind of like quiet, like mysterious, like I don't know, like Finn knows what I'm talking about a little bit, but like like he's so much different, and like he's like one of my favorite like villains now, like as an adult. I'm like I love this motherfucker, but like I just like despised him like as a kid. Anyways, yay, we finished the first arc. Yippee! And Usagi and Mamoru are like, yes, now we can live happily ever after. Nope,
nice.
Sorry. No, we can't.
Oh.
Arc 2. So, Arc 2 is known as the Black Moon Clan arc.
Love casting spells.
Yeah,
Who's
for
like
real
the
though.
Military, like the camo.
Don't even worry about it. Don't worry about it yet. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We'll get to him. I have many thoughts on him. We'll get to him. So Arc 2, Chibiusa is here. So you know that thing from back on her character page where she's pointing a gun at Usagi's head. That's from the first scene you meet her. Usagi and Mamoru are quite literally on a date on like a boat in the middle of a lake, being all romantic, and this little bitch drops from the sky and lands on top of them and then is like, oh hey
Give me all
motherfucker,
your money?
and fucking pulls out a Glock and like just points it at her, and Mama
Oh,
is like,
God.
whoa Nelly, whoa, a child, like, oh what are you doing, like
Whoa, we're getting robbed.
what's happening? And she's like, you look too similar to my mom. I don't like this. Who are you, imposter? And you can see where this is going, but and she gets fucking angry about it, but then turns and sees Mamoru, is like, oh, you look like my dad. Oh my gosh, like all happy about it. Because like Usagi is like, who's this fucking child? Like so that's why she gets extra angry at Usagi. She's like, why'd you ruin my date? You know, you child. Get out of here. But then she's like, we're in the middle of a lake. What are we gonna do?
Across the football field.
So, we learn that she came from the future because, and we don't learn till like a little bit later, like we learned that the future's in trouble because the planet Nemesis is attacking, and they're like, you know what?
We are fucking under attack.
They're like, you know what we can do? Butterfly effect. Let's go to the past, and we will kill everyone that's gonna affect the future, aka the main cast. So they're like, all right, time to get quirky. So this is where this fun cast of colorful characters come from. This is the Black Moon Clan. Don't worry about yet why she looks like a certain someone. Don't worry about that yet.
I'm so ready to worry about it. I know all about it. I'm already ready.
Yeah.
That's chibi, you say, isn't it?
Smile. They are looking for the Gunzusho in particular because they're like, we know that that's the main source of power of like this Moon Kingdom, you know, like we're gonna just like steal it and nuke it basically, so they're like no more, you know. So that's kind of like their main mission. I was a little bit all over the place with the explaining the plot on this page, but first we meet these four sweet girlies at the bottom here. They're known as the Spectre Sisters. They kind of are like foils to the inner Senshi. Calaveras is like a foil to Mercury, or not Mercury, Venus. Pets is a foil to Jupiter. My beautiful girl Koan, who I adore with my whole heart, my sweet girl, is a foil to Mars, and Berthier is a foil to Mercury, and kind of have like similar powers to them in just like certain ways, kind of, but just like more darker versions, basically. So this is where I get to explain that there is a fun difference in continuity with what happens between the 90s anime and the rest of the franchise, basically. So these four basically, after getting the power of love from Usagi, was like, oh boy, we don't want to be evil anymore. We'll be good. And I adore that for them. I adore that for them. They're like, you know what? Earth is Pog. These girlies are Pog. Let's not kill them. So they get to like kind of like jump in and like aid them in being like, so this is how we're gonna destroy these motherfuckers, like these bad people, you know. In particular though, Pets here has a interesting little side plot with this boyo Sapphire right here, which is like a fun little like kind of like tragic love story kind of thing going on.
You know I love those.
Oh boy, that's something. But they also, it's more so in the 90s anime, not so prevalent in the manga, just because they kind of were like short-lived in the manga. They just instantly like die. The thing you should know about the manga is most of the villains all die, except for like the Shitano being reborn as like spirits to help Tuxedo Mask, you know, and like some other people later. Everyone else basically dies. That's just a baseline you should know.
Yeah.
Which is kind of sad, because I do like a lot of the villains. So that's why I get excited about the continuity of the 90s anime sometimes, because it's like, oh yes, these girlies deserve to live. Like, they're so sweet, they're so good. I like what they did with their characters for the writing in this, you know? So anyways, above them, kind of in the hierarchy, are these four motherfuckers. So there's Sapphire, who is the brother of this motherfucker, who I will talk about in great depths in a minute of why he's
That guy looks like an emotional manipulator.
he is actually, good guess. He's the person the person I hate the most in this franchise. Which you'll
yeah.
understand why in a minute.
Oh, that dude's fit is just evil.
He's kind of like secondary. He's kind
rancid
of like
vibe.
second and third degree of like the hierarchy of like the main villain in this whole thing. Then there's my man Rubius, who's a very big playboy, if you can't tell by his kind of like energy. He has like a weird side plot also with like these four girlies in the anime, and also like with Emerald right here. She's a girl boss. She also has like a princess laugh that's very good in the 90s anime, and and Crystal, it's so good. But anyways, she's just a girl boss. That's all you need to know. But she also has brains, and she's like, maybe we shouldn't be doing this. Like, maybe this is a bad idea, you know? But they're like, no, it's fine. But she's like, okay, whatever you say, boys, whatever. But anyways, they have a weird like side plot where all these girls just like fawn over Rubius. It's just interesting, and he's just kind of a heartbreaker, and it's weird. But like I have mixed feelings about him. I've cosplayed him before.
Oh my god, with the camo cargo pants and everything.
I'll find a picture sometime, but like it was something. But the only reason I cosplayed him though, I hated this motherfucker up until the second arc musical of like the new set of musicals that came out around the reboot of the series. The fucking actress for Rubius, and I say actress because it's an all-female cast, but the actress for Rubius was like enamored me so fucking much that I was like, you know what, I like Rubius. I'm gonna do it for you.
Real.
So
You're
that's
so
I was
real.
like, I'm gonna do it. So yeah, that's why. Anyways, that's a fun Atlas fact. I will come back to supreme asshole right here in a minute, but I'll hold off on her for a minute. But this is why this is Shadow Wizard Money Gang. This is Wise Man. He's a mysterious like overhead figure of like the clan.
Is he a wise man?
Kinda. I don't know. He's just like evil. He's just pure evil bad guy. He's just like fuck the moon. Fuck the moon. Our moon's better. Our black
Piss on the
moon's
moon.
better. Fuck you.
I'll piss on the moon.
Yeah, he's just Eggman. But
I will piss on the fucking moon.
But all right. So this fucking this fucking dude. So this is Diamond, Prince Diamond.
Diamond.
Hi, Diamond.
Fucking hell, you're. Oh god. So he's like the head of the clan technically. He's the cool, suave older brother of Sapphire here, but Sapphire's also like, fuck you, bro, later. But and turns on him. But so in a not so fun time, if you can see right here that I say that he's a fucking creep. Also, I put Demand here because that's technically how his name is like written out, but it's technically Diamond, and this is technically Saphir, but I say Sapphire. The names are weird. I just whatever. Anyways, he's a fucking creep. Okay, so he quite literally in the nicest way I can put it is he sexually assaults Usagi. Like straight up, it's a plot point, like a climax plot point. He sexually assaults her. He kidnaps her. Changes her because he had for context, Diamond has a weird obsession with Neo Queen Serenity. Oh wow, why does she look so much like this moon girl? Wow, wonder why. Ha ha ha. He's so fucking like weird about it that he's like, I'm gonna take her for myself and claim her, and like dressed her up like Queen Serenity, and like assaults her. It's fucking creepy. It's bad. It's makes my skin crawl. It's bad. And Usagi's really traumatized by it. Oh, we love it. That's great. He ends up dying. Don't worry. He dies a violent death. He gets fucking nuked, but thank God. But anyways, enough about the bad times for a minute. Let's back it up a little bit. Chibiusa is like always talking to this little round ball that kind of looks like Luna. Oh wow, I wonder why. And they're like, and she's like, oh, I'm talking to my close good friend. Don't worry about it. But then they're like, no, we're gonna worry about it. Things are going weird. And finally, she's like, fine, I'll tell you who I'm talking to. Her name's Pluto. And they're like,
oh hi.
They're like, wait a minute.
Smile.
And Luna's like, oh, we didn't think it'd come to this. And Luna's like, time to go to the space-time door. Because normally you're not supposed to go there, but they're like, something's happening. We should probably go see Pluto. And Pluto immediately is like, there's intruders here, like not knowing that it's like her crew, you know, because she's supposed to be alone at this door. Otherwise there's like problems going on, you know? So she's just like, what the fuck? And she like fucking pounces on them, but then she's like, oh, good God. Oh no. And it's like, Your Highness, I'm so sorry. And she's just like, wait, you know, I'm the Moon Princess? She's like, you're Neo Queen Serenity. Like you're the person. And but then that's when Chibiusa's like, wait a minute, what? She does not know. She's head empty like her mom. She does not know that Usagi and Mamoru are her parents. They're King and Divion and Neo Queen Serenity, and she's like, oh no, that's why they look familiar. And that's why Usagi's like, oh dear good God, and like there's a whole thing where
parents never like show you pictures of their younger selves. Come on now.
She's just like, oh good God. And here's them down here. Here's them. They look slightly different. Here, they get all pastel-y looks instead of their like harsh colors like they normally have. They get like all pretty, but that's why. And they're obviously older in their 20s and mature now, you know. But like compared to these fuckers, yes. When you meet her, she's technically 9 years old, but technically because she comes from 100 years into the future, she's 900 years old. It's a fun thing. Smile. Yeah. So they come from the 30th century. That's what they discover. They're currently in the 20th century, but the future is the 30th century. So yeah, that's a fun time.
How old is Usagi now?
Usagi in the future is we'll get to it, but she's like eternally like 22. It's like weird. I'll get to it later. Everyone kind of doesn't age in the 30th century. We'll get to it in a minute, actually.
They just cured aging, I guess.
So Pluto is like, why are you here? And then they fill her in of like Nemesis being here and like the Black Moon Clan. She's like, oh no, this is bad. You can't be doing this. You can't be like fucking with time. Basically, I would know. I'm the time person, you know. She's like, I shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna send you guys to the 30th century to like talk to your future selves and like kind of figure out a plan. It's very sketchy. Yeah. However, Chibiusa starts to get a little bit sad because she's like, I can't be of help. I can't do anything. I can't blah, blah, blah. I'm just a child. Like, I can't help my family. My family doesn't want my help. And like, it's like a whole big thing. And she just goes into fucking despair. And, she gets transformed through that despair into Black Lady.
Hi, Black Lady.
Name.
Now, yeah, that's a great name. I love it.
Yeah.
It's so it definitely isn't weird. But I'm sure Fen knows what else I'm gonna say with it. But so.
God, I'm ready. I'm
so you know
buckling
how
in.
she really loves her dad? Like she's just like, she thinks like Mamoru's super cool because, oh my gosh, you're like my dad, and like, oh my gosh, I love my dad.
What?
When she's Black Lady, this is one of my qualms about the series. She's like, so fuck Sailor Moon, fuck my mom, but I still love my dad. She's very affectionate with him and kisses him. And it's very weird.
What?
And it's very bizarre. It's a weird little like incest aside thing, side plot. It's fucking weird. And obviously Mamoru and like and Dimion, everybody's like, that's fucking weird. Whoa, back it up,
Yeah.
you know? But she's just like, this is to get back at like you guys, fuck you, you know, kind of thing. And it's just like, why is this a plot? Why is this a fucking plot that's necessary? Why couldn't you just be like corrupted, like sad daughter? Why did you have to go incest route?
Like,
You
just
know,
be normal about
it's
it.
fucking weird. But then eventually, like, she sees her friends and Usagi, like, kind of almost basically die, and that kind of, like, snaps her out of it, and then she kind of saves the day, because guess what? She also is a Sailor Senshi, as you saw, so she kind of, like, awakens her powers and, like, reverts to child again, like, you know, normal, and, like, gets her sailor form and, like, saves the day kind of thing. Underneath the cloak of Wise Man is just, like... It's like ghastly, like just like evil spooky ghost, basically, and like he's just basically like kind of overtakes like just like the planet of Nemesis itself, and it's just like, I'm gonna fucking nuke the place, you know. But long story short, obviously they win, you know, and then they have like a fun, cute little like thing at the end before they go back to like the 20th century, where like Usagi is like talking to her future self, because like they can't like stay near each other for long, obviously, because of like butterfly effect kind of thing, you know, like you don't want to fuck up like stuff or whatever.
Yeah, don't fuck with time.
Don't fuck with time. But they have this cute little scene where like, you know, Queen Serenity is like, you grew up to do great things, you just gotta keep being you, like you're gonna like be like me you're gonna be me someday, so like, you know, that things are gonna be all right. And it's like, it's very sweet, and it's sweet. Anyways, I also forgot to mention back on Pluto's page that she has like a list of like taboos she cannot break as like the guardian of time, and that includes like, you can't stop time, you can't really like jump around in time like what she did in this arc, you can't like I forget, I'm blanking on what the third one is, but like it's a little sketchy, and she dies because she broke one of the taboos. So she dies in this, so womp womp, she
Sometimes
dies.
you get a little too silly with it.
You get a little too silly for the sake of the you know, the world. Well, she dies. Oh no. Don't worry. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. She'll come back later. I'll get to that. Don't worry about it. She's back. So yeah. So at the end, Chibiusa says like, well, now that I got my powers, I should probably do something about it. I should probably like train properly. But she's like, I don't want to do it here. I want to like be with my family again, since like, you know, they almost died. Like, we almost lost the future. I almost died. I kind of miss my like present time family versus you guys, you know. So like, I'm a peace out, and like goes back home. So they're like, all right, bye. And they're like,
Okay.
yay, the day is saved. We can go back to our normal lives. Wah,
Oh, okay.
wah, wah. No, we can't.
Never.
Third arc. My favorite arc. My favorite arc for a lot of obvious reasons.
Them.
Them. So, I didn't say it earlier, but there's 5 arcs, I should say. So we're halfway through. Yippee!
Woo!
Damn. All right.
Yeah. So
Making good time.
So all right. Guess who's back? Back again.
Back again.
Chibiusa comes back like immediately because she's like, my mom sent me back. She thinks I'd do better here training. It's like, okay, obviously, you know. They're like, all right, well, oh wow, there's this like cool new school that was built in town. What's up with that one? It's a fancy,
Man, this is
like,
a brand new whole ass school.
like, there's this part of town that's like super well developed, like mega rich area basically, and
Damn.
they propped up a school. There's like high-rise apartments. There's a bunch of fancy shit over there, and they're like, wonder what that's about. Huh, that's interesting. Look at this fancy like institute, like academy thing going on. That's not suspicious.
It's fine, smile.
Smile. Chibiusa ends up making a new friend.
Oh,
Sweetie
yeah.
named Totaru.
Oh yeah.
But through that also they're like, let's go check out this school. It's a little suspicious, perhaps. Let's go check it out. And in doing that, they're like, they alert the guards. Oh no. AKA, they run into these 2 fine fellows. Who are like, what the fuck are you doing in our school? You don't go here, basically. And they're like, don't fucking do shit here, smile. And they're like, that's suspicious. What are you doing? But then they later, and specifically Usagi sees them first, find out, oh no, why are these suspicious people Sailor Senshi? Like, why do they look like our people?
Wow.
Whoa. Oh no, smile. And Uranus kisses her and teases her and does some fun stuff, and then they, you know, they have their fun times where they're fighting these fun girlies. So
I love these girlies.
I love them with all my
looking
heart.
ass.
I love them with all my heart. Tommy, you may or may not remember when I did that, like, let me match you to a Sailor Moon character I think you'd be besties with. This is the girly I gave you.
I remember that. Yeah.
But
I remember
anyways,
that now.
so this is another arc where I was very glad that, or when I was kind of sad they changed the continuity of some things, because I really desperately wanted these girls to live, but I also like, it's interesting how they go out. But but I have another continuity thing with a certain fellow up here that I do enjoy that the 90s anime changed. But anyways, the girlies. So these are well, the villain group as a whole are known as the Deathbusters.
Oh yeah, what a name.
Yeah. These 5 girlies, I say, you'll see why. These 5 girlies are known as the Witches 5. And they have like, I should have wrote it down because it's really funny, but they each have different like power levels. Like Yujiel here, this long-haired red one, she's like technically like the weakest power at like level 90 or something, and then it's like Mamet.
Got power levels and shit?
Yeah, it's fucking weird. It's like Dragon Ball. It's fucking weird. But yeah, they're scientists, but also like evil magicians, basically. It's a very cool concept. I really enjoy it. Yujiel is just kind of like a hothead who like carries a bazooka and like kills people. It's interesting. Mamet, she is she's like an idol, kind of like Minako is, kinda, and they have like a thing. It's interesting. Talulu is a florist who controls like plants and shit. Vilyu is like a nanotech scientist. And these twin girlies, Cipril and God, why did I just forget the other girl's name? God damn it, I'm blanking out. They're technically one person, but like can split into two. Like blue girly here is the original. And they do like tag team attacks. It's cool. But sadly, all of them die like in the chapters they're introduced in like the manga, but like they have long drawn out like plots in the 90s anime that I really enjoy a lot. They're just so good. They're all so goofy in the 90s anime because they play up, because like their leader is like scientist man up here who I'll introduce in a minute. They're like the lab assistants of him, but they're all just goofy, mysterious scientists that do like the best I can explain is just like, I don't know, they're just goofy as hell. They also all despise each other beyond belief. They, despite being co-workers, they just are so catty with each other. This is me where I explain the continuity difference, but like in the 90s anime, they all essentially, well, at least like the first three, actually that's a lie. They all kind of like in a way affect the deaths of each other. So Eugil dies because Mehmet cuts the brakes in her car and she goes off a cliff.
Oh my god!
It's insane. I love it.
Mehmet dies because Talulu, because Mehmet had like found the technology to like put herself into like a big like supercomputer kind of thing. But then was like, Talulu is like, hey Mehmet, did you know that when you die in the game, you die in real life, and like pulled the cord on the supercomputer screen or whatever, and she's trapped in there forever, basically. So she dies in the computer.
Said so sad. Steve Jobs died of ligma.
Basically.
Steve Jobs ligma balls pulls the cord.
Basically. So then Talulu, I should also all say that essentially they all get nuked by the Senshi in like the manga and like in a different way, but like this is me just talking about the 90s anime deaths because they're fucking funny to me. But Talulu dies because her plants are like man-eating plants and they kill her. And yeah, it's fucked up, and she like can't fight it. It's really great. it's something, and like Usagi like watches in horror, like oh no. And then
damn, that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I told you Sailor Moon's fucked up. I told you. I warned you. It's metal. Vilyu dies because her like nanotech like just like fucking like vaporizes her. They like turn on her and vaporize her.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. She almost killed Mercury with that at first, but then it like turned on her on accident. And then these two die because Sailor Moon nukes them. That's nothing fun. But yeah, that's them. That's the girlies. This lady, this is Kiori Knight. She is like
She a career lady for sure.
She is though. She's like the head assistant of fancy scientist man up here. But like in the 90s anime, this bitch is like a cockroach. She comes back twice because she dies. But like she keeps being like reborn, basically, of like no, I must continue my mission kind of thing. It's fucking bizarre.
Good for her.
She's a girl boss about it, but I don't know. It's
I enjoy the dedication.
She's also kind of like in the weirdest way, like a babysitter for Hotaru. It's something. She just is a bitch to her too, like everybody else on the planet, sadly. We'll get to her in a minute. Skipping over that to Dad. This is Hotaru's dad, Professor Tomoe. He's a big fancy schmancy science man. He got his wife killed and his daughter almost mortally wounded. Yippee! Yippee! But in the 90s anime, he has like a very different like course of like what happens with him. He's like just straight up fucking evil, like in most of the like canon of the franchise. But in the 90s anime, he's just like goofy goober weirdo like wacky scientist until like the real true plot is like revealed and he's like kind of the big bad, you know. And
What kind of eyes and shit is this?
I will show you like my most favorite clip from the 90s anime of this motherfucker and like the girlies, because it is so fucking funny. But they just have just little like once an episode like gag scenes, like where they're just like, oh, this thing happened, and it's just like, well, go fucking do something about it. And they have like a weird like bickering thing, or like I don't know, they're just goofy. I keep saying that, but they're just goofy. That's the best way I can explain their 90s anime like adaptation. But what isn't fully discovered until a little bit later is there's something a little bit quirky about Dad. So you know that explosion that kind of almost killed everybody in the family. He basically almost died, kind of mostly did. But he was inhabited. Smile. That explosion was aliens, kind of like a alien thing happening.
Aliens?
Yeah.
It's always aliens. It's always the goddamn aliens.
It's always the fucking aliens. And the main actual big bad of the series is kind of chilling in him. Known as kind of like is kind of inhabiting. He's kind of like the host for the big bad in his body. We'll get to that in a bit. And the other fun big bad is in the body of a different person that we'll get to. Smile.
Smile.
So anyways, so enough about the villains for a minute. So they're like, so back to the girls of all time. The inner senshi are like, hey, why are you against us? Like, you're Sailor Senshi. What's the problem? Like, why can't we all be friends and work together?
Problem, bro?
What's your fucking problem, guys? And they're like, you're not doing this right. We got this handled. And they're like, what do you mean? And they're like, you can't like love and friendship through this one, guys. And they're like, bet.
Watch me, bitch.
Bet. Shortly after that, kind of at the right around the time that we meet to Lulu, actually, guess who's back? A sweet guardian of time is back. She's reborn on Earth, and has to like reawaken her powers as Pluto, basically, because these two fun girlies are like, knock knock, you need to know what your destiny actually is again, because it involves us too. And you know how I said they hold the 3 talismans, like they're funky little 3 weapons they got there? So those are really important, because this is fun backstory time. So back in the Silver Millennium, and I actually like did a very like quick synopsis of this to you two a long time ago, but because I just had a lot of brainrot about it. But back in the Silver Millennium, you know how all the inner senshi were like on the moon or whatever, and like Pluto is
sad boys.
Sad times. It's the sad boy hours. And like, you know how Pluto's been just chilling at the door? Well, these two were guarding the outer ring of the solar system to protect from like anything else coming their way, because guess what? They're so fucking strong that they're like, well, we got it. Don't worry about it. Like, you guys
Let me
just chill on the,
solo her.
like, we got it. We got this one. We'll be the guards. We'll be the bouncers. They were like, we watched you guys essentially just die, and we couldn't do anything about it, and that fucked us up forever. Like, so they're like, we can't let that happen again with these motherfuckers around, because they're essentially like gonna do the same shit again based on like what's like happening, you know? So they're like, we're not gonna, you guys aren't strong enough to handle these people. Like, let us just take care of it so you guys can like live a proper life. And obviously the Inner Senshi and Moon and Chibiusa are like, no, that's not how this works. So they're like, what the fuck? Fine. See how we care, you know? And they get Pluto back into the fold because she's like the third missing piece, because the talismans are essentially like the keys to lock the cage of Saturn's powers. Like, they when like those powers are together and like working correctly, Saturn won't be awakened, because like I said, she's a sign of the end times. Like, she if she's around, it's not a good time. She resets. She just says bye-bye world and nukes shit. They're like, we need to keep the talismans all together. We need you guys to not fuck shit up. And then they're like, hey, and you know that girl Hotaru that you're hanging with, Usagi and the gang? Guess what? We need to kill her. She's Saturn. We gotta kill her before she awakens. Like, we can't have this. She can't be in this timeline. And they're like, huh? What?
Smile. Uh-oh.
What? And they're like, that's not cool. We're gonna protect Hotaru, especially Chibiusa, who's like now best friends with her, because, you know, yeah, so obviously, so they're just like, don't think so. So they now gotta like protect against like these three girl bosses coming for them. And poor Pluto's just like, I'm so fucking sorry, Chibiusa. Like, hey bestie, I'm so sorry that I gotta kill your other bestie. Like, but I gotta do what I gotta do. And Chibiusa's very upset by this, obviously, because she's like, you betrayed me. Like, why are you like gonna hurt my friend? You know, she doesn't understand it, obviously. And so all of a sudden, when Chibiusa's like going to warn Hotaru, because she's like, I gotta go protect my friend. She doesn't know that like she's gonna die. Like, I want to protect her, but like can't tell her that she's a Sailor Senshi, but like I need to just like be your bodyguard. Hotaru kills her and steals her crystal that's essentially just like the silver crystal, but like Chibiusa's, basically. And it's like, I finally got it. I got like the source of power that will awaken me, and guess what? It's not Saturn that awakens. It's Mistress Nine, this fancy lady right here.
Yeah.
She is the one that inhabited Hotaru in the explosion, much like Pharaoh 90 took over Daddy. And she is girl boss like no other. And she's immensely strong. She can turn into some big spiky monster. There's a whole big thing. She's like, haha, I got you now. I got your like pure heart. Like, cause that's like their main goal of like we need the power of like a pure heart to like fuel like our energy or whatever, and like corrupt it or whatever, and like empower ourselves or whatever. It's something, but so
understandable.
So obviously they're like, there's a disturbance in the force. Uh-oh, this is not what's supposed to happen. Like, you're supposed to turn into Saturn, not this lady. Like, what's happening here? So these, so everyone's going into panic mode. And they're like, uh-oh, uh-oh, but then, a fun deviation in the so they eventually go and they're like, we gotta go fight this bitch now. So they in the 90s anime, there's a fun deviation where Pluto dies again because she stops time to get Uranus and Neptune out of the way of danger, because she's like, hey besties, I feel bad that I can't do more to help, so like this is the best I can do. You guys need to like do more than I can do because you're stronger than me technically, kind of. You can like help the other girlies and like kick them out of like this helicopter they were in, and like then she dies. So then bye Pluto again. Yeah, they were riding in like a helicopter. But yeah, anyways,
Alright.
yeah, but anyways, so they're like, that's cool. Now one of the talismans is gone because Pluto died. But like, anyways, that doesn't really matter for like the manga now. But so Usagi is fighting Mistress Nine, and uh-oh, this is a little too much. I can't handle this. I need an upgrade. And like I need another upgrade, like more than like what I have gotten before, because she's gotten upgrades before this, but like not to like the like a hard jump of a level, you know. She's in the possession of the Holy Grail, which essentially kind of like stores like her like super fancy energy in her or whatever, and she gets like a big pretty upgrade. Yeah. But also they're after the Holy Grail too, so they're like, we want that, and like try and like swallow it up. So oh, thank you, Ev, thank you. Coming in clutch.
I mean, zip time.
So Usagi's like, well, this is cool because also the Senshi are starting to die again. She's like, can't have shit in Detroit, I guess. What do I do? And also Mamoru's like trying to like revive Chibiusa because he's like, uh-oh, daughter, you're dead, I can't have that. And like is trying to like help her or whatever. Off on the side, but yeah. He's kind of like sits back in this arc. Thank God I don't want to see him, but like, so she manages with this fun upgrade to defeat Mistress Nine, and she's like, yippee, the day is saved. But then Mistress Nine is like, guess what? I just destroyed Hotaru's soul and Sailor Saturn's soul, and now no one's gonna. Now you can't have your friend now or whatever. And Usagi goes into like despair or whatever over that, and she's like, "Oh fuck,
fuck, dude."
She's like, "What the fuck?" So then she gets a little like, little surprised that she's not the main bad. Dad here is, aka Pharaoh 90,
Daddy
and he turns into like what I can describe as just like this football-sized like mass of like energy. Like he's like a sea of energy basically, because he comes from a different solar system called the Tau system, and like he's basically just like a smaller version of that now, and it's so weird. I don't know how to describe it. Basically, they're trying to overtake this solar system is like what is revealed or whatever, and like invade here instead or whatever. It's something. And Usagi's like, uh-oh, I can't fight this one, lads. This one's a little too strong for me. What do? I can't upgrade further. All of my friends are dead. I don't have my boyfriend here to help me, to give me inspirational quotes. The person that's supposed to help is fucking gone, I guess. well, guess what? She's not. Through the power of love and friendship and inspiration from Bubblegum Girly here, her soul pushes through in like a final spark and like comes back to life and is like, oh, that's right, I have a mission. And well, Sailor Saturn's here. She's back. And with these two here, they're like, oh no. Well, this is it. That's cool. GG, guys. And just like resign themselves to death. They're like, well, we couldn't fucking
Guess I'll
save them
die.
again. Guess I'll die then. That's cool.
Die.
And was like, all right, well, it's been nice seeing you guys. You did great, but
Tried your best.
I need to turn the computer on and off again, and time to go. And she like jumps into Pharaoh 90's like massive energy to like fight him from the inside kind of thing or whatever, to like just like implode it basically. And then Usagi's like, I don't think so, and like leaps in after her. This is me kind of mixing the plot of like, yeah, basically this is me also just slightly mixing the plots of the 90s anime and the manga, because they're just like barely different, but whatever, doesn't matter. Same end game basically. And these two are like, that's great, we lost our princess, the death nuke is revived, we're all just gonna die. That's great, love that one.
It's Jover.
It's so Jover. That's cool. We didn't do our jobs right. That's great. Love that. But then in like a miraculous time, Usagi emerges from the ruins of the destroyed Pharaoh 90, holding a baby. And who is the baby, you ask? Oh, I wonder. It's the reborn Sailor Saturn as a baby. Cause Usagi,
As a baby?
Yeah, Usagi's like, all right, I'm gonna hit my own reset switch here. Uno reverse you here.
Yeah.
And through the power of love, which did win, you're gonna get a second chance, but like without people like trying to kill you this time. So like she just kind of like God moded it a little bit and like made her a baby. So in the fun times of that and like there's kind of like the weird reset, everyone comes back to life again, yippee. And Chibiusa's like, my friend's back, yippee. And Mamoru's like, my daughter's not dead, yippee. But then Pluto and Uranus and Neptune are like, a child. And they're like, wait, hold on, and like examine her and is like, we don't sense like malicious intent out of this one anymore, but we can't leave this baby to just fend for their lives. So they form a polycule, and they're now 3 parents to baby Hotaru. And that's basically like, that's basically the end of the 3rd arc. They're like, well, we're gonna go raise this child now. Bye-bye, guys. See you later. And they dip out. And the others are like,
on maternity leave.
Yeah, they're on maternity leave. It's very, very sweet. Neptune and Pluto are Michiru and Setsuna Mama, and Uranus is Haruka Papa. And that's what she's called by baby Saturn. It's very cute. But yeah, it's very sweet. I should have included a picture of baby Saturn, but yeah, whatever. In the 90s anime, Dad lives, and like he's given a second chance as well, but like he's lost his memories kind of, and he kind of gets like a reset.
How nice.
He gets a happy ending.
Nice.
But like it's kind of sweet because like in the 90s anime, he's like much more loving towards Hotaru, even in like the face of knowing that like he's a big bad, you know, and like you know, he just wants the best for his daughter kind of thing, versus in the manga where he's like, you're a science experiment to me, basically. But yeah, he gets a happy ending. So yeah. Alrighty. Guess what? 4th arc, but at this point,
That's what the mask is.
Them!
them.
The them. You've sent me so many pictures of basically all of them that every
I
time you switch
know.
pages, I'm like, it's them.
It's the them. So guess what? We're in high school now. We've jumped ahead a little bit.
Woo-hoo.
Oh
Yippee!
shit, time skip.
Yeah, we're time skipping just a tiny
We're
bit by
shipping it now.
technically a few months. Like,
Oh.
yeah. So, fourth arc, they're like, so during an eclipse, out of nowhere, they're like, wow, why is this quirky little circus coming to town all of a sudden? Like a floating circus. That's weird, huh? I wonder what that's about. And they're like, we've been through this song and dance before. Time to go investigate. This is a little. We're not gonna horse around with this one, haha. So Chibiusa in this one, is kind of more like the main character, almost as much as Sailor Moon is like the very, very main character. I would almost say she's more important than Moon in this one. But she has been having these dreams / nightmares about a poor little horsey that's like stuck in like a cage. This horsey, to be specific, this pretty little horsey, and she's like, what's that all about? And like kind of like befriends him in her dreams and like talks to him, and he's kind of like a voice in her head kind of thing, but she's like, don't worry about it. I'm not gonna question it. Not gonna question it. It's whatever. But then he's like, oh, my princess, you need to like watch out. There's dangers coming. Like people are coming for me and they're gonna come for you too. And she's like, what's that mean? So the big bads of this are the
They look like clowns.
yeah, they're the circus. So first we meet the boyos of all time, the Amazon trio. I love them with all my heart. Much like the second arc of the 90s anime, these two in their arc in the 90s anime get a drastically different ending that's happier than what happens to them in this one. But I'll get to that in a sec. So these three have the power to like look into people's dreams basically and like try and like corrupt them or whatever. They are Tiger's Eye, Fish Eye, and Hawk's Eye. They are so goddamn gay. Much like with poor Zoisite, poor Fish Eye gets the forced feminization put upon him, and it's a girly in the 90s anime dub. Bleh. But because he is most specifically the most gay out of all of them, and is just so fucking in love with Tuxedo Mask. It's so funny. Like Isagi's like, you know what? That's valid. He's hot. You know what? We'll gossip together about how hot he is.
I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. But and then these two are just like quirky. And he's just like Hawk's Eye is like pretty gay for Tiger's Eye, and like cries when he dies in like the manga and in like Crystal. Like he's just like he's fucking devastated. He's like, my boy, oh no. And then in a fun little side quirky thing that they added into one of the recent musicals of this arc, they made in like this like throwaway scene Tiger's Eye's like questioning being like gender fluid and has this like gender talk. He's like, it'd feel good to be like a girl. I feel like a girl some days, or like sometimes I feel like a boy, and I'm just sitting here just like, hello. What? This comes out of nowhere. This is nowhere else in the series. That's cool. I love that. That's great.
You take those.
No, we'll take it. We'll take our win. We'll take our W's where we got them, my guys.
Yeah.
That jump scared me when I watched that musical. I was like, oh my god, because like especially the 90s anime, he's such a like playboy cishet dude. Like despite how flamboyant he looks, and so kind of is Hawk's Eye, but like She like jump scared me for real. I was like, oh, they made him the LGBTs too. Hell yeah, let's go.
They gendered him.
They gendered him.
They gendered him.
Yes. So they were essentially by Zirconia here. The fucking bug-looking motherfucker at the top was like born from like animals, like a tiger, a fish, a hawk, and like given humanoid forms, kind of like Luna and Artemis and Diana, basically, to like do their bidding, basically. And in the 90s anime, they don't die. They get like to live as animals again, but like happily ever after. They're not like dead. They just like go back to like living the lives they were supposed to live. So like I will accept that. That's fine. Whatever. They're not dead. I like my 3 babies. Before I jump to the girlies of all time down here, my sweet baby girl daughters, the big bad of this is Queen Helenia. She lives in like this magic evil mirror for most of this arc, and like
It's
they
evil,
answer to
why
her. And she has some fucking beef with the Silver Millennium that no one knows why, basically. So they're like, we're gonna just like destroy the pure dreams of everybody, and that's like the main mission of this. They're like, we're gonna also try and get a hold of the golden crystal. If you remember, a certain stupid man is holding the golden crystal. So jump. Well, we'll hold off on the girlies for a minute. So, through fighting these 3, actually, no, fuck, I missed an important part. So, let me backtrack again. So it turns out that Horsey here, has the power to give, like, upgrades to, Chibiusa for some fucking reason, that you'll learn later. And is like, here you go, and, like, gave her, like, an extra upgrade. So now she's, like, the same power level, kind of, almost as Sailor Moon from what she got last season, season, arc, whatever.
Arc?
Arc, whatever.
Okay.
Whatever you want to call it. So now they can do, like, double attacks together, like twin attacks together. It's very cute. I like the concept a lot. They, especially in the 90s anime, it looks super fucking cool, like the way they like animated it. But anyways, that's aside. When they find out that there's a fancy little horsey hanging out with Chibiusa, they're like, what the fuck's this about? And he's like, I can like make your dreams come true, and like I have these special powers, blah blah blah. My name's Helios, but like I'm also a Pegasus. Don't worry about me, haha. And Chibiusa's like, hey, can you grant my dream to make me an adult? And he's like, okay, haha. Quirky, and swaps him and Usagi's ages. So Usagi is now 9 years old or 10 years old, whatever, and now Chibiusa is an adult. Basically, and they're like, what the fuck? So they have a fun time trying to deal with that, because they're like, that's not what we meant, but okay. And he's like, sorry about that. I should also point out
have to go weird.
Yeah. I should also point out that Helios is 12 years old. He looks like a teen, like old teen here, but he's supposed to be 12 years old. This comes up later, you'll see. But he's a baby, we'll say. So in the midst of all this, well, those two are like, what do we do about this? This is not supposed to happen, and they have to play Freaky Friday with it, like Morden said. They're like, what the fuck? The Inner Senshi are like battling their fucking demons, because these 3 furries are like putting them through fucking hell and back. But they have their own little growth moments where they will eventually get their own upgrades. So Mercury, to save herself from her personal hell, which is basically being like, you're never going to amount to anything in your dreams. You're not going to be a doctor. You're not as smart as you think you are, which is a fucking lie. You're going to be fucking worthless, basically. Mercury frees herself from that by just like pure willpower. And it's just like, I don't think so. Nah, I don't think so. I know that I'm smart. I know that I can like achieve great things, basically.
Fight the power.
Rah, fight the power, yeah. Mars was like, basically like, you're a fucking freak, still no one likes you, basically. And she's like, maybe, I don't know. And like, they give her visions of like, no, your friends actually hate you, basically. And she's like, womp womp. But then Phobos and Deimos come to her rescue and have to like turn into their human forms to like help pull her out of it, basically. And it's very sweet. And we're like, oh wow, the birdies have human forms. That's cool. They're hot girls. That's cool.
Wow.
How cool. And they're like, yeah, we told you we're your guardians. And she's like, oh wow. She's like, amazing. Jupiter is just like trapped in a maze of just like, you're not gonna like have the happy like housewife ending that you want. Like you're just gonna be like forever alone because you don't got family, blah blah blah. You know, like
that's fucked up, bro.
Yeah, it's really fucked up. But then she kind of has like a angel on her shoulder, kind of like talk to herself moment, kind of almost like Mercury, but she has like a legit just like avatar of herself being like slapping her in the face like, get the fuck out of here, like don't come on, get a hold of yourself. And she's like, all right, pog, and she like breaks herself free.
Hell yeah.
Easy clap. And then in my most favorite of the four of these, Venus is obviously like and as we have seen before, told like, you're never gonna find love. All your dreams are gonna fail. Like you're destined to like be in despair, basically. Haha. Call back to Sailor V. Haha. No.
Smile.
And Venus almost gives into it until, who none other than her partner in crime, Artemis, comes to save the day and like reveals that he has like a human form and like literally is like pulling her off of like a cliff face with all his like strength of like. He's like you're the person that like I like trust with my life. Like I need to like you've done so much for me and like the others. Like I need to do something for you. Like you're just like so important in my life, and I love you, my partner, and like my partner in crime. We've been through so much, and like it's so emotional. And it's so cute. And they like have cutesy little jokes together before Venus is like, maybe you should pull me up now, like where I'm gonna drop. And he's like, oh, you're right, okay. And like has to like hoist her up. It's so cute. Oh, it's just so fucking cute. And I'm just, I love them. I love them so much. So they defeat these three, obviously. They then are like, so we still have more people to send after you. It's not just these three bozos, you know, to fight. So they send in the circus performers, the Amazonas Quartet. My daughters of all time down here.
There they are.
We got Ves, we got Pada, we got Seren, we got June. They all are like different tropes in like circus performers of like kind of like the animal tamer. You got like the juggler / like walking on like balls and like doing stuff or whatever. We got like the we got like the high-rise person. We got like an acrobat person. Like it's very pog and very cool. I love them. In the 90s anime, they also kind of have like a slightly different thing going on with them that I don't like quite as much as what the actual plot is for them, which I'll explain in a minute. But they like are kind of like more so little like brats that are like, we're never gonna like grow up. Like we want to like Peter Pan it kind of forever, you know? Like we don't want to be like those stinky weird adults, you know? Like fuck them. We're gonna be cool pog kids forever, because they're kind of like just like they're like 12, 13 years old basically. They're kind of like Helios's age there. They're just like, fuck the adults, fuck adult life. We're happy in childhood basically, and they're just they're just little like quirky kids.
With the kids.
And then they like in the 90s anime, like they don't die. They just like kind of like go off and they're like, you know what, no, growing up is okay, you know, and then they just like, you don't see them again or whatever. However, they have a vastly cooler plot in the anime. I agree, Morden. Me too. I agree. But so they're like, time to fight, and they fight the Inner Senshi, and they lose, and they die, and they revert into these like orbs, like quite literally like orbs that are like Amazon stone things, and they're in the meantime, guess who's back? The the outer Senshi are back, and guess who's along with them? A suddenly aged up Sailor Saturn, who just like in the span of a week was like, hey, guess what, guys? I'm kind of like Chibiusa's age now. Yippee! Because I'm seeing prophecies of like some bad things to come, and we're gonna fix it, basically. So she kind of has like prophecies, kind of like Mars does, but like, yeah, it's slightly different. But she like knows things more than Mars can see in like her visions, like because she's just fancier than that, I guess. But she's like, huh. And after the Inner Senshi fight and go off from these four or whatever, and these four are just orbs, Saturn comes in and she's like, huh, they're interesting. I'm gonna take these for myself for a bit, and just take some and fucks off with the orbs. And that'll come back in a bit. So eventually Chibiusa and Usagi work out some shit, and like they find a way to swap back their ages. But then yeah. But Helios,
okay,
yeah, I guess we're okay now. Basically, they had like a heart-to-heart thing or whatever. It's fucking weird. I don't know. I don't fucking get it, but whatever. I just roll with it. So Helios gets captured, womp womp, by these two. And they are like, Helios is like, I should probably tell you that like I'm from this place called Elysion, which is kind of like a paradise kind of place that like protects dreams or whatever. I should probably tell you that like that's in danger, and Helenia is a bad bitch. You should watch out for her. You need to protect me, because if I die, then that's gonna affect Mamoru, because like Elysion exists because like his golden crystal like kind of is a way to like safeguard it, much like the silver crystal is to like the moon kingdom, kind of like it's like same concept basically. And he's like, hey prince, my dear prince, you need to watch out. And Mamoru's like, retro raggy. And guess whose golden crystal gets taken? That's bad. And Helenia's like, ha ha ha, this is mine. But then Usagi's like going to go save it and stuff, and is like, hey, that's not cool. Why do you have beef with us anyways, especially me? And she's like, back in the day, I wasn't treated right by your people because I'm from the dark side of the moon. And it's kind of like the way that like in Sleeping Beauty, yes, that like Maleficent was like treated badly, even though she was like a fairy too, or whatever the fuck she was, you know? Like it's that concept kind of like applied to this. And she's like, fuck your mom, fuck you, like you didn't treat me right back in the day, so now I got beef with you. And she's like, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna be eternally beautiful, I'm gonna have like all this power and you can't stop me or whatever. And then Usagi's like, I don't think so, that's not cool, and I don't have beef with you now. Like, sure, maybe my mom had something, or maybe you just misunderstood, or whatever, you know. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. I don't know. Maybe you're just being a brat about it. I don't know. She just like talks to her and then like fights her, and then we find out that Zirconia here is actually like what she actually looks like and is like an avatar of her, basically, like personified. Like, this is what she actually looks like underneath all like the beauty magic she's got going on, because she's like, I'm gonna be beautiful forever. She meant that like she's been putting on makeup like hardcore. Like hardcore, been like illusion magic to be beautiful forever. Yeah, just like a VTuber.
She a VTuber.
So then like you know, team fight and also like Helios and Endymion are like nah, and like nuke her and like seal her away or whatever. And that's the end of that. Basically, they're like, well, yippee! We did it again, folks. Good job. Clap, clap. Except, nope. Guess what? We have one final arc.
Oh yeah.
Let's
The
go.
darkest shit on the fucking planet. But guess what? First.
Asteroids.
Guess what? First. Remember the girlies? Well, and remember how Saturn was like, I'm gonna investigate this one. Turns out they're the asteroid Senshi. Sailor Saturn is like, huh, I have a hunch
There'd
about
be
this one.
rocks and shit.
Yeah, they'd be rocks and shit. They're based on the asteroid belt and like things that are out there. So Vespas is actually Sailor Vesta, which is a Mars counter, like a foil to Mars, basically, kind of thing. Pada Pada is Pallas, Mercury's counter. Sera Sera is Venus's, and Junjun is Juno, who's Jupiter's. And together with kind of Sailor Saturn is like a side help, but mainly the Sailor team of the future for Sailor Chibi Moon. In the future, they are meant to be her team. And Saturn was like, ha ha ha, I know things, and it was like, we're gonna fix this. So they end up being her team. So in the in-between of the 4th and 5th arc, they're like, hey, guess what? We're gonna go fix things in the future and train you guys up, because something's gonna come in this final arc that's no bueno. So we need all the help we can get. They have like a cute like team attack called Pink Lady's Freezing Kiss, and it's very powerful and cute. But yeah, that's kind of like it. There's like, sadly, not too much in-depth stuff for them beyond that, which is sad, because like I think they're so fucking cool. Especially the stuff that like that we learn about them from like the way they were expanded on in like the 90s anime, which I should say, we don't learn that they are Senshi in the 90s anime because it just kind of just fucked off and like lived like normally, you know? Which leads me into my next point of what I should say before clicking on to the next page for the final arc. The 90s anime, and also in general, of the whole series, if you can't tell by some stuff, is very fucked up compared to the manga in terms of plot. Because remember how I said Naoko was being pushed very hard to like pump out an anime and like get some shit out. By the time we reached the 4th and 5th arc, specifically like the start of like the 4th arc, Naoko didn't know what the ending was gonna be, so she just kind of was like, we're gonna like wing it for the anime. We're not gonna.
Fuck.
So it's pretty different from not completely, but I'd say half different for especially the final arc in terms of like continuity. So I have a lot of qualms about the 90s anime that I will get to when we get to those certain plot points. But they are nowhere to be seen. They are the start of I counted it once. I want to say 12 important characters are missing from the 90s anime.
Oh, fuck yeah.
If that tells you how fucked it up it is. But yeah, anyways. Bump bump, 5th arc. The big finale. Big finale, baby. So, for this one, I didn't know how to exactly frame this. So we're gonna do a lot of jumping around. Because I have some character profiles that I should explain first before we fully explain some
Don't
things.
introduce new characters.
We're
for the final
introducing
arc.
some very important new characters. Yeah, so
Okay.
yeah. So to start, it's officially like deep into high school time, and also Chibiusa's going back to the future because she's like,
Oh, she
you know
left
what?
again?
I've done enough training here. I think mom's gonna like let me come back to like train over there again, you know? And they're like, okay, bye-bye. See you later. See you in 100 years, I guess. I never explained back in the second arc. So basically, by the time Usagi's around like, 22 years old, that's when like we go down the path like to eventually reach the 30th century, like shit going on, because she then like I don't know how to like fully like explain it, but like she goes down that path starting at like 22, and she's like eternally 22 basically, like that age or whatever, and that's why she's you know, whatever. And the place is like Crystal Tokyo basically, because it's like a very big like crystal-y kingdom. It's very interesting.
Oh my God, it's Diamond City Lights.
Yeah, Diamond City Lights. It's just Lazo Lights. Where was I going with it? And they're basically like, people don't age. They're like basically immortal. So yeah,
Aw.
that's the 30th century. Anyways, back to this. So Mamoru at this point is like, time for college, bye-bye. I'm going to
shit.
America. See you later.
Oh,
I'm gonna
shit.
go study abroad. Goodbye. And Usagi's like, okay, I guess. That's great. We just finally got like a happy ending, and now you're dipping off, I guess. Okay, fine. But does he go to America? Wah, wah. Ha 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 ha. Smile. So in the meantime, right after he leaves, we meet the girlies of all time. The Sailor Starlight. My fucking girlies. I love them like you wouldn't believe, like almost as much as I love Uranus and Neptune. So these three are a boy idol group by day, Sailor Senshi by night, basically. Yeah, I know they yeah, I know you can do tic-tac-toe on these, but I know, just ignore it. So the leader of the group is Koosea. She is Sailor Starfighter. Big ass forehead motherfucker is Taiki. She is Sailor Starmaker, and white-haired girly is Yaten, aka Sailor Star Healer. They they're aliens that come from the planet Kinmoku in a far-off galaxy of their own. Oh, thank you, Grimol. Thank you. I will.
Thank you, Green Mole. Always keeping me
I ran out of
hydrated.
water.
Well, it's time for you to die then.
Yeah, I guess.
This is where we put you down.
So, the reason they have come to Earth all of a sudden is they're in search of their own missing princess, Princess Kakyu. And in being idols on Earth, they are using like their cool suaveness and like idol status to seek out their princess. Heize, yeah, I know, right?
Heize.
To seek out their princess through like love songs, to like call out to her, to like be like send a signal to be like, hey,
I love
we're
them
over
so much.
here, please come find us, we're here for you. Basically, they're so fucking good. I love them so fucking much. So I will get to Kakyu in a minute, but in the 90s anime, they like do this interesting thing that Naoko didn't want to happen, but the 90s anime was like, we're gonna go against her wishes. This is where I explained that Naoko has a like a kind of like unspoken rule for her sailors, where they have to be girls. Like at least some fraction of girls if you're looking at Uranus. You know, like they have to be some flavor of girl.
But what about Tuxedo Mask?
That's where it also gets dicey that he's technically Sailor Earth, but anyways, so in the 90s anime, instead of just being like, haha, they kind of look like boys, they like made them boys until they turned into their sailor forms. Like they legit just had male bodies and like were just like biologically male, and it was kind of weird. But whatever, I guess. And Naoka didn't like it, but she didn't really have any say in it or whatever, because she's just kind of tired at that point of like the bullshit she was being put through. She's like, whatever, just get my girls in there, you know? But anyways, so Saya is just like so fucking obsessed with Sailor Moon. She's like, you remind me of my princess, you know? And they're just, and like you have the same vibes, like you're both so fucking gentle, like, you sweet little thing. I want to protect you. Like you don't have your boyfriend here. I'm gonna,
Hey,
like, and kind of rizzes her up a lot. And this is where I step up to the mic and speak loudly and say that my hot take is Saya and Usagi should have fucking been together instead of fucking Mamoru. The fucking Saya is so much better to Usagi on every fucking level than Mamoru has ever been. Is so much more protective than Mamoru has ever been, and they've known each other for a hot minute, like compared to Mamoru. She has beef with Mamoru for being like, hey, why the fuck are you not also currently talking to replying back to like the letters that Usagi's writing to you while you're over in fucking Freedom Land over there?
Damn.
Like she has beef with Mamoru, and I am just so here for it. Because Mamoru in the midst of all of this has not responded to Usagi for some reason, and everyone's like, that's a little weird. And Usagi's super fucking sad, as you understand. You know, as you understand. Yeah, that's my hot take, and I'll fight that to my grave that I think those two should have ended up together.
You're right and true.
Even Usagi's like, you kind of are better than Mamoru, and kind of look like him anyways. Like, but she's like, I gotta be respectful to my boyfriend. I gotta know what the, like, I gotta make sure Chibiusa's born. So like, sorry, we can't really be together, basically.
Thinking, like, we gotta make you Chibiusa, I guess the way.
I would have been like, sorry, fuck Chibiusa, I guess, but.
Listen, I mean, I'm sure even without Mamoru, Chibiusa would have been.
Yeah, surrogates, it's fine, don't worry.
It's not that deep.
She even just like in the 90s anime, and I should also say that all of their songs and all of their BGMs and like all across the franchise is the most banger fucking music ever. Like, good God, it's like jazzy. It's like kind of a weird like jazzy techno thing going on. It's so good. In a like anime only, 90s anime only thing, Usagi like gets like an unrequited love song from Saya too, and I'm just like, oh my heart, oh god, oh my god, oh, it's so good. But anyways, I will get to her in a minute, but a certain someone named Galaxia destroyed their planet Kinmoku. So you can bet that they are a little bit angry about that, and also that they can't find their princess because she's missing, but she's not dead, but she's just missing. Yeah, banger OST for sure. So yeah, and also when they got there, everyone was also kind of sus about them, like especially the inner senshi and the outer senshi are just like, you say you're senshi, but you don't look us, but like you're kind of cool, but you also help us fight. You're just kind of weird. We're gonna keep an eye on you, basically. Understandable. They've been through weird things from aliens, so they're like, we're a little bit sus about this. We're gonna keep an eye on you. But yeah, they're my fucking children, and I would do anything for them. We're gonna come back to them. Let me go back to this page. So, in the midst of this, and I will get to them in a minute. The bads of this, are these fine ladies at the top here, which, I won't explain them because guess what? They get their own pages because they're very fucking important. We'll get to them in a minute. But
Okay.
I know you're sweating. You're like, oh god, Atlas, no, we can't do another character page, but we can.
Oh, the last arc?
So in the midst of fighting these fun girlies, at first these ones on the side here, and the main here is Galaxia, but we'll talk about her in a minute. These fun girlies on the side that are furries, in the midst of fighting them, suddenly a child appears, and they're like, wow, who are you? Hey, who are you, little baby? Who are you, baby gum, bubblegum baby? Like, who are you? You kind of look like Chibiusa, but not really. But you kind of look like Usagi, but not really. Yeah, what are you? But then they're just in like the '90s anime. They just kind of like lie to Usagi's family because I should have also said that like. They didn't tell Usagi's family in like the 90s anime that like Chibiusa's her daughter, obviously, because that's a little fucking weird to say like, hey, here's all this shit that you don't know about me, like I'm a sailor, like this is child from the future, and I'm gonna, you know, like all this stuff.
Kid,
but basically, they like kind of hypnotized her family to be like, yes, this is my sister, you know, like this is my little sister that you had, haha, you know. So they did the same with Chibi, that's her name, Chibi. That's her name, Chibi.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Chibi. They're like, yeah, we'll just call her another sister, daughter, whatever, I guess for now. Haha, what are you all about? I should also say that she doesn't say anything, except for, much like a Pokemon does, her name, she just responds with like, Chibi. She's like a goddamn Pokemon. It's so weird. And they're just like, that's quirky. Okay, sure, I guess. We've seen weirder. Whatever. They just accept it. And in the midst of this, they're like, why do you have this incense burner object thing with you? And she's just like, Chibi. She doesn't explain. She's like, and just like safeguards this thing. And they're like, okay, whatever, kid, you know. But then they also find out, like, why do you have a sailor form? She is Sailor Chibi Moon.
Smile.
Oh, a smile. That's interesting. So this is where I jump ahead a bit. Let's talk about Kakyu for a minute. So here's the girly that the girlies are looking for. This sweet girly. This is Princess. Yeah, her fit goes hard. She is Princess Kakyu, aka also Sailor Kakyu. She has like my most favorite fucking design of like the Sailor Senshi that are like not the main cast. Like this goes hard. This is a look. She never got this form in the 90s anime, and I'm so fucking angry about it. Like, But when I eventually see the final 2 movies of this arc for Crystal, I'm gonna weep openly because I can finally see this animated. So anyways, she's the ruler of Kinmoku, and she went missing because she's trying to avoid Galaxia for obvious reasons, because she's fucking bonkers. And she's like, I gotta live, I can't do this. So she goes into hiding. And where she's hiding, they discover, in spirit form, is in the incense that Chibi is holding on to. She's like a spirit in there. So she's just kind of vibing in there until she's like, okay, I guess I gotta come out of here. And you can imagine the Sailor Starlights are like, oh my god, finally, like, why are you in there? Like, big surprise. But yeah, she was like too weak when she first got to Earth, and that's kind of why she was also hiding in there, because she's like, this is a safe place, it's okay, I'll hide in my little cave. And she's just like the sweetest, much like Usagi. She just sees like the good in people, but she's like more mature than Usagi is, even though they're like kind of roughly the same age. And like, I don't know, she's kind of like a foil to Usagi, and I don't know, I think she's Pog. She's kind of almost motherly too, and I don't know, it's sweet. I love her.
Mother.
She's sweet. She has like a cool like tarot deck like attack thing. I can't wait to see this shit animated because I'm gonna piss my pants. But like, it's cool. I don't know. Anyways,
I was gonna say I like her tarot deal.
Yeah, it's so cool. Yeah, she's cool. So, hold on. Look away from the screen for like a brief second, just so I can make
Close
sure
your
I know
eyes.
what I'm doing here. Okay.
Hiding.
We'll come back to her. We're gonna skip over Galaxia for a minute. We're gonna start here. We're gonna start with the furries and the others. So, this is where it gets fun. So, the inner, like, all the Senshi are fighting against specifically these top furries up here, because these fine ladies are coming after the sailor Senshi.
Oh, sorry.
Huh?
Huh?
You cut out. What was that?
It's Iron Mouse.
Yeah. Well, I'll get to that. I will get to that. Hold on. I will get to that. So these fine girlies are like, we need your sailor crystals, so we're gonna fucking kill you. So they start picking off the Senshi like one by one. And they're like hardcore as hell, like kill, we're murder, maim, like we're violent death, like we're gonna fucking nuke you. So from left to right, we got Sailor Iron Mouse, who, yes, is the inspiration of Iron Mouse, the famous VTuber. She loves Sailor Iron Mouse. I do too.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So now you know.
Deep lore.
I will come back to these parentheses names in a brief minute. My girly of all time, Sailor Aluminum Siren, is the blue one. Lead Crow is this one. The weird dominatrix. And then we got Tanunko for this one, who's a these are some looks. Specifically these four are technically fake Senshi. They should not exist because they stole the powers of their respective planets as Sailor Senshi that rule those planets. Iron Mouse stole from Sailor Chu. Aluminum Siren stole Mermaid's Sailor Crystal. Lead Crow stole Coronis's, and Tinyanka stole Mao's. And they're like, oh wow, where did Mao come from? Wow, that sounds familiar. That's Luna, Artemis, and Diana's home planet. So you can imagine that they're like, wait a minute, hold on, you look familiar. That's not cool. And they die to her, so that's sad. Coronis is the home planet of Phobos and Deimos, even though they're technically Mars's guardians, but like continuity, whatever, you know, like they're from that planet, so that's another fun one. Down here, so I should also say that these top four are known as the Anima Mates. That's their group name because they're like animals. They are so fucking quirky in the 90s anime, and they also die in like terribly sad ways. It's just there's a whole lot going on with them. But yeah, I'll get to them more in a hot second. But down here is like, I kind of like a second level to the main organization and known as Shadow Galactica, and they're more of kind of like directly below Galaxia's whole business or whatever. Like they're just like right below her basically, and like kind of like are like her main court of like fighters basically. So even though she's technically also an anima mate, she's more like grouped in with these ones. This is Sailor Heavy Metal Papillon.
Oh fuck yeah!
When I was reading that, I was like, "What a name!
Yeah.
Damn."
I'll talk more on her specifically in a minute, because goddamn, she has like the most like metal like moment like whole thing going on. So over here we got Sailor Leth and Sailor Nemesine. And then we got Phi and Chai here. But they will come in later. So Papillon is a grave digger and like watches over a graveyard in like the place that like Sailor Galaxia is kind of like vibing at in her like palace area. And she has the most like metal like fucking like no pun intended like hardcore like raw like scene ever, which I'll talk about like once we actually talk about like the plot more. But that like I always have like dreamed of seeing animated, because these girlies down here never made it to the 90s anime, so they've never been animated till now. So you can imagine that I will be shitting and pissing and crying when I finally watch the movies. Anyways, fun fact also that's like not fully expanded on. She's like a mother and has a child, I guess, but like that's not like talked about beyond like one or two pages. That's irrelevant, but it's a fun detail that's like thrown in there, I guess, in like an art book. I don't know, it's weird. Leth and Nemesine are like technically sisters kind of, but like they are from like two different planets, but like I don't know, they're sisters more or less. They guard the River of Oblivion, which you will learn about in a little bit. And they're very sweet. They deserve the world. I love them. They die. I'm sad they die. All of these girlies die. And then Phi and Chai are star gardeners right outside of Galaxia's castle that like kind of like help new stars be born kind of, and like get powers and stuff. It's a whole thing. I'll get to it.
Man, welcome to Sailor Moon where everyone's fucking dead.
Yeah. Okay, so back to this. So yay, Kaki's back. Everyone's happy. Oh no, the inner Senshi and the outer Senshi are starting to die. That's no bueno. That's not cool. Usagi is getting real fucking sad, because also she's like, well, my boyfriend's also gone, so like I'm losing my support system, and now I got these wacky aliens hanging out with me too. So like they're kind of like okay, I guess, kind of pog, but like they're not my friends I've known forever, you know, like they're not my family, they're not, you know, whatever, you know. And in the middle of her grief, and when she's just kind of like vibing in like a park one day, up walks the big baddie, Galaxia, kind of in like a disguise, kind of like her like normal form here, who's fucking beautiful. So here's the big bad. Kind of. I'll say kind of. Smile. So Galaxia, Sailor Galaxia, also known as the Golden Queen. She comes from like a far off planet that she just basically describes as just like useless and just like lower than dirt, awful, like just trash basically. And like her goal in life is to like seek out something that will like give her like a thrill in life and like make her life worth living and all of this stuff. And she keeps seeking out more and more power. So she eventually started a dictatorship, and she's just basically a tyrant basically, and gathers this group together to just start going beast mode on different planets and like starting a war and doing all this stuff or whatever and just killing
Fun,
everybody. Yeah, she's so
fun.
cool. We love a girl boss. And she's just like, I know who I need to seek out that would like give me like the ultimate fight or whatever. I need to go to fight Sailor Moon because she's like known as like the poggest person out there. Haha. So she's like
Finally
working her way
worthy
that way. Here's a picture of like the outside of her castle, which is fucking insane. And then the inside like corridor that we see is very fancy. Yeah, we'll come back to her in a minute. Like that page in a minute. So she's just like, oh hey, what's up? And like talking to her, and Usagi's just like, oh my gosh, like I'm so sad. My friends are all fucking dead. Oh my god, my boyfriend's gone. He won't talk to me. Like blah blah blah. I'm like info dumping to her.
Bro's still leaving her ass
Yeah.
on red.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, for real.
crazy.
And Kaki's like, not Kaki, Galaxia's like, oh, you poor thing, oh no. And then she's like, maybe you should just die then. And Usagi's like, whoa, no, whoa, what the fuck? And then she like
John,
revealed that
just
she's actually Galaxia because she heard that name and she's like, before, like when she was fighting the furries. And she's just like, oh no, and like has to like fight her and stuff. But luckily, the Chibi and the aliens come to help and like
Chibi's
save
scared.
her.
Mhm.
And Galaxia is like, man, it really is a shame that your boyfriend's not responding to you, huh? Wow, what a shame. Oh man, haha, teehee, smile, and like just dips out of there. And she's like, what does that mean? What does that mean?
Oh.
What does that mean? Uh-oh. Right before she leaves, though, she's like, haha, guess what? I killed him. He didn't make it to America. He died on the way there. She, like, nuked his plane.
Yeah.
Damn.
He's
Wow.
dead. He's dead. And she's just like, what? And, like, breaks the fuck down, obviously, because she's like, oh, so he wasn't just leaving me on red. He's dead. That's cool.
He's just dead.
He's just dead. That's cool. So these four and Chibi have to be like, you gotta be strong. You gotta like go kill this bitch. Like you gotta follow us
It's
to go
okay.
kill this bitch. It's okay. We'll get revenge.
It's
you know.
okay. There's plenty of much better people.
Yeah. Saya's like, I'm right here.
Yeah, literally.
She's like, it's fine. Don't worry.
I'm literally him, but better.
What was I? So they're like, we're gonna go on a journey. We're gonna go fight. We're gonna go find where the fuck Galaxia's chilling at. We think we know, so they're like leading the way or whatever. And they eventually get to they get to like a crossroads kind of place or whatever, and they get kind of separated. And Usagi's just basically alone. And she comes upon a river, the River of Oblivion, and she's just like, you know what? I'm gonna chill here. This place is nice. Kind of in a trance. And she starts to like think about like, oh man, you know what? My friends are dead. What's the fucking point? My boyfriend's dead. What's the fucking point? Like this big bad's the, you know, like what's the fucking point? Like just kind of like just zoning out. She's like, whatever. I'm just gonna fucking drown in this river. And then all of a sudden, I'm blanking right now on if it was which of the sisters it was, but I want to say it was Sailor Leth. Is like, okay, hold on, back it up. I know that I'm the guardian of this place, but like, I think you're pretty cool, like against like what like my leader believes. Like, it's sad that like what you're going through is you're going through. Like, I also had my planet nuked and like sad things when I lost all my friends except for Nemesine over here. So like we're kind of the same or whatever. And they have like a heart to heart. And then Nemesine comes in and she's like, you're supposed to kill this bitch. What are you doing? But then like she's like, oh, but she's Pog. And Sailor Moon's like, I think you guys are Pog. And then Fi and Chai come in and kill those two. And it's so fucking sad, like cold-blooded, like no hesitation. They're like, you're not doing your jobs then. And then they dip out of there.
I will not hesitate.
Yeah, and they're just like, what the fuck? Then Chibi and the gay gang show up, and they're just like, that was cool. That was great.
Loving this.
Loving this one. There's a lot of death happening. So they're like, all right, let's keep going. So then they end up at Papillon's graveyard, and a fun thing that they see is they've already had their graves dug by her, and there's like two
dramatic,
for
bro.
her, because she's like, I'm gonna kill
Dramatic.
you guys. I got your shit ready. It's so fucking funny.
Love
But,
the
like,
energy,
but,
honestly.
like, it's done in like the most beautiful fucking like page spread ever, though. Too, like, she's standing there all dramatically waiting there for them, and it's so
Out of
fucking
context, he's like,
pretty.
I know I'm gonna beat your ass. I made your drapes already.
It's so fucking funny, and it makes me so angry she was never in the 90s anime. I wish I had seen this, like, animated sooner. But, God. But, so, they get in a fight, and then, well, uh-oh. The Starlights die. And then
so much for the
Kakyu,
better,
and then
so much for the better boyfriend.
yeah, so much for the better boyfriend. So then Kakyu's like, all right, I'll take it from here, and turns into like her sailor form and tries to fight and almost wins, but then
Okay.
but then she dies.
Damn.
So then it's just Chibi and Moon, and they're like, we can't do anything about this. Well, I guess we'll die then. But in the middle of it, who comes in to save the day? None other than from the future, Chibi Moon's team, and Chibi and Saturn. Because Saturn's been chilling in the future, so she's safe, you know, for now. For now.
Yeah. Who knows?
So they managed to kill Papillon. Sorry, Queen, goodbye. But then they don't make it very long, because then Fi and Chai end up killing the rest of the crew except for Chibi and Moon. So Moon's like, all right, kid, I guess we're gonna go do this alone. That's cool. Godspeed to us.
Mother-daughter bonding experience? Question mark?
So she's like, okay, I gotta be strong. I gotta do it for my friends. So then oh, lo and behold, the inner and outer senshi are back, and so is Chibiusa, and so is Mamoru.
How do we get here?
Smile, big smile, ha ha ha, smile.
But how do we get here?
They're under the influence of Galaxia and corrupted. So they were revived by Galaxia, and now they do her bidding. So
Okay.
Usagi's like, that's not Pog. Hey guys, remember me? I'm your best friend, and also I'm the wife of that boy over there, haha. And I'm your mom, haha. I like, hey, what happened? Don't you remember the good times we had? And they just go beast mode on her and beat her shit in. They're just like, no, fuck you, go fuck off, go die, and like do like a all-out attack on her, and she's like, that's not great. And then Galaxia's like, all right, we're gonna get quirkier here, and like kills Mamoru. Like, I'm gonna drop your
Kill again.
golden crystal into my soup in the back, which I'll get to in a minute. I'll get to in a minute. I'll drop it into the soup. You're gonna not exist anymore, kind of dead. Which in turns gets rid of Chibiusa. Bye bye, girl. She's also
there
dead
she
now.
goes again.
So Usagi's like, huh. What the fuck? That's not what I want at all. That's fucked up and evil. Galaxia's like, hey, follow me, and shows her this fun place back behind her castle, the big soup, the Galaxy
big
Cauldron. We'll get to that in a minute. Let me go back
I
to
love soup. I'm sweating, crying.
So let me go back to
What
Galaxia's
kind of flavor is it?
page. So, Galaxia, is kind of following the orders of someone else who's the actual big bad of the entire series, known as Chaos. Like the
Ooh.
concept of Chaos.
Oh, Jack is here to kill
Hell
chaos.
yeah.
He's gonna kill chaos.
So she reveals in a fun expose that back in like her time and like all this like journeys and stuff, and crossing timelines and doing all this funky weird shit, she met Chaos in the form of Wise Man. If you remember fun Shadow Wizard Money Gang boy
Fuck
from
Bro,
God
Arc
damn, he
2,
would be.
and
Bro,
started
I
down
stopped thinking about him.
well, think about him again, because he is the catalyst, aka just Chaos himself,
boy.
basically, for the entire fucking series. Because he was like, hey girly, let me whisper, hey little mama, let me whisper in her ear and let me tell you about all this stuff and tell you all these little agents of fucking chaos that are scattered across the world, aka Nehelenia, aka Pharaoh 90, aka Queen Beryl, aka all the villains we have met so far has been influenced to do the shit they're doing to try and get Sailor Moon because of Galaxia, to get her to this point of like pure despair.
What is
It
going
all
on?
circles back around of her master plan to fight Sailor Moon in like her weakest state.
I'm staring up into the sky. I'm staring.
What's going on?
Uh-huh. So she needs star seeds, which are like the base form of like Sailor crystals and other things, like the sources of like souls across the universe or whatever, to like fuel her power and like all this stuff. And she said that Sailor Moon was the universe's brightest star and she needs to like extinguish that. So she's like, I know that I will finally win this like battle with myself of like, I need to like keep getting stronger and stronger. Like I'll be satisfied when you're dead, bitch. Like, so, Usagi's like, that sure is a story, girl. That's a great revelation. And in the midst of all this, Chibi, who suddenly can talk now, is like, hey, Moon, I think you need to go beast mode on her. Kill, maim. And Moon, of course, is like, hold up. Dog, what are you talking about? What? No, I don't do that. I don't kill and maim. No. So that's when Chibi is like, all right, the jig is up, and
What's going on?
and the jig is up.
I'm lost.
and,
I'm so scared. I'm so scared. What the
Hold
fuck is
on,
happening?
the jig is up. She is not Chibi. She is Sailor Cosmos in disguise.
Who?
So,
Wait.
Sailor Cosmos is the final form of Sailor Moon from a far distant future. She is future Sailor Moon beyond the 30th century in a very fucked up timeline. She's just Usagi but fucked up.
Usagi, but been through the war.
She came from a world that was
Some
wrought
shit.
with war in what is known as the Sailor War, where people just fucking were killing each other left and right. Galaxia's doing her fucking thing or whatever. She
Yeah.
ends up just losing hope because she has no friends or family left anymore. It's just her just vibing on herself, even though she has this great power, but she can't like do it without her friends by her side kind of thing, you know? So she's like, what's the fucking point if I've got no one left, you know? So she was like, all right, putting my thinking cap on. I'm gonna go back to the present and I'm gonna stop this shit from happening. We're gonna stop this timeline from happening. We're not gonna get to this point, you know. So I'm gonna go infiltrate the past and try and alternate history here. So she disguised herself as Chibi and just kind of was vibing. She's kind of a bitch, but kind of not. She's just like so fucking like hardened by war and just like tired that it's understandable that like she's like, no more funny business. Like, you need to kill Galaxia unless you want to end up like me, and you need to kill Chaos before this happens. Like just
Kill
get the
chaos.
like just
She's here
like
to kill chaos.
you're gonna defeat evil itself basically, like before you turn into me. And Moon is like, that's not my modus operandi here, you know, like I do things with love and friendship. And Cosmos is like, what the fuck? And I like what
That's cringe.
she's like, yeah, that's cringe. So Galaxia is like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, but then like ends up kind of falling into the soup. She dies, kind of. Yeah, she loses that fight, but up here is also like in a kind of a personification of what like Chaos looks like, which is just basically Galaxia, but like kind of spookier. But anyways, Usagi was like, hey, no, I don't think I'm done with you, and like jumps against Cosmos's wishes, jumps into the galaxy soup, the galaxy cauldron
Sometimes
soup,
you become soup.
and Cosmos is like, that's cool, kind of like in the same energy as like when Uranus and Neptune were like, all right, I guess they'll just die then, that's cool, like love that one. Just watching horror. Inside the soup, she meets the guardian of the soup, who is also just named Guardian Cosmos, and she's like this cool like little fairy lady. And
Staring into the sky.
So she meets Soup Guardian, and she like learns like the whole big deal with like how stars are born and stuff, and like lets Sailor Moon in on like 1 second, sorry, I need to do the redeems. I was mid sip. Hold on 1 sec.
Thank you, F. I don't know if Alice needs this, but I know fucking know I do.
I do. So Guardian Cosmos, who's different from normal Cosmos, is just like a totally different person. Yeah, she became a superhero.
Get it, superhero.
Guardian Cosmos like explains like, even if people die, they're reborn, essentially. That's the cycle of the universe. Like, your friends are gonna come back. You're gonna, like, survive this, you know? Like, I'm gonna let you in on a secret. You don't have to fall into despair, basically. And Usagi's like, that's cool. I wish I knew that sooner. That's great. But that gives her, like, the strength to be like, all right, well, I guess I can actually win this fight. And she, like, emerges from the soup and like fights Chaos, and Sailor Cosmos is like, gasp, I didn't think that was possible. That's heavy metal of you. Cool. I guess you are strong and like better than I thought I could be. Me. And she's like, well, I underestimated you. Have a good life. See you when you maybe become me in a happier timeline. It just kind of like dips out of there. And also it's like implied that Galaxia got better in the soup and like kind of like went on to like be better in the universe and not be a tyrant, and yeah, it's fun little aside there. So and almost in a way, in the 90s anime, when all of like, you know, Chibiusa and Mamoru and the Senshi all come back or whatever, like in the final ending part or whatever, when Usagi's like, I miss my friends, you know, it's like the fucking Ash crying and revives Pikachu thing or whatever the fuck in that movie, and like brings them back basically. But in the 90s anime, they have this funny fucking scene where they're like surrounding Usagi in a like a congrats Shinji kind of like way. It's so fucking funny. And Usagi's like, oh my god, guys, I love you. And it's so fucking funny. It kills me every time. Also, in that scene, for some reason, Usagi's like buck ass naked. She's just like an angel wings, and she's like buck ass naked. Like it's something. I'll show you an image later, but it's so fucking funny. The whole setup is so funny. But anyways, so essentially when she defeated Chaos, she kind of just like redispersed it back to like a manageable level, like, because obviously chaos has to exist in the universe. There can't just all be happy times, you know, like there needs to be some like balance of good and bad or whatever. So she dispersed it down to like a good level. So that's what happened with that. So they're like, all right, well, I guess that's that. And Chibiusa's like, well, I guess this is goodbye for good. You'll see me in the future when you have me. Like, I think I'm done here. I need to like go. So she leaves. Yeah, she's like, I need to go. All the girlies are basically at the same high school together because they're like, we need to be together. Except for Pluto, who's like kind of like a teacher at the school now too, because she's like, I want to be here with you guys, you know, because she's like the oldest of the Senshi, and like she's like, you know, a scientist on the side, but she's like she like helps out at the school now or whatever. And then like Uranus and Neptune come to the school. Hotaru isn't obviously old enough for high school, you know, but she like she's in her own school or whatever. Yeah, and then yay, happy times. And then at the very end, we see Usagi and Mamoru getting married, finally.
Whoa.
And then in like the final page, Usagi's like this isn't like a time skip, obviously. Like they're not getting married right out of high school directly, but like a little bit later, you know, when Usagi's like 22, haha, remember that. She reveals at the very end of the manga, oh my gosh, Mamoru, I'm pregnant. So it's just like, oh well.
Okay.
And then there we have it. That's the plot.
Being 23 now, I feel like as a kid I would have been like 22 and pregnant. Wow, a mother.
Yeah.
At 23 now, I'm like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah. So.
Oh no.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah.
Horrifying.
All right. So we did it. We did it. So now we go through my fun extra slides. So.
Hell yeah.
So. Here's where I talk about the movies and the specials from the 90s anime. Especially the movies, they hold a special place in my heart. Technically, none of this is like in canon. It's just fun little side stories, basically. So remember when I said that Mamoru probably is not straight? So this first movie, Promise of the Rose, really proves that. Long story short, there's this alien named Fiore that has come to just fucking steal back Tuxedo Mask for himself and be like, fuck you, Usagi.
Wait, steal
because when these three were children, Fiore accidentally ended up on Earth and met Tuxedo Mask as a child when this was around the time Tuxedo Mask was a sad orphan, like right out of like the accident or whatever, where he lost his parents, and these two met and became besties and kind of gay a little bit. And Fiore's never forgot him. And so he comes back with a vengeance because he's like, you're gonna come vibe with me forever. I miss you, boyfriend, basically. And Mamoru's like, I don't even fucking remember you. So that's fun
That's
for
fucked
Fiore.
up.
That's really fucked up. I mean, Usagi doesn't like know him either because they never met. But
I don't even know who you are.
yeah. So yeah, and long story short, they like end up fighting on like Fiore's planet or whatever, and like Fiore's fucking sad about it, and he's just like, I want to just be with Tuxedo Mask forever. I want my bestie. And then they have to like ride an asteroid like back to Earth before it like hits Earth or whatever, because he's just like, I'm gonna nuke Earth then if I can't have Tuxedo Mask. And it's something.
Damn.
It's something. Yeah, it's a good movie though. It has a banger fucking like ending song. Second movie. This is the one I said Luna has the spotlight. This is the only one of the cats that gets a human form in the 90s anime too.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
So, long story short, it's basically the story of like Princess Kaguya, but like with science. So Luna ends up meeting, in cat form, a scientist, astronaut guy, well, scientist, but like, is like the boyfriend of this astronaut lady that like just left to go to space to do space things. And long story short, there's sad big bad of the movie is trying to like cause like a big snowstorm on Earth or whatever, and like affect shit or whatever. I don't know how to describe it. It's just a bad snowstorm and bad shit or whatever. And Luna is like, this is so sad. I sympathize with this guy. He misses his girl or whatever, and just like hangs with him and stuff. And he tells the story of he tells Luna, he's like info dumping to Luna, even though she's just a fucking cat. Like, understandable. I do that to Paisley, but understandable. But he's just like, yeah, I've always heard this like story of like this Princess Kaguya that's like from the moon, and like she's a special princess, and like, man, I've always dreamed of her, and blah 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 blah. And like, long story short, like Luna is like, you know what, Kaguya technically doesn't exist, but like, I'm gonna like give this to you just because you deserve good things, and like turns human just long enough to be like, yes, please move on from me. I am Princess Kaguya, ha ha ha. Please focus on more things, basically. It's so fucking funny. But then he's just like, okay, cool.
Touch grass, like...
Basically, yeah. And he's like, oh, okay, cool. He's like, thank you for making my dreams come true, goodbye. And then, yeah. Then also the rest of the century are like fighting big ice demon lady that's doing this. That's technically Kaguya, but not really. I don't know. It's just two side-by-side plots that are interesting.
Excellent.
Yeah. And then in the the third one here, it's kind of an extension of things that kind of happened in the fourth arc, where it's just like things with dreams or whatever. And there's just this the best way I could describe it, this big bad lady named Badianu. That's a fucking badass name.
With evil white heart.
Yeah. That is essentially kind of doing like a Noah's Ark, but like we're gonna trap everybody in dreams forever kind of thing or whatever. And there's cute little like fairies that like help the Senshi do fights and stuff, and it's kind of like a extension of the fourth arc, basically. But it's a very good movie though. But yeah. And then this isn't all of them, but this is just like a little tiny highlights of my like 3 favorite specials that there were. There's the one that I said was like Ami's like first love, but it turns out it's just like a the big bad of the special, just kind of causing problems. And Hami's like,
No,
oh, okay,
poor
that's
girl.
sad, but okay. But then she has like a
What?
special like just like growth moment in the thing. It's very sweet though. It ends happy, and she's just like, you know what? I don't need like this love right now. I'll like find love for myself later, kind of thing. Right? It's sweet.
For you, girl.
Yeah, she has good introspection in this special. It's sweet. There's this one where Chibiusa and her like normal school friends, Momo and I'm blanking on the other dude's name. They meet this cool, kind of ominous new girl in school who's new to the area, but turns out she's a vampire.
There's
Nice.
vampires?
Yeah. There's a lot of things, but yeah, and then it's just them kind of like trying to escape the big mansion that they live in. Like that she lives in. It's just a fun little vampire story. It's
Love it. Sick as fuck.
it's interesting. So this one
This is promising.
it's
Gay
a fun
people.
side story with the girlies of all time. They're like kind of off on vacation in a way, kind of, but also trying to do their jobs. Uranus ends up getting sick, and like Neptune has to like take care of her and stuff, and she's kind of like done with Uranus's shit, because Uranus is like, I think you should just take care of me forever like this. I love being pampered by you. And she's like, we have shit to do. Get up.
Yes.
And there's like, and eventually, they like go to this like special party thing, but it's run by like a puppet master dude, and like it's like a ghost story kind of, and then they just like end up just like defeating the guy together, and it's just like, okay, it's just them being gay, and for a whole episode, that's cool.
Nice.
Like
Yeah.
that's
Nice.
great.
Nice.
Yeah. Mostly Neptune does all the shit because Uranus is still like sick through basically all of it, and she's just kind of like looped up on like cold medicine.
No, we're cool with it. We're good with it. We like this.
It's
This
great.
Is excellent. This is beautiful.
It's wonderful. What's my next screen? Oh yes. Okay, here you go. So here's where I talk about the live action show. So Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon. It only ran for one season, 2003 to 2004, which it makes me so fucking sad. They should have just did the whole series. It deviates a bit from the first season, like the first arc's plot a bit. It's also incredibly campy, and I just love it.
I feel like a live action Sailor Moon has to be campy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What I very much enjoy about the live action is, unlike in any other part of the series, what you would assume would be the proper course of action in like a Magical Girl series, in their civilian forms, they look nothing like their sailor forms. Absolutely nothing. So like people don't know that they're the sailors. So like that kind of would make more sense in like a Magical Girl series to be like, oh, my secret identity is this, you know, kind of thing, and it's not just fucking obvious that the girl with fucking twin long buns is the fucking main character, you know, like it's you know. So like that's a fun little detail I really enjoyed, and like I don't know. Anyways, also in this, for some reason, Luna is a sailor, Senshi. She's Sailor Luna. It's very cute. She's just like a little girl. It's cute. I don't know. But it's also like, where'd that come from? Well, okay.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's
I
being
mean, what are they
silly.
gonna do? Cast the cat to speak? Like, you know.
They had a little like puppet that she like talked as like a black cat before she turned into this. Same with Artemis, but
Very Sabrina the
yes,
Teenage Witch.
Yes, very much.
Oh, I was thinking like Star Wars Holiday Special.
the Shitano, the boys, the boys play a very big part in this. Specifically Kunzite, wherein he like sways Mercury to the dark side, and like she turns into Dark Mercury, and like there's a cool subplot with that where she's like, I'm gonna kill these bitches, and like goes after the sailors, and it's so interesting. It's so fucking interesting. I don't know. I wanted to point that out. I thought it was funny. A fun note that I actually learned not too long ago. The actress here for Mars, her first ever acting role was in this. She started out her acting career with this. As of the last movie that just aired, she's the voice of Sailor Cosmos. So like we come full circle. She started with Sailor Moon, and she's like helping end like the series, you know, kind of thing. I don't know. I think it's very cool. They had the cast like got together and had like a watch party of the final movie too, and they like posted like pictures on Instagram. And I'm like, oh, I love you girls. That's so sweet. Oh, you guys are so cute. So yeah, they're like, we're supporting our girl. It's just so fucking cute. So yeah, anyways, banger music in the live action as well. Banger music throughout the entire franchise, just as a whole, but like especially this. Oh, so good. I believe I know what the next screen is. No, I don't. I forgot this was first. So, much like a lot of big series. Oh, you'll see. Much like many big series, it of course has games. Especially back in the day, there was a lot of SNES games, that kind of stuff. Here's an example right here. It's just a lot of like fighting games and like kind of like mini plot kind of things or whatever, where you go around town or whatever and fight things. There also was mobile games like the long-running Sailor Moon drops, which I'll never fucking forgive them for, because they just like canceled it out of nowhere, even though it was massively popular. And it's just kind of like a little like Candy Crush kind of game, but like it had a like a good thing going for it. It was super cute, and like you'd fight like as the Sailor Senshi or whatever with different powers to like fight different levels. It's so fucking cute, and I'm so angry that it's gone. Everyone's so bitter about it because it came out of nowhere that they just were like, we're ending service, and we're just like, what? What do you mean? Like, it had like magic microtransactions, that had, like so much going for it that would like keep it long running, and they're like, we're done. No, whatever. So this fun thing I have on the side here, I only included this because I actually own this, and it fucking like knocks me out when I think about it. This right here, this Sailor Moon game, was an American product that was for like Windows 98 like era, basically.
Was this one of those like interactable movie kind of?
Oh my god.
How did I know?
It is the shittiest fucking game I've ever played. I managed to play this on my friend's. So here's the thing. This thing is like unplayable on like a modern PC. So I had to borrow my best friend's like super old ass computer that runs like Windows 95 to play this fucking game. And this is back. I first played this game. This game is from like the 90s, but like. I first played this game in like 2016. I bought it online. I was like, I have money now. I am an adult. I can buy this.
You buy this?
I can buy this. It's the shittiest thing on the planet. I will show you guys like videos on YouTube of like footage of it later, because it just knocks me the fuck out. It's so goddamn shitty. It uses the English dub names of the characters that the Deke dub use. It has like the worst fucking graphics in it. It also, I think it's to blame for just like the old ass PC we were running this thing on, but I had to restart this game 12,000 times because it kept crashing on me. Every like new scene I'd get into, the game would crash, and I'm like, time to restart. That's cool. So it's just an awful interactive like fucking thing. It is so funny. It has like the worst like dress up doll thing in it. It has like the weird. Oh, it's so weird. It has like weird fight mechanics. It has like a weird like like, I don't know who put it together, but like different like AMVs that someone put together in it.
That's kinda fire, though.
Shit from the 90s anime. It's so goddamn funny.
90s AMVs? That's
It's
kind of fire,
so
though.
fucking funny. Put to the worst fucking music. It's so fucking funny. Oh god. I wish I could stream this. I truly wish I could stream this from the bottom of my heart, but my PC will not run this. I
You're
guarantee
trying to
you.
run like a virtual machine.
I probably could, but god, we went through so many hoops to get it to run on that old ass one that it's supposed to run on. Oh god.
Do the classic move where you just stick a camera in front of the monitor and you just play from there.
Yeah. Well,
Oh
we'll
my
go
God.
to early YouTube like let's play.
Yeah.
Hell
Anyways,
yeah.
so I wanted to, so enough about this. I want to do a quick throwback to talking about the SNES stuff because there's this one SNES game that had like a fun new like video game only plot line for the game Sailor Moon Another Story, and basically it was these evil foils of like each of the senshi. As you can tell, they're kind of like, oh wow, that looks like Sailor Moon, that looks like Merc, you
I
know.
love them. I'm not
they're
gonna
like-
lie.
Yeah, the
They're
fits
just
are
like
the fits are
they're-
fire.
I wish they
Loving
existed in
the-
any other part of the series. I want to see more of these girlies, but they're
Yeah.
just basically here to cause trouble kind of thing, and I just wanted to highlight how fucking cool they looked, so that's why they're here.
Loving like the
hell.
ankle
They
or
have
not
like
ankle, the
super
wrist
like
hoops.
funky fucking
Yeah.
names, like alien names and shit. They're so cool. I think they're neat. I don't know. I think they should be. I think they should come back.
I love them. I adore them. I'm into it.
Mhm.
All right, I
Mhm.
believe I know what the next screen is, so this is where I get
Rub my hands
very
together.
excited about. Oh yes, it is. Okay, so here's the fun
Yeah.
times. Here's the fun times. Oh here. Oh,
Musicals.
you guys can't see it on stream. Hold on. Let me shift my corner here. Let me make the screen a
Oh.
little different.
I see.
Yeah. Let me
Mhm,
see. I
mhm,
put this
mhm.
this shit too far in the corner. There you go. Okay, I'm moving that there for a minute. The PNGs are blocking it. So we're talking about, well, one of my favorite parts of the franchise, the musicals. So, the musicals ran in different eras, basically. So we had the first era that ran from essentially 1991 up through 2005. It was very long running. Had different these first four right here were the actresses for Sailor Moon during that era.
Mhm,
We
mhm.
got Anza, we got Fumina, we got Miyuki, and we got Marina. And rest in peace, Miyuki. She died of like a heart failure thing of like a while back, and it was terribly fucking sad for like the fandom. We're just like,
Mhm.
what the fuck? I really love her. She's like my second favorite. Anza's my top favorite like portrayal of Sailor Moon. But anyways, that's a different thing. But anyways, so the musicals. More specifically in the first run of musicals compared to the newer run of musicals, the plots are just like out there. They are not canon at all. For the most part, like they're more so for the newer runs of the musicals, and like the basic plot points are kind of there, but like they get real quirky. They, including like there's this major like very good it's actually probably like my favorite of the like the 90s to 2000s run of the musicals, but there's like a fucking plot line of like 2 musical worth like long story of like vampires causing trouble and
Hell
like a
yeah.
reincarnation of like a
Vampires are
female
back.
Dracula, and it's so fucking cool.
Hell yeah.
It's so cool. There's also like one where like this like new senshi comes that's like kind of like suspicious, and she's, I don't know, but there's like so much going on there. There's one that actually features like my like most favorite song of like this era of the musicals as like an ending song, but like it's like an island of like weird kids basically that they go to, like this feral tropical island. And they have to like solve this mystery there. It's so bizarre. But then the interspersed, they have just like the normal plot lines, you know, of like the rest of the franchise, but like quirky details changed here or there kind of thing. I don't know. In the new run of the musicals that ran from 2013 to like 2019, which feature these two girlies, Satomi and Hotaru, as Sailor Moon. They are done by the certain people you might know, aka the real life Takurozaka Review, which is the all-female cast people, which is the inspiration for a certain series, cough, 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 which happens to feature people from a certain series, aka cough, 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 smile, down here. Oh, my shit's like blocking on the bottom. One sec. Come on, Canva. Go away. There we go. Certain girlies are played by certain people.
Smile.
I just want to include that just to smile.
Smile.
And there's also technically like, I wouldn't really consider it a third era of the musicals, but there's something called the Super Lives that are kind of go along with the plot, and they're like kind of currently running right now, but like they're not like the same energy that these two eras had. So I kind of just consider them more of like concerts, but like stage kind of like Revue does, with their concerts. It kind of is that feel, basically. It kind of does have a plot, but nah, it's dicey. But anyways, full of banger music. Probably my most favorite music of any of the franchise come from the musicals. I don't know, I could go on forever and ever about the musicals alone. I just think they're fucking neat. I love how camp the outfits look, especially in the older era. Like, look at this shit.
I'm not gonna lie.
Look at this shit.
The gold
The
foil
foil is
skirt
so good.
is
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
I kind of love it.
Yeah. It's just, it's so good. I don't know.
These girls with glitter on stage, like
I
so
know.
much.
Like, and especially back in this era where they're like not as refined as like now. Like, pieces would fly off of them when they're dancing. Their wigs would get fucked up. Like, it's such scuff, but it's so lovable. I love them.
I love that. I love that.
Like, I love them. Yeah. But yeah, the musicals, they're a little bit hard to watch now. Like, there used to be a website, which I'll talk about in a minute, actually, on a different page. But there was a website that compiled like rips of the musicals that you could watch subbed, kind of not legally, but you could like watch most of them. Like, they're the older musicals from this era, like basically are all like intact on the website, but like the newer musicals kind of got like nuked off of the website. But yeah, you can find the older stuff online. There's plenty of videos on YouTube of just like clips and songs from the stuff or whatever. Little me, so you know me, music person over here. Let's combine my two favorite things, music and Sailor Moon, into one thing. You bet your ass when I discovered YouTube as a child. And I found this. I was like, this opens a whole new world. Hell yeah, brother. And that changed my life. So I know so many dances from the musicals because I religiously watched like clips from it. I just like obsessed over like every little detail about this shit. I don't know. I love it. I love the musicals. They're so good. Obviously, I love it enough to change my mind about a character to cosplay him because of the musicals. The fucking. I'll show you a picture later. The I don't know why I'm pointing at her, but the fucking actress for Rubius is very fucking pretty. Like, I had a gay panic about it. I was just like, whoa, Nelly. Oh, that's changing things for me. Whoa, okay, I guess I like Rubius now. Anyways, yeah. I could just go on forever alone about this. I'm gonna move on though. So fandom stuff. I can move this back. Let me move this back on OBS. Hold on. Let me make that bigger. There we go. There we go. Resized. Perfect. There we got it. Okay. So yeah, fandom stuff. There's such a big fan community with Sailor Moon, like more so I feel like than any other like fandom I've been in. Like it's just, it goes so like deep in the community. There's fan Sailor Senshi that people make. Here's mine, for example, that I've shown you guys before. Like these are just an example of mine. Like there's doll makers online that like you could like make this shit on or whatever. Like there's like so much like stuff in communities where you could just like develop lore for things and like share it with others, and big forums where you'd share it, and it made my little brain very happy as a kid. I just love this shit. You wouldn't believe how many like fan senshi I've made in my life. Like this is not all of them whatsoever. I've made so many since I was little.
We love and respect it though. We love it. We love it out here.
We love OCs. The fandoms, for better or for worse, are called Moonies. I don't enjoy that. Also because it has like a weird connotation with like the IRL like Korean cult, the Moonies. Yeah, I just really don't enjoy that too much, so I don't like being called a Moonie.
Oops.
Yeah, whoopsie. There's just like, and a lot of these sites are not intact anymore. Some of these ones I took pictures of, except for the Oracle here. These sites are kind of like these three are like the last remaining like bastions of like my childhood of like Sailor Moon sites I'd go on. Like this one had like Sailor Moon music that you could download. This is just like a Sailor Moon guide kind of thing or whatever. This one was the musical, the place where you can watch the musicals, which I still frequent, but like, you know, the Oracle is also kind of just like a Sailor Moon info website where I would just religiously stare at like images and like info about the characters and be like, hee hee hee, I love learning. I like making my brain bigger about my favorite thing. Hee hee. And there's just so many like back in the day of like Angel Fire and GeoCities and like those kind of like domain websites, just like unending countless amount of fan websites for things that like I could like list forever and forever here, that just like, I don't know, I feel like most like Sailor Moon fans of like my like time, you know, like know these websites and like hold them like dear to their heart of like, oh, I miss these days, you know. Like just like, I don't know, making these fan sites.
I do miss when like fandoms had like their own sites.
Yeah.
Like every fandom had like their own version of the forum that just some dude and from, I don't know, Iowa was like, yes.
Yeah. Fun fact, my first like official like AMV I ever watched that like I knew was an AMV was a Sailor Moon AMV set to bring me to life, and I found on one of these fan websites.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I was just like, what is this? And then like later down the road I found like obviously things on YouTube that are AMVs, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's like that thing I watched on like a website back in the day. Wow.
Bring me to life.
Yeah. Whenever I think of Bring Me to Life, I think of that fucking video. I'm like, ha ha ha, my memories. So
Bring Me to Life.
Yeah.
Nah, Bring Me to Life is the classic. The question is why not Bring Me to Life?
Yeah, you can. It was like a like. It just like had like really shitty gifs and images set to like fights from like the final arc, like against like Alexia. I wish I could find that video again, but that shit's lost to time. That was from like 2005, so I'm just like, that's never gonna be found again. But I always think fondly of that. I don't know. And there's still like, obviously, like it's the culture of the fandom has shifted a lot in like this like newer era, especially since like Sailor Moon Crystal or whatever has like rebooted the series, you know, for people and like brought new fans and stuff. So it's like, it's kind of the same kind of stuff, but like, I don't know, there's like a new freshness or whatever. A lot that I saw crop up was like Sailor Moon merch collectors like suddenly jumping up to like show off stuff in like haul videos and like that kind of stuff, and that's kind of like the newer like fandom fun stuff to do, you know, of like, let's explore all this new fun stuff that like a lot of us adults can now like afford, you know,
Mhm.
like we can obsess over this. I will not tell you the amount of money I've spent on Sailor Moon merch since I've become an adult.
Smile.
Smile.
Oh, yeah.
I could probably afford a lot more things that are probably more better for my life than like plastic, but it does nice things to my brain.
Come on. Yeah.
We know what
looking,
matters.
me looking at my shelves over here like, oh, that's a lot of cash sitting right there. But yeah.
Listen, like, it worst comes to worst, that's an investment.
That's a
baby.
deep
Let's
investment.
go.
Yeah. But yeah, anyways, that's the fandom stuff. What else do I have here? All right, this is the part where I get angry. This is the part where I get angry again.
It's your turn. Yeah, your turn to get angry.
This is my part so I'm not just like speaking nicely about a series the entire time. This is my time where I have a lot of fucking critiques. All right, so this one, like, I kind of didn't want to put on here, but like I still wanted to bring up of like the pacing is so fucking weird at certain parts. Like, understandably, in the 90s anime, I will give it to them, knowing that Naoko was in fucking crunch time the entire time of it running. Like, understandable that it's fucking weird and full of filler and like it's strange. I will give it to that. In the manga, I feel like she didn't have as much of like the excuse to like pace it as weird as she did, because some parts just go fucking fast. Like, especially you can see in like the lengths of the chapters. The first like 3 chapters are like a very fucking decent chunk of time and like length, and then the last 2 chapters are like 10 chapters each. Like like they're like very tiny, and it's like, damn, you fit the most important parts in fucking nothing. Like, damn, there's nothing to expand on here, and it's just like wham bam, like so much happening. Like, I kind of like, that's why I also really enjoy certain parts of the 90s anime, and I can't like fully fault the 90s anime for the filler, because like it like kind of like was a nice addition of what we were missing in the in-betweens, you know? Like, it developed a lot of the main characters. It like gave better storylines for the cool villains and stuff. I don't know. That's just always something that's kind of irked me. I'm like, not cool. I wish it was I wish it was slower. I don't know. The weird age gaps, like Helios and Shibuya and Tux and Moon.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. I forgot to say. Helios and Shibuya are technically supposed to get together in the future. It's like a Sailor Moon and Tux situation. I forgot to mention that. Yeah, it's not great. Like a 12-year-old with a 9-year-old basically, but not great. Same with how there's a high school student with a middle school student. Not super great there. Tux, not great. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
The continuity of characters being like different across versions can be like weird in some parts. Like, there's pros and cons for it. Like, certain ways that they wrote Mars, for example, in like the 90s anime made her to be like so much more of a catty bitch to Usagi, but like in the manga and in Crystal and like any other parts of the franchise, they're like the closest people in the fucking planet to each other and like would do anything for each other. So it's just like, why are you guys creating drama for her? I don't know. It's weird. Like, she gets over it obviously eventually, but like it's awkward and it like, why would you do that? I don't know.
Yeah.
And there's other examples, but like that's like the main like glaring issue. This one right here is a fun one, and I just wanted to point out, you know how I said Pluto's one of the few people that are like a person of color? Well, they fuck that up.
Would never have known.
They
would
fuck
never
that
have
up.
known.
They fuck that up across a lot of different like parts of the series. Like, what's happening here? Why is she white? And then she's pretty fine here. This is what she's supposed to be. They kind of got it right here for Crystal. I wish they'd just get it right. It makes me so tired. I don't know. I don't know.
She is fucking Crystal.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Here especially, it's like 90s anime. What are you doing between these two? Like, you almost had it here. Like,
Yeah,
it's
what's
pretty.
the second one from?
The second one is also from the 90s anime, but like, you know how I said there's like different animators throughout the 90s anime? Like, this is the product of that. Like, there's the weird choices here made. It just makes me mad.
Yeah.
All I'm gonna say is that whole shit with Black Lady. I don't like that at all.
Yeah, it's weird.
That's very strange. That's all I gotta say. You understand now what I mean. That's bizarre. That's the choice.
Weird from the start.
That's a very bizarre choice he made there, but okay, very cool. Yeah. So this is where I talk about the weird in between that happened of technically the first half of the 90s anime's second arc. There was a very small mini arc at the very beginning of it, kind of in a way of a time to give Naoko time to write more of the manga and like get her a little bit farther along, which obviously we know didn't help, but like they had this weird subplot that kind of continued on with our alien boy Fiore from the first movie of the 90s anime. Aliens from his planet that he came from come and like just start drama on Earth, basically, with this magic tree thing that's like poisoning the Earth. And for some reason, all of the Senshi lost their memories, and they have to like get them back. For some reason, why did you lose them? Who knows? I don't fucking know. It's weird. That's pointless. But sure, whatever. And including that, Tuxedo Mask lost his memories, and for some bizarre fucking choice, they made him a new identity in the in-between. And he's known as the Moonlight Knight, and for some reason, he's Middle Eastern, like, inspired.
I'm staring into the sky.
And he has, instead of a red rose as his weapon, he has a white rose. And he doesn't remember like any of the shit that happened, so he's lost his memory again. Sorry, Mamoru. And also for some fucking reason, like the two aliens that are like kind of brother and sister, but not. But like I don't know, they act like brother and sister. Their names are Ale and An, which if you put their names together is basically alien. It makes me lose it every time I think of it. But they have like this weird thing where they're like kind of like trying to go for like Usagi and Mamoru to like try and date them, but like it's kind of weird because they're like, I think we like the other people, but like they're causing weird drama, and I do not like that whole subplot. That's so bizarre. And then they end up like dying. And they just like leave.
Because everyone dies in Sailor Moon.
Everyone dies. Everyone fucking dies.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just I can excuse like a lot of the shit for like this weird like first arc thing they were doing. I can't excuse what the hell they were doing with Tuxedo Mask. That's so fucking bizarre.
What the fuck are they cooking?
What are they cooking there? Why? Why is he Middle Eastern?
They want some Lawrence of Arabia thing going.
Yeah, I guess so. But like,
that's like the only thing I can think of.
That's also what I can think of. But like, that's so bizarre. I don't fucking know.
It don't make sense.
It makes no sense. But. It's never talked about again after that arc. Like they don't like be like, that was kind of weird. You're this other guy. You're cringe like Middle Eastern persona. And he went back to being like cool, like all like mysterious and ominous again too. And it's like, well, we just got over this, guys. Why'd we have to go back? It's so weird. So fucking weird. Anyways, my last point I want to make is like the series is gatekept a lot because it's like behind a lot of paywalls for like new fans, and also like it's so massively big that people are always confused on like where to start with it, especially when they think of the 90s anime and they're like, we're not gonna watch over 200 episodes of this shit. Like like that's a lot for like an average person. Obviously I'm different, I got mental illness, so I'm gonna fucking rewatch this a bunch of times, but like everyday people, you know? So, like,
Yeah.
you got that. Also, where are you gonna watch it? Because it's locked behind the paywall of Hulu. Where are you gonna watch that if you don't got money now in normal day or like back in the day? Yeah. What are you gonna do if like you're back in the day before it was on Hulu in current day? Like, all right, good luck finding the episodes in like 3 parts or on DVDs or like try and watch it like all chopped up on Toonami or you know. So like you had to like piece it together. Or also for Crystal, it's locked behind the paywall of Crunchyroll. And then for the movies, for the first 2 movies, for the 4th arc, because the second 2 movies for the final arc aren't on any streaming services yet. The 2 movies are on Netflix, so it's like there's another paywall you have to get through. Yeah, it's for some fucking reason it's not on Crunchyroll. Who only knows? But like,
what happened?
Yeah, we don't. Everyone's very angry about that. We're just like, that's great, guys. Thanks for splitting up the series in 5 different places. Like, that's cool. And then, like, obviously, like, it's hard to watch, like, the musicals, or it's hard to watch the live action show. Like, it's fucking impossible to watch, like, half the shit. Thank you, coming in clutch. So, yeah, it's just, it makes me angry that it's not in, like, a cohesive way for, like, people to get into, you know? Like,
I mean, what long-running franchise is at this point?
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. But at least, like, in the case of, like, One Piece or Naruto, that shit's all, like, contained at least on Crunchyroll. This shit's spread out. I don't know. It makes me sad. I don't know. Like, a lot of people obviously can't afford to pay for, like, 3 different streaming services to catch up on everything. Like, that's insane. So, like, I don't know. Well, that's my critiques of the ship. Like,
yeah,
that's my anger corner. So, anyways, yeah. Final thoughts. I just fucking love Sailor Moon. Like, I think that's evident. Like, listening to me talk the last 5 hours, but like, I don't know. I think it's a really special series that has just like it's such a cornerstone of like anime history that like. Even like people new to anime are like, oh yeah, that Sailor Moon thing, you know, like that like is like that's like so famous, you know, and it's like inspired so much of modern day like magical girl stuff because like obviously it wasn't the first magical girl, but like magical girl of like the millennial age, you know, like
yeah.
So like it's I don't know, and like there's something in it for everyone. Like you can go to all different aspects of the series to get into it. Like if you like musicals, hey, guess what? There's like 20 of them. If you like campy live action stuff, there's a live action show. If you like, you know, like Power Ranger-y kind of shit, you know. If you just want straight anime, you got 2 options now. In modern day, you got 2 options, despite the paywall. Obviously you got the manga, you know, like you got all this stuff or whatever, and I like, despite what I said of like it being like kept in like paywalled or whatever, like it's still like options, you know. I don't know, I don't know, and I think it just overall just teaches like a good lesson of like despite all the bad things happening, like there's always gonna be like another good thing upcoming, you know, and like I don't know, like things will always be right in the end, even if it's like bad times right now. And I don't know, I've always just like kind of kept that like in my heart, like growing up. I don't know. So yeah, yippee, we did it. Yippee, we did it.
We did it.
So yeah. Oh, thank you for the claps.
Wait.
Huh?
Oh my gosh, we didn't need to wake you up, Fen. I just realized.
This time, which is making it a little easier, though. I did halfway through. I was starting to get a little eepy. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little
Every
eepy.
time you're a little bit quiet for a little bit, I was like, "Oh, this is when it's gonna happen." The Fen's going out, but then like you'd like then you'd like comment on something. I'm like, "Oh, they're awake."
I was hanging in there. I was pretty cozy. I was enjoying it, but then I was also like, oh my god. Stay awake. I was fighting my own battles over.
Usaga's fighting chaos, you're fighting the Eppies.
That's my Sailor Senshi plot.
Fighting the fucking EP demon.
Yeah, exactly. Time to make an OC self-insert time.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, that's basically it. That's all I got. Thanks for coming to my 5-hour-long TED Talk.
Of course.
There's both of the I don't know what do we call these sub segments of just one of us.
Yeah.
I think it's brain rot. I think it's still
ultimate brain rot moment.
Yeah, ultimate like.
brain talk. Like TED Talk, but brain talk.
Yeah,
Rot
thanks for
rot
coming
talk.
to this brain talk, rot talk.
Yeah. Instead of TED Talk, it's rot talk.
Oh my god.
All that's left now is Fennel.
Now it's your
assume
turn.
You're doing your you got your what's it called?
My ancient Magus Bride hit piece.
The what now?
My ancient Magus Bride hit piece.
Oh, I thought you were gonna
Yeah.
do the Homestuck one.
Oh no,
No,
that's for
no.
another time. We gotta
for
get
another
through.
day.
We gotta get
Oh,
through.
is that a tag team or like
Yeah,
you
that's
two
where
and
that's
me?
when we're gonna tag team it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Two
We're gonna fucking
brains are
attack
bigger
you.
than one.
Yeah, we can bounce off of each other our different
We're gonna-
perspectives of
yeah,
Homestuck.
Yeah,
That's a
we're
group
gonna ruin
project.
you. We're gonna
Yeah.
ruin you. Sorry, chat. That's a spoiler for like 2 episodes from now.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. That one's gonna take some time
We
to
gotta
cook.
get Fenn's brain rot moment out of the way first.
I'll be honest, I don't know how long it's been so long since I dared
Can you
to touch
really,
Ancient
like-
Magus Bride that we'll see if I can
You
hate
gotta
on the show
have, like,
for
a
5
franchise.
hours.
You have you gotta have like a franchise you can just gush about for 5 hours, right?
I do like
I
it would
think I
probably
know
be
what they probably
Genshin
are,
Impact
but
or Prosecco.
yeah.
Prosekai?
Yeah, Prosecco lore is crazy.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on, my poor girls.
You can make the decision for next time of if you're gonna go the hater route or the gush about Prosecco.
I think it'd be funny to be a hater. I'm literally preparing to rewatch all of Ancient Magus Bride and season
That
2
is-
just
Oh my
finished, and
God.
I've never
That
touched
is
it.
Scary.
That's
I'm
dedicated.
planning to rewatch all of it and like
That
make
is
notes
so
per
scary.
episode.
That's so dedicated. I applaud you.
I hate this fucking show so much, and I don't understand why people like it. So I need to weed my audience.
Did we have this conversation before? It's like, what's a show everyone loves, but you just fucking vehemently
yeah.
like,
yeah.
hate?
Yeah,
I think that was like the end of our like very first like brain rot
yeah, I was.
bunch episode. Like we had that little mini talk.
Yeah, I forgot,
Mhm,
Atlas. What
mhm.
was yours?
I don't fucking remember. I think it was like Voltron or Supernatural or something.
You're so valid. You're so valid.
And I say that as
I'm
someone
with
who is
you.
deep in the fandom, you know, like.
Mhm.
Yeah,
But I could talk
get it.
about hate for it for as long as I can
I should
go.
watch Voltron. It's still on Netflix, right?
I don't fucking know. Don't watch it though.
yeah, don't do it.
Don't
It's
put
not
yourself
worth
through
it.
that.
I thought it was like legitimately good. It's just the fan base is
So-
like the worst shit ever.
It was good up until season 6 out of 8.
God,
Yeah.
fucking
8 seasons in 2 years.
In 2
Yep.
Smile, smile.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my
Mhm.
god, they slaving away at the animators.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a bad time. But that's a story for another day.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah,
Mhm.
I just there's so much. I don't know. Anyways.
Ooh, we to wrap up, should we do like I think for like the brain rot streams, we should do like a wrap up of what we're brain rotting about recently.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah, that's
yeah.
a good idea. Oh god,
Yeah.
Fen, you go first. I gotta think. Actually, no, Tommy, you should go first because you
yeah,
did your
Tommy,
first.
I'm
You
I'm
started
the
it.
most obvious one.
I know.
Well, go ahead.
All right, here's the
I may or
mic.
may not have
Omar.
been doing streams in the ass crack of like the most awful fucking nights ever.
Yeah.
Just like look at me IRL looking like fucking Caroline's dad or some shit. Just looking at random manuscripts in fucking Signalis. By the way, very good game. All y'all should play it.
I will play it eventually. I
the-
plan to buy it when I have
the-
money.
Yeah, the motto of the game is "Don't send lesbians into space." That shit would have disastrous fucking consequences.
Oh, kind of just like in Sailor Moon. Things happen up there.
Oh, that's crazy. Damn,
You
it really
said
all comes together.
Yeah, maybe the world is trying to tell us something. Don't send lesbians into space. So yeah, it's an isometric survival horror game. It's just Silent Hill
Hell
meets Nier
yeah.
Automata.
Yeah.
And I've played the game 2.5 times now,
Zay.
completely through. Send me space. I'll test theory. Yeah. I think it's trying to tell us don't send pairs of lesbians into space because they will kill God.
Maybe we want them to kill God. Have you considered?
Yeah.
Maybe we're into that.
What's the worst that could happen?
I'm in so deep now that I've been listening to Swan Lake and Midnight Sonata and Raindrops by Chopin for like the past 3 days.
But those are bangers.
You're so real.
But it's like, yeah, I listen to those, on my free time normally, but now I'm listening to it be like, what the fuck does this mean to the plot of Signalis?
Oh my god.
I went to Barnes & Noble's, bought a copy of The King in Yellow because
I saw you tweet about that.
Oh
I
my
was
God.
like, you're going through
I was
it.
wondering what the fuck was happening. I was like, you bought the King in Yellow. What the fuck is happening here? Are you okay?
I bought the book because it shows up in the game constantly, and
Oh my
it's
God.
like, I swear to God, it means something. I'm reading through the book, and I think I'm starting to understand. I'm going fucking crazy. I'm gonna look through fucking the secret ending had you look through spectrograms to figure out how to get the secret ending. I got the secret ending one stream, and it only made me more confused, and I was a little upset. The secret ending, I have no idea what the fuck it means. I'm not trying to say much because I don't want to spoil for Atlas. Hey Atlas, you want a copy of Signalis? You should play the game on stream.
I will. When I do get the game, I will stream it.
I'll just fucking I don't know. It's only $20. I'll just drop it, give it to you.
You don't have to. I get paid in a few days.
I need someone. Okay, fine. But when you do, I be in there in voice chat?
You absolutely can be, yeah.
I need to just stare at the game. I won't be a collab partner. I'm just gonna be there in silence, just fucking hand in my heads, staring like,
you.
fuck does this?
It's just gonna be like the way that like we accompany you on Art Game Wednesdays or whatever, and just be like the fun quirky commentary, but you're just gonna be like, I'm haunted by this.
There is no quirky fun commentary because I will be radio silent. You're gonna be like, what does this mean? I'm like
Yeah, absolutely. You can pull up for it, absolutely.
Anyway, yeah, so that's what I've been obsessed with lately. I don't know, I might buy the vinyl soundtrack. God. I probably won't. It's
oh my God.
I know I probably won't, but like I'm so fucking obsessed with the space android lesbians. Are they no, they're lesbian, but are they androids? Is any of this real? Am I real?
At least we know they're lesbians.
Let me just disassociating in the VC.
The only thing I can say with confidence is that they're lesbians in space. Other than that, it's a fucking toss-up.
Perfect, up my alley.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. The lesbians part is a low-key a spoiler, but like, don't worry about it. It's not too big of a deal.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Anyway, who's next?
So at first I was like, oh, I know what, I was having Brainrot over it, but now it's a series I don't want to talk about ever again. Limbus. Smile.
Yeah,
Smile.
I'm so sorry.
Whoopsie.
I pray for you.
TLDR, they were really shitty to one of their employees, and now I don't want to associate with them anymore. So,
Limbus
GG.
company?
Yeah. GG.
Yeah.
So now I don't want to talk about them anymore. But,
yeah, when I saw that news broke, I was praying for you.
Yeah, I've never seen a mass exodus of fans from a series in a hot minute.
Yeah.
It's
I
bad.
haven't seen any of it.
Well, you missed that day. No one wants to talk about it anymore. They're like, GG, good game, bye. Yeah, bad times.
Well,
but anyways, the other thing I've been into that I can think of is I'm currently reading a book I checked out at work that I have had my eye on for months, and I got I was the second person to get a copy in the system because I was the really old, really first person on the holds list kind of thing. I was very excited about it, but it's this the best way I can describe it is it's like a world where like gods are AIs, and like, look, I know AIs are like a touchy subject, but this is like a different like fantasy sci-fi world thing, kind of thing, or whatever, where we're gonna ignore what's happening in reality. But they like it's called The Undying Archive is the name of the book, and it essentially follows this person that named Sunai, who is like connected to this one AI god, and like, long story short, there's like kind of like mecha elements also, where like they need to fight these battles and stuff, and like it's also incredibly fucking gay. This dude talks about sucking dudes' dicks like all the fucking time. It's really funny. He's just so down bad for so many guys, and I'm only on chapter 3, and like he's just gay as hell. But also like there's like alternating like point of views between Sunai, but then also the god that he's kind of chilling with, basically, that like is like connected to him. What was that?
My water barrel fell.
Oh. But so like Sunai is like, the way like his parts of the narration are written out, he is just like this like don't give a shit kind of like hot-headed, like sassy kind of like narration, and I really like that kind of narration, and like a thing of like I'm just gonna like react to my surroundings and be like, this shit's bonkers, like why is this happening kind of thing, and you know, I like that kind of narration in a story. But on the flip side, for the god, my goodness, I got goosebumps in the chapter, like the first chapter, because like the first chapter is like told from like the god's perspective. The way I gotta just like send a picture of it to you guys to show you an example sometime. The way that this is so fucking like eloquently and like tenderly written, like gave me goosebumps. Like there's so much like I don't know. It's just like this god is like very like almost like gay for Sunai. It's like it makes me have heart palpitations. Like I'm so excited to read more. Like it's like they're just so like tender about like the world around them and about Sunai, and just like, oh god, I'm so excited to read more. And like it's so good. Anyways, yeah, if you like mecha stuff, if you like gods interacting with like mortals and like shenanigans and shit, like please read this book.
Hell yeah.
I should just do a whole stream where I just recommend books to people. I seeing as that's like my fucking career, I should probably do that at some point just to catch.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, anyways, yeah, if you want a book recommendation, just come to me. But yeah, anyways, that's my brain rot, I guess.
Yeah. For me, I've been pretty scatterbrained lately, but I've been considering rereading the Iliad.
You're so real.
Wow.
I don't know. It's got a grip on my brain lately. I've just been thinking about the Iliad and the Odyssey a lot lately. I haven't read it since high school.
Yeah, same.
Here's the thing. I don't even like reading, actually. For those of you who don't know, I am extremely dyslexic and have wilding ADHD.
You're so
which
valid,
makes
though. That's
reading really
understandable.
difficult. Yeah. But still, for some reason, my brain is like, you really want to reread the Iliad. You like kind of liked the Iliad when you like first went through it. You really want to do this again now. And I'm like, I mean, I guess.
What about listening to like an audiobook version of it? Save yourself the time of like just having to read.
Yeah, I might actually double it up because that's the best way for me to like retain information is like for me to literally have the physical copy in my hands to read over it while listening to the audio copy,
Yeah.
reading it to me.
It'd probably
to,
help
like,
you
absorb
focus
it
a
into
lot
my
better.
brain. Yeah.
Mhm.
I've just been
Hell
thinking about
yeah.
rereading a bunch of like classics that I don't know why, like Iliad, Odyssey, Three Kingdoms,
Yeah.
Oh.
Metamorphosis.
No.
I actually really enjoyed
I reread
Metamorphosis. I'm not gonna
Metamorphosis
lie.
only because I despised it in high school, but then I grew up and got a brain and I realized what it's actually about and I reread it and I was like, oh, this is actually really good. Mostly
Yeah,
also because I was
exactly.
like, oh wow, related to Limbus Company, I should probably read this. That's another reason I also read it, but also I was like, I need to have a different appreciation for this, especially the topics that it like is implying
Yeah.
for. But but it's a good story. I shame my previous younger self for hating it so much.
I've just been kind of cycling back into that shit again. I used to study philosophy and shit like that a lot in high school. Like I was deep in the I started studying philosophy at like 10 years old. It's where it went wrong and why I'm mentally ill now.
Jesus
My parents
fucking
decided to start
Christ.
teaching me philosophy as a toddler. I started learning nihilism at about 12 years old.
Oh
like
my
studying
God.
the nihilistic authors and like all that.
How did we get here? How did-
Yeah, how I got there is that my parents are intellectuals and thought it would be a good idea to teach a child nihilism, and now I am the way I am.
God.
It's like
But-
taking a glimpse into the forbidden knowledge, just come out like fucked. Like,
Yeah, it's great. But yeah, I've kind of just been cycling back into it lately. Just like it's just been on my brain a lot, and I'm like, kind of want to reread a bunch of the old shit that I haven't touched in a long time. Now that I'm a grown ass adult. Other than that, I've just been like hyper fixating on random things. Like you guys got to see me live message as I translated like almost all of Yona Yona Dance in a single day.
Yeah. Yeah. Music does that to a bitch.
it was even funnier because every single time I look at it, I'm like quarter conscious. I'm looking at the group chat like, whoa, what the fuck is that?
You were just sending bits and pieces to the chat, just being like, all right, so I got this part next, and I'm highlighting this part to talk about this part. I'm just like, so true, legend, absolutely. Go off.
Yeah, and I haven't touched it since. It'll be done eventually, probably, maybe. I don't
Maybe,
know.
perhaps.
I would like it to be, but that
Yeah.
requires me having that kind of motivation, and I'm stuck on the last verse. It's making me angry.
Yeah.
Welcome to
it
my
just-
life.
It's just stop looking at it for like 3 days or something.
Yeah.
Come back and
Honestly,
hopefully,
that's my
yes.
strat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll get back to it eventually. I was talking to my mom, who is a lyricist, and is still writing. She's like, "Man, best of luck. I've been stuck on this one verse in something that I'm working on for someone for the last 6 months." I'm like,
She's got it worse than you, though. I feel
I
like
kinda
you could
get-
figure out
I
this
get it.
final line like pretty easy
I'll
compared to
get there
that.
eventually, but I'm like, I feel cursed. It's all over.
It's so
God.
Jover.
Yeah, it's so Jover. But yeah, I'll get there eventually. Most of my brain has been jumping around, scattered weird places, and then my besties just went home a couple days ago.
Yeah, you hung out with the crew.
Yeah, with the crew. I've known a bunch of them since we were like all whole actual children on the internet somehow.
Oh,
That's when I
like
have to meet them.
children.
Yeah, we were like I was at the time of back then I was the youngest. Now we have some younger friends. Like Sean is younger than me. But back then I was the youngest and I was 11 or 12 when I met them.
Hell
They were like
we love
they were, like,
lifelong friendships.
13. They were like 12, 13. So yeah, we were like kids.
Baby.
Mm.
And I met them all for the first time in person. And that was
Hell
really
yeah.
cool. And that was the first time I've been in a
I'm so happy
large
for you
group.
guys.
That was the first time I've been in a large group in a really long time too. So like I'm a little fucking exhausted, but it's
I
really
can
good.
imagine.
It's really nice.
I'm genuinely surprised that you're even here tonight after the week you've had.
Yeah.
to be here. You fucking
Like,
know I have to be
genuinely,
here.
like, we were just like, if you want to postpone this, it's fine, it's fine. Fed's just like,
No,
no,
no.
we will move forward with this.
And you know what? You were up the entire time.
Yeah.
I took 3 naps today. I hope you know. There multiple. So Sean is still here because I'm driving him back to New York, and literally, like, there are multiple times where, like, he walked into my room to come check on me to see if I was dead, and I was just straight up unconscious, still in bed. It was like once, like the last time, a few hours before stream, that he came in, and I was like just barely awake, and he's like, "Do you want something to eat?" And I'm like, "Yeah."
Sean's coming in so clutch.
Like, yeah, food. Yeah, I should take a shower.
Shit.
I should get up and take a shower. Yeah.
Please buy
Yeah,
Sean
so-
the biggest Happy Meal.
Real.
Thanks.
Real.
Man, I would if I could afford it. Me and Sean both broke asses. It's fine. I'll pay Sean in I don't know, the fact that my he's eating a lot of food from my house. It's fine. That's
and
probably good.
free Uber back to his house.
Yeah,
True.
I'm lifting him 5 hours back home, so that should be good enough.
True friendship.
Yeah.
You're so real.
Yeah, that's been my last 2 weeks. Also, honestly, I've really missed streaming. I wanted to
Yeah.
go live really, really bad. So I'm so down to be here.
Well, hey, on Monday, possibly, you said.
Yeah, as long as
Yeah.
if all goes according to Keikaku, I do have my next music lesson, my next singing
fuck
lesson on my end
Hell
with Marisol
yeah.
on Monday.
Oh my god. And Alice, we got ours coming
Yes,
up again.
yes. Yeah.
You guys-
I
Oh, that's
didn't even
technically-
pick a song.
That's technically next week, huh? I just realized that.
Yeah.
I should update my schedule. I
didn't
forgot.
I didn't even pick a song yet. That's
Oh.
crazy.
Just like-
Ooh.
Literally, Marisol texted me like a couple days ago, like, "Hey, do you want to do the same song again this month? Because I know you were talking about maybe doing it since we were really messy on it before, since I was learning backlight straight up from scratch. Normally I do a head start, but
If you,
no, I did it from scratch.
Tommy, if you can't think of one, I have one in my brain that I can possibly have you do, but we'll talk about it later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's everything on my end, y'all.
Tommy, do you got
yeah.
anything fun coming up aside from our singing stream?
Yeah, I mean, I don't got too much time left.
Yeah, that sounds like
Mhm.
you're dying. You're going to college.
I'm not. I'll
farm
probably
up
still
north.
just be like sporadically live. I really
Yeah.
want to stream Armored Core 6 when that comes out.
Yeah,
Hopefully I'll
mhm.
find some time to do that. I'm really looking forward to that game. But
hell yeah.
okay, honestly, after the anniversary stream, I was like, oh, all right, I'm gonna just like stream a bit less. I'm pretty sure the only day I didn't go live was Thursday.
I was gonna say you've streamed like every fucking day.
Like if it was not on
Yeah.
my channel, I was on someone else's channel.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I was literally on yesterday was Lizard tier list.
Today's
I'm
this.
pretty sure today's this. Thursday, I'm pretty sure I didn't go live on Thursday unless, I don't know, let me check my channel. I'm pretty sure I didn't go live on Thursday.
I
But
don't think
Wednesday
you
was like
did.
art game.
Yeah.
Tuesday I did something. Oh yeah, Tuesday and Monday night I was just like just fucking, what was it? Oh my god. It was 4-hour stream on Monday and an almost 6-hour stream
Dear God.
going through Signalis.
Sweet Jesus.
I am so fucking normal, by the way.
I'm sure you're doing great.
Honestly,
And then
like,
you get to relive it here once I get the game.
yeah, and I got to really honestly because I think that I just love messy ass like
Yeah.
plot lines.
Yeah. I feel
I
that.
Mhm.
love it when I just don't know what the fuck I'm looking at and I have to just study the game again. Like Nier
Yeah.
Automata, oh my god, the first time I went through Nier Automata when I was like fucking, I don't know, 16, 17.
Yeah.
Yo, that shit did things to me.
Mhm.
Every few years there's a series that like changes you for a
Yeah.
lifetime.
Yeah.
You know how like there's a thing, it's like, oh, your taste buds change every 7 years or something like that.
Mhm, mhm.
Yeah, every 7 years, an average person will come across a piece of media that will fucking change your brain chemistry.
Real. I'll
So
tell you when
real.
Alice handed me review Starlight. I've
Damn,
not been the
I
same
ruined
since.
you guys with that.
I've not been the
You're
same since.
welcome.
Honestly, I blame you for why I want to go back and read the Iliad. It's not you. The review Starlight's got me in a type of way, and I'm like, it's time to revisit philosophy.
Yeah, so real. So real. What do I got? I don't fucking know. I'm really obsessed with playing Sable, even though I've only had one stream of it so far, but I've got so much fucking like brain rot about it as well. But like I'm gonna play a lot of it probably next week. We'll see. Now that I remembered that we have a singing stream next week, I might need to change up my schedule a little bit more than what I already had planned out. But that's okay. That's just me forgetting because I'm stupid.
Oh, I watched a Barbie movie on Friday.
Oh yeah!
I need to hear. I'll need to hear what you thought.
Yeah. No spoilers yet. I don't know yet.
Oh, you haven't watched it? I really enjoyed
not
it.
yet.
I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought. Yeah, even
Hell yeah.
even with defend your raving review.
Yeah.
I
enjoyed it. I did enjoy it a lot. I did.
Yeah, it was a fun time. It was like one of those movies where you knew everyone who worked on it was just having a blast.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I can tell that just from like all the like previews I've seen. Like there was love put into this.
Yeah, like everyone just had a
honestly.
really fun time working on the film. I was like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like I have a few things that like irk me just like a little bit.
Yeah,
but,
same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like overall, it was like, oh, it was a fun time. Unfortunately, I did get like food poisoning in the morning, so I missed out on Oppenheimer. So no Oppenheimer, unfortunately.
Rip.
It's
I missed
probably
out.
for the
So
best.
no,
I think you're fine though.
the Barbieheimer.
Oppenheimer.
Double special. Come on.
Oppenheimer. We pick sides here. We pick Barbie.
I want to do the double feature so bad.
No.
God had other plans for you. I cast food poisoning on you.
Yeah. I had like some really sus instant curry like the night before.
Oh no.
Oh.
And it was like I took one bite out of it and I'm like, why does this taste like energy drinks? You know that you know that weird energy drink, like zero sugar energy drink aftertaste?
Yeah.
I'm man enough to admit that I've never tried an energy drink because like sometimes coffee does weird things to my heart rate. If I ever had an energy drink, I think I'd pass away. So I've never touched one.
You're so real. Yeah, I watched my
But
sister
it's
drink
like-
an
I
energy
guess-
drink once. She nearly
But I
fucking
guess
died.
it's just that like artificial sweetener aftertaste. if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it was like I took a bite out of the curry and at first it was like sweet. I'm like, that's weird.
That's wrong.
That's weird. And then
Right.
and then it's like the aftertaste was that like fake sugar aftertaste. I'm like,
Oh god.
that's like double not wrong. And then I woke up that morning. I'm like, oh shit.
Things have happened.
Mhm,
Oh.
mhm,
Things have
Mhm.
happened.
Yeah.
At least you're better now.
Yeah. I was literally like just better by like the afternoon. I was like, okay, I need to at least watch Barbie if I'm not going to do Oppenheimer.
Gotta do it for Barbie.
Yeah, I gotta do it for Barbie. I realized I didn't have any pink pieces of clothing, and I only
Your
had
fit
my.
was so good though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had like a hot pink fanny pack, so I was like, fuck, this is it. Whatever, fine.
Should have just turned up in a full suit.
Yeah.
I actually
You could
did
have
pull
been
out
like
the suit, and I'm like,
meme of like, oh, turning up for this versus like fancy dress for
turning
Barbie,
up to
you know?
turning up to my wedding versus Barbie premiere. But like, I pulled out the suit, and I was like, oh my god, I'm too small because the last time I wore my suit was like maybe I was fucking like a sophomore in high school. Oops.
Oops.
So.
Oops.
Oh shit! I need to get a suit. I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
Oops.
Oopsie. Okay. One last thing I want to say because
Yes.
been going for a while. Have y'all been seeing fucking like that toilet thing?
Oh,
The
that
toilet
yes.
What the
the
fuck
fucking
is going
like
on?
the fucking
I-
dude in the toilet? Yeah. I
Huh?
know.
Skippity toilet.
Skip-
Have you guys seen
Skippity toilet, yeah.
Skippity toilet on fucking YouTube? At first I thought it was like a shit post someone made, and it was like some weird fringe thing. That. I
Yeah.
was like, oh, At first I thought it was
Yeah.
it's the YouTube algorithm being quirky again, showing something that like some guy made that's like fucking fever dream. But no, it's like
Yeah.
every single video has like 10 million plus views.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
like, what
so
is going
bizarre.
on?
It feels
then
like
I'm,
a
like, starting
fucking
to see-
like weird like YouTube poop like energy
It's
kind of thing.
It's a
I don't
YouTube
fucking know.
poop. And then okay, fine, YouTube poop, whatever. Funny, haha, man in the toilet doing the skippity song, and there's like people in cameraman people, like I don't know, it's a weird YouTube poop thing. I can get behind it. But then people started like doing power scaling videos.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Like you know, like
we'll talk about it after
it's like-
stream. It's something. It's truly
it's
something.
so strange.
Out of the
And
loop on
then
this one.
Matt made a fucking video of like going into the deep lore about the thing, and I'm like, I'm going
I didn't see
fucking
that part.
crazy. What am I? I just saw it on my YouTube feed. Matt Pat made a video about the Skippy toilet videos, and I'm just like, I'm going mad. I'm going mad. Why are we taking? It's like this YouTube poop quality. It's like SFM really, like someone's taking the piss out of this, and people are treating it. And people are treating it like it's fucking Goku versus Beerus. I'm like, what is happening?
I'm
What on
so
God's
out of the
green-
loop on this. I'm
And, like, if
fucking
you
lost.
I don't know
scroll-
if you
because I
want to
found
be
it
in
through
on the
my
loop. I
YouTube-
wish I could
you
unsee
do
it.
not want to. I wish I could unsee it too. Because if it was just relegated to funny YouTube poop thing, then I'd be like, haha, whatever. I swear to God, my nephew's gonna bring that shit up. I'm gonna lose my mind.
No.
I can foresee it already. He's gonna.
I'm gonna lose my mind. Next like Plamo Monday build stream, I'm gonna talk about if it happens, you'll fucking know, because I'm gonna be raving like a madman about like, oh my God. First it was FNAF, then it was, I don't know, Poppy Playtime. Now it's the Skippity Toilet.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go
Fen,
crazy.
I want you. The best way I can like describe this like
Okay.
is like I want you to picture
Mhm.
like the kind of animation, weird animation style of like TF2. Do you know what I mean, Tommy? Like
yeah.
it's
yeah,
like
I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Yeah.
Post.
but like some dude popping his head out of a toilet and being fucking like creepy and weird about it
Yeah, and then
Cool.
like and the
and
people
singing
in
weird
cameraman
songs and shit.
head.
It's so fucking weird.
Yeah. And there's like another faction of like camera head people who
Yeah.
are like fighting against the toilet faction, and it's maddening. The only and like if it was just that, I'd be like, haha, funny. But it's just like I
it's
don't know.
just
It's
more
like
and
someone
more.
taking, but it's just like it's like people taking like the old TF2 SFM animation
Yeah.
and like hyper analyzing it to be like,
Uh-huh.
oh, which characters are like the strongest, and like there's people made arcs. There's arcs. People have made analysis videos about the different story arcs in this thing. The fucking the Titan cameraman. He has a character arc. People have made like bios about
Lore.
him. There's
It's
deep lore
so
now.
bizarre.
There's and it's like the Titan cameraman was corrupted by the fucking toilet faction, so they had to make like a fucking twin brother of sorts to counteract. And it's like, oh my God, this is insane. And there's the Dommy Mommy camera person.
I think it's time to go to bed.
It's fucking, it's on my, it all started because it popped up on my fucking YouTube shorts, and it was all
Tommy,
over from there.
I think it's time to go to bed, Tommy.
I'm gonna go crazy.
You're gonna dream
Every
about
time
Skippity Toilet.
If I hear that fucking song in public, I'm literally gonna scream. I'm gonna like collapse screaming.
I can just picture
Go to
you
bed.
just like freezing where you are and just letting out like a maddening scream like I can't fucking take it anymore.
Do it anymore. I'm trying to figure out the plot of Signalis. I don't need the Skippity Toilet. Why is Matt Pat making videos?
It's got like the fact it's called like Skippity Toilet gives like the
That's what the
energy
creator-
gives like the energy
because
of like the
song
Bye
is
Bye Man.
Skippity. Yeah, and it's like there's people making reaction videos, and they're like pogging the fuck out. I'm like, what is happening? The fucking Titan cameraman shows up, and the guy's going, "Holy shit! Holy fuck! What am I watching?
I think you're feeding the algorithm, Tommy.
I'm feeding the algorithm.
I think you need to stop feeding the algorithm, and then it'll be
I
okay.
need to quarantine myself. If I go on YouTube right now and I go on Shorts, and I swear to God, how long does it take for me to?
Why don't you just put your
There
phone
it is,
down,
the
Tommy?
second video! The second video! Skippity Toilets episode 44, Secrets Unfound.
Episode
What is
44.
happening? right next to Louis' new fucking the cover song that she dropped. What is it? What?
The Descent of Tommy. This is Tommy's Joker arc.
Tommy, it's almost 4 a.m. What? It should be bedtime. Maybe you need to put the phone down.
I need to
No
put the
one's putting toilet. It'll be okay. It can't hurt you. It's 3 o'clock.
I
Anyways,
see a skip.
thanks.
There's two
Anyways,
thumbnails.
chat.
There's two thumbnails.
Anyways, chat, thanks for tuning in today.
We need to stop him.
Send a screenshot of what my YouTube.
Who's streaming right now?
looks
Who the
like.
fuck's even
It's
up?
It's
Dinah's up.
insane.
It's up.
Let's go. Dinah's about Skibbity. They fucking told me about Skibbity the other night in the fucking voice call.
Yeah,
Let's go talk about Skibbity the die.
No.
Anyways, any fucking ways. Thank you for another great episode. Thanks for listening to me talk about the brain rot of my lifetime. Thanks for being Pog. Let's go say hi.
Hi.
Oh, hey chat, guess what? Guess what I got?
What's up?
Guess what I got now? Oh, Tommy, you weren't here for this.
Oh my God,
I told Ben
wait.
earlier.
Oh my
Guess
God.
what? Guys, check this out.
What's it? Whoa.
Guess what I got now? I got a read message.
Oh shit.
I got a read message. It's kind of silly, but there you go. Whatever. So you can use that message now, especially now since I have the Pog emotes for free for followers. So you can use that now too. Hee. But yeah. Anyways, let's go say hi to Die and get out of here. I'm so
Yeah.
tired.
There's fan-made animations.
I'm getting out of here. Wait, not gold.
It's just
We gotta
Anyways,
go.
bye, chat. Let's go raid Die. Let's go say hi to Die. Bye, guys.
Bye, chat. I love you guys. Have a great
Bye,
I
night.
want
chat.
release. I want sweet
Bye,
release.
chat.
We gotta fucking get out of here.
Bye.